Good morning, everyone, and welcome to Finals Day coverage the Nitro Buggy European Championships B from Sachs, Alicante, Spain. We are RC Racing TV, and we're bringing you the EFRA.
Well, it's good to see what's happening.
Euro B
just keep talking.
So you're just
it's
pressing
fine.
things.
I need to press things. It's kind of my job, people. It's kind of my job.
So thank you to EFRA, the European Federation of Radio-Controlled Automobiles, for allowing us, RCTV, to bring you this coverage. Thank you to our sponsors. You can see at the bottom of the screen there, X-Ray, Hot Race Tires, Motorsport, S-Works, T-Works RC, and T-Works and Techno RC.
This is good.
So we posted the link in the EFRA 1/8 Buggy broadcast channel on Facebook. That's on Facebook Messenger. If you have the app, if you're on Facebook, you can use the QR code that's on the screen right now to access the Facebook Messenger broadcast channel. That's the official EFRA broadcast channel. So there's all the results from the races are put in there, and also the link to the YouTube channel. Obviously, if you're watching this on YouTube, then I guess you're already watching it. So, but you can get the.
Wow.
No! Got a big spatter of mud on the pit lane cam. And so there's our pit lane cam. If you've been following the coverage all weekend long, you'll be familiar with this shot. Of course, this is a warm-up for the next final that is coming
64.
out, which is 1/64th final. 16 drivers we think are going in this one, and 4 races to bump up. It's a 20-minute race, and it's supposed to kick off 3 minutes ago.
I don't see timing yet, James. That's one thing that would be nice to see.
And I assume everyone can hear you?
Yeah,
okay.
Can hear me.
Okay, James
can you hear me?
is in the production booth. This is Matt McCallum. I'm Brent McKinney. So we'll be bringing you this coverage until Lefty from No Name RC Podcast joins us when it's a reasonable hour to wake up.
2 in the morning
in the Caribbean.
He's not in the Caribbean. We've been through this. It's 2 in the morning.
No, he is.
Oh, he is. Is he?
But he's not from the Caribbean. Because Bermuda is not in the Caribbean.
Anyway, look, they're about to start racing.
So here we go. Got Carlos Fonseca, Fernandez, Theodoru, Brennan as your top 4. And the last car you can see there is Verlato from Italy. So top 4 to bump up. Release the car. Oh, that's a jump. That's a jump. And car number 3 is actually missing. So what happened there? We don't really know. We'll try to find out from our people on the ground there. We're talking to a few of the racers that are helping out their brand teammates and countrymen. So we're already on, I think this is a 4th place car. Focus is a little bit. Pictures. Okay, now swapped around a bit. So following some of the racing action, here's the first 4 cars again. Again, top 4 only to bump up into the 132s.
You did not make the correct start sequence, and you started outside of the box. So car 2, you have a drive-through penalty.
Yep, car 2 already given a drive-through penalty. We can hear there from the Eagle, Mark Stinson, the EFRA, one of the EFRA referees. So hopefully they do their drive-through penalty. Otherwise, they might get the meatball flag and get called in, or the black flag. I can't remember which one it is. No, meatball is the one with the mechanical issues, I think. So this is, I think this is Carlos. Yes, this is Carlos Fonseca in the car number 1. And you can hear Mark explaining again what needs to happen. I assume to the mechanic of the car number 2. Here's a restart. So that, see, we have a missing car number 3. The car number 2 was not meant to shoot off like that. And now another car, I think possibly car 2, has been given a stop and go, as well as the drive-through. So there's a drive-through. Now car 3 has a stop and go, which started late. That was Savas Teodoru. So let's see what the battle is out on track. I got Carlos Fonseca with a 2.5 second lead. Colin Brennan from the UK. And Nicos Torrallo separated by a second, and just a half a second back is David Morales, and half a second from him, which is the 5th place car, is Fabrizio Marion. So that's half a second. Of course, our times are updated only every lap, so we have close to a minute of time before we see the actual gaps as they appear. So this is the car 4 of our new leader, Colin Brennan. What's happening to Carlos Fonseca? Unfortunately, we're on the pit lane cam, while Fonseca looks like he had a big mistake somewhere out on track. But this is Brennan, our leader. Colin Brennan running from the UK. I'm going to guess, because I can see a front shock tower, that he's not running the Agama buggy, which a lot of the UK drivers are, and probably, potentially, running either the Mayako or the WIRC buggy. It's a good spread of makes represented here, as well as tire usage, and I think they have watered the track. Let me see if we've got a watering schedule. We don't, actually, for today. Yesterday and the day before, we had the track was watered before each group of qualifiers went out, and that was done to a specific time. But today, we don't have a watering schedule, so I'm curious. I'll need to send a message to one of our men on the ground, Mark Rumble, to see if they are watering the track today. That'll be because that will be a very big issue later in the day if the track is breaking up and they're not watering it. So we'll see if just shoot him a quick message. And there you can hear the computer is counting through the current running order. You can find the running order and the live timing on everlaps.com, and just look for the EFRA 19, that's X1X in Roman numerals, European Championships B SAX 2024. You can find that there. What else is there? What sort of other housekeeping? Of course, you can join us on the chat on the RC Racing TV YouTube channel. I'm not sure if the EFRA YouTube feeds over into the RC TV YouTube chat. Do we know? It does. Okay. So yes, you can chat to us on either of the YouTube channels that we're streaming this to. We've got a good number of you guys joining us already, so thank you very much. As we've got, as you can see on the screen there, just under 15 minutes remaining in this one. Lutok, let's get ready to rumble. How are you all doing today? Well, not fully caffeinated yet, but we're getting there. And Filu saying, hello, RC Racing TV. Thank you for the coverage. Well, thank you very much for joining us wherever you are joining us from. So I know we usually have a good number, especially early in the day, Australian, Philippines, various countries across Southeast Asia, and then we start to get the Americas waking up later in the day. Some of them wake up very early to catch the racing. And as I said before, we are expecting Lefty to be joining us in probably an hour or two. We're not sure exactly when yet, but we will be catching him. So we're watching the 164th A final. Following this will be the 164th B, so not too surprising there. And then we have the 132nds, 116ths, and those we kicking off roughly at the top of the hour. So this race got a little bit of a late start, but was intended to start at 8 a.m. That's Central European time, it's Spanish time. And then at 9 a.m., 1:30 seconds, 1/16 at 10, 1/8 at 11, and the quarters at 12 noon. After the quarters, each of those are meant to have 16 racers in them, but I don't know why we're only seeing 12. So we're not sure if that's a mix-up on the timetable or what, but we're seeing 12 racers in each. 4 racers will be bumping up. So as we're seeing it, I think we can expect 8 racers have been already placed in these finals, with 4 racers from the previous final bumping up, if you see what I mean, hopefully. And then after the quarters, we have a 10-minute free practice for the semifinal drivers. That's for the drivers who have qualified directly into the semifinals. And then we have the semifinals, which have 6, the fastest 6 from each semifinal will be going into the main final. And then there's the 40-plus final, which is an exhibition final. So if you're in the, I believe it's, if you're in the top 20, I think it is, you're not allowed to race in the 40-plus final, and the same rule applies to the junior final. So we have the semis, the 40-plus, and then the last chance qualifier, which will be, I have to look that up, but how many races it will be. But basically, it's a 15 or 10-minute free-for-all race. The winner of that race will be the final qualifier in the main final. And to give them a chance, to prepare, we have the junior final after the last chance final, and then the main final, which is 40 minutes, so 45 minutes. So after the semifinals, which start at 2 and then 2:30, those are 20 minutes each, we have the 40-plus, then the last chance qualifier, which is 10 minutes, then the junior final, which, again, top 20 drivers are not allowed to race in that one, and then the main final, which intended to kick off at 4:20 Spanish time. So adjust your time schedules appropriately. So it's Central European time. So that will be 3:20 p.m. for us here in the UK. I want to thank ICAR from Spain, the Spanish Federation, for providing the pictures for us. The camera operator is doing a pretty good job of showing us the action now between the 4 and the 6 and the 4. That is Tarallo and Brennan. They're actually a lap apart, the last time we crossed the line, they were a lap apart. Let's see what they're very, very close together now. 6 and 9. Yes, so this is the battle for 5th and 6th, but it's showing they're 1.8 seconds apart on the computer time, so I'm not sure what the... We'll see how this works out. So it's a 20-minute race, so there's going to be at least one fuel stop for everybody. And it looks like they did recently water the track, so the track looks fairly dark in most places. On the edges, you can see just the darker soil. And it's the car 3 of Teodoru that we're following now, I believe. Yes, so now we swap cameras to the car number 4 of second place driver Brennan, the only British racer in this one. So as you can see from the flags, good spread of European racers represented all the way across from, we do actually have an Irish racer, but not in this race. But so from Ireland all the way to Greece, we have a good spread of racers from across the continent. It's always good to see that sort of representation. Of course, lots and lots of Spanish racers, Spain being the host country of the track. I think everyone is recovered from the watching the footy last night. But no penalty shootouts in this one. It's all heads-up racing now for 20 minutes at a time. Remember, these guys were first on track on Thursday with open practice for 3 rounds, and then a lunch break, and then 2 rounds of controlled or timed practice. And the fastest 3 consecutive laps in that basically set the qualifying order. And then they had 4 rounds of qualifying yesterday with 4 different TQs. Just review the drivers who were the various TQs. Iker Telleth TQ'd the first round. And Hugo Tavernon TQ'd the second. Hugo Ibanez TQ'd the third. And David Todd, just by the barest margin, TQ'd the 4th round. So it's a very wide range of possibilities of how it all worked out. But computer tells us that Iker Telleth was the overall TQ. So over 4 rounds of qualifying, 2 count. So Iker getting a 0 and a 2. So 0 for TQing each round, and then the second place gets 2 points. David Todd actually tied with Iker, but because Iker had a faster time overall, he got the overall TQ. Still have to run the semifinals, so there's always the risk of the semifinals. Anything can happen in semifinals: a flame out, a breakage, or just a race-long battle. And something can still knock you out in the semis. So there's no qualifying directly into the final. So there's still a very large element of risk for these guys. Let's see what the order is now. So we've got Colin Brennan now in the lead and 2 Italians chasing him down with Filippo Verlato 4 seconds behind Brennan on track. And then 15 seconds behind him is Fabrizio Marion. And that's not a Greek racer. That is, what flag is that? Who's just popped up into 3rd of Nicholas Torallo. No, that's not a Greek flag or Israel. I need to... Is this our Uruguayan racer? Possibly. I think this might be Nicholas Torallo. I do remember him being one of the older racers. So it's he's one of the M40 next to his name shows he's one of the mature or 40 or whatever you want to call it. But he's in the plus 40 final. Master, yes. It's a very polite way to put it. I know if I was on the track, I wouldn't be in the master category in any way. So Juan Jose Fernandez now getting into the 4th position. So hopefully, as we come to the sharper end of the race with the final 5 minutes coming, we start to focus on the battle between Fabrizio and Nicholas. And it looks like they've swapped positions with a fuel stop potentially, because it's the top 4 that will be bumping up. So it's the battle between 4th and 5th that we try to focus on here at RC Racing TV. But is this 0? And that's Alexander Meisner from Germany. There's only a couple of German racers that I remember seeing, only a couple of German flags. So it's the car 9. So this is our car 9, the blue car with the white wheels there, that we are now focusing on. This is our 4th place driver of Nicholas Torallo from Uruguay, who we were just talking about. Can you remember why he's allowed to? It's like a wild card sort of thing. Oh, and he's flipped over. Is that going to be? It's just a few seconds lead to. He's already crossed the line. So let's see who he's racing with now. 4 minutes left in this one, so that will be a lap car that just easily let him by. That won't be anyone he's battling with. It could be the next car ahead of him. Might be Fabrizio Marion in the car 9. Oh, no, so this is Marion. So we're looking for the 6. Can't quite see this. So we swap cars now. This, I think, is the... Someone else getting a penalty for cutting a corner. This camera operator, not quite. This is the 6. No, this is the 4 of our leader, Colin Brennan. but Nicholas and Fabrizio in 4th and 5th, respectively, are only 2 seconds apart on track. And with just 3 1/4 minutes left in this one, it's going to come down to those 2 seconds. So Nicholas, as we're focusing on our leader, Nicholas in 4th place needs to make sure that he doesn't make any mistakes. And we're back with our number 9 car of 5th place. So just, you can see just a couple seconds ahead is Nicholas Tarallo, the Uruguayan. There we go. Just flashing in screen there, that pinky car with the black wing. This here is our 5th place racer going down the pit straight. Oh, and he's flipped. Oh, okay, good roll. Good recovery there. But now he's lost about 1.5 seconds to Nicholas. So that's going to be, the gap will go from 1 second to 2.5 or 3 seconds. Showing our leader, Colin Brennan. Another 40-plus racer. So these drivers now are hoping to bump up. Let's see, we don't have any. Fabrizio is one of our bump ups from the lower final yesterday. Who else is out there? Sergio Sanchez, who we saw, I think he bumped up twice, but only got a couple of laps in on this one. Daniel Lopez, another one of our bump ups. He's just crossed the line, but he's running 11th. He's not in any danger of threatening the top 4 spots here. Fabrizio and Nicholas now 4 seconds apart, so that error by Nicholas costing him quite a lot. And here, there's our first keep it clean of the day. I'm sure it actually wasn't the first, but he tends to say that about every 20 seconds out on track, watching the talking about Mark Stetson, one of the EFRA referees. So Colin, Filippo, Juan Jose, and Fabrizio, that's our top 4. Nicholas now down to 5th. Somehow they've swapped, but we missed it. So we're following the car 6 of Nicholas. It's a little bit happy on the edges there. But then the track is recently been watered. It will dry out. We're expecting it to reach over 30 degrees track, air temperature anyway. The track will dry out for sure.
30 seconds to go.
And speaking of watering, our man on the ground is telling us that there will be no further track watering today. So that's confirmed by Javier Garcia, former EFRA president and the race director of this particular event. So thank you very much to Mark for confirming that for us. So it's not on the schedule. It's not going to happen. So we'll see how the track evolves. So that's a very big reason why the semifinal drivers are going to be having a 10-minute practice just to see what the track has changed to. And tire choice, not hypercritical so far, but with the lack of watering at all today after the initial watering that I'm assuming it's had, because you can see the darker soil there, and then which is on the actual racing surface between the pipes. As we come down to the final 30 seconds, we're with our leader of Colin Brennan, followed by Verlato, Fernandez, and Marion. Brennan just very close to lapping Marion, actually, in 4th place. And you can see the checker flags there, the blue checker flags next to their names at the top right of screen. That means they have finished their run, and that is our 164th A complete. So first race of the day already done, and we've already, there we go, there's our finishing order. You see 23 laps in 20 minutes and a half roughly. right, so our 164th A complete. Our 164th B is next here from Sachs. So thank you very much for joining us, everyone. We do want to say hello to everyone who's joining us. We've got Pegasus Pro Hobbies. Good night from Brazil. Wow.
Oh, yeah.
We already have the Americans joining us, of course. Alex Sweeney asking, how you's doing today? Well, I'm's fine.
Was that a kind of a Brooklyn, New York style?
Yeah, how you's doing?
Thank you, sir.
We'll see the arm of James pop in there. There we go.
Thank you.
Our gopher / tech guru.
Therapist. Caffeine therapist.
Yes. Yeah, so thank you very much for joining us. As you can see on the screen behind us, we've got our Spanish commentators who are providing the pictures for us this weekend. Thank you very much to them. Those are the gentlemen from ICAR.
Yep. ICAR, the Spanish Federation.
Yeah, they are providing photos for us. If you want to listen in Spanish, feel free. Check out the ICAR YouTube channel.
Yep.
And check that out. We are providing the English language coverage, and
we're doing our best.
We're doing our best.
It's something like English, but yeah.
Not quite fully caffeinated English. But yeah, we're
okay.
What, banana for scale? That's a very small banana. That's the smallest banana.
Thanks. We had donuts yesterday. Today we're having fruit.
Slightly more.
We're having fruit today. Sorry? Donuts
later.
Okay,
yes,
fine.
Yes.
So we have to have healthy food today because it's going to be a fantastic day of finals all day long. Plenty of people commenting along now in the stream, which is amazing. And as Frank said, you can find us on YouTube. We're just on YouTube today, which is nice.
Yeah. And the link to the EFRA channel is on the EFRA 1/8 Buggy broadcast channel. I do need to get the events or the race
results.
Order,
do you want me to do that job? Or you can do it. That's fine.
If you like, it's
no. You can do it. If you want to do it, then I won't step on your toes. That's absolutely fine.
I mean, you can certainly take it over if you want.
But you know the question everyone's asking.
What's that?
Well, did the thunderstorm last night? Did it happen?
You know what?
As our meteorologist, our in-house meteorologist, who purports to be giving weather top and bottom of the hour, which means on the hour and a half past, I learned. We don't know. But they're not going to be watering the track, which I think is quite interesting. I think it's going to...
I think that's going to change things quite a bit.
Yeah.
And make things very... I mean, we were talking... Everyone that we talked to yesterday, I mean, we talked to Robert Battier, who's obviously sponsored by Hot Race. We weren't able to talk to the man of the day yesterday, Nicola Morone, because he's Mr. Hot Race himself. Nicola Morone, because he's Mr. Hot Race himself.
Mr. Hot Race.
He was getting married.
Congratulations.
But we did talk to a couple of his proxies. So we talked to Hal Figueiredo, who's representing Hot Race and helping also the Portuguese racers at this event. We talked to Mr. Mark Rumble from Agama and Team GB, and Peter Harder from Denmark. Bruno, yes. Well, we didn't talk to him about tires, but we talked to everyone else. No. Everyone else who's there and like in the tire fraternity. That's a bit of a weird. Anyway.
We're all members of the tire fraternity.
Yeah. Anyway, we asked everybody about tires, and no one had gone to bar tires yet. Everyone was still on mini pins, and obviously the racers who are running at this time of day after they've recently watered the track, we presume they're running slightly wider spaced pin tires and slightly larger pins. You know, not like the tiny micro pins, but medium sized pins, I guess. And anyway, now they're not going to be watering the track at all. Whereas yesterday they were watering the track approximately every hour and a quarter. So now they could. That's a big variable.
A big variable indeed. It's a slightly shorter day today, so it's not like we're going to be running. They were running till after 8 p.m. local time yesterday.
I thought you were going to say they're running until 8 p.m. today.
No, today the main final kicks off 4:20 Spanish time, 3:20 UK time. adjust your clocks accordingly. But that's when the final kicks off, and that will be a 45-minute race, as is customary. Lutash says, one day you will both enjoy Brazilian coffee.
That would be amazing.
I would like that.
That would be amazing.
Yeah, we hoped very much to be in Brazil this year, but it's not going to happen, sadly. But one day we'll get there. One day we'll get there.
One day.
One day.
One day I'll get to travel to a Worlds.
Have you never done a Worlds?
No, I have.
You have, yeah. Yeah, you were at the last Worlds.
Yeah, Spain and Italy, I think, are the only two Worlds I've done, but not like
it's always in Spain
not like
now.
Thailand
We know that.
or Japan or Brazil.
Yeah.
But
I'm waiting for the April Fool's post where we confirm that Redovan is to host the 2026 Worlds, confirmed to be hosted in Redovan.
Oh man, I think. Well, but I mean, technically, it's. I mean, joking aside, I guess is it meant to be? It was meant to be. Brazil's not under Roar, but is it meant to be Roar next time or
I
Asia?
actually don't know, but I know. I guess it goes back into the rotation. Oh, there's Javier,
our race director,
manning the flag, calling the shots. And it would be great to be working with Javier in Redovan, who will also be race directing that event as well.
Really?
So yeah, that's going to be good.
Taking back up the reins.
Exactly.
There's Carlos Gomez.
There's Mr. Gomez, the section chairman for this class of racing.
And the
that is
electric buggy as well.
Well,
isn't he?
this I mean, this section is 8th off-road. So yeah, that is e-buggy and Nitro buggy. So he has 3 events. And the 40 plus. So he has 4. He's a very busy man. Very busy man with many
no
events.
open-toe sandals.
No. As you can see, he's wearing a very sensible shoe. Very practical, comfortable, but still stylish.
He doesn't have the collar pop, though. He usually has the collar pop.
Yeah, that's later in the day, I expect.
Italian style. Okay, here we go. So you can hear that's Javier's voice. You can hear. You see him slowly lowering the flag. It's meant to touch the ground. Release. Oh, that's a jump. That's a jump. So that number 2 is going to get another, the number 2 car again. Just like the last car race, will have a drive-through penalty, I believe, from Mark the Eagle Stenson, one of our EFRA referees. We do have a Spanish language speaking. I don't have his name, though. The number 1 car already off and running with those black wheels. Nicolas Lenice from France, chased by Alish Esteve, Christopher Ford from Germany, Oscar Martinez. There's our jump start. You can see that. And car 11 just getting I think what is that, a warning or a drive-through for crashing into a driver. So anyway, there's our first lap complete. You can see the time starting to count through on the RCTV timing, top left. The leader being chased very, very rapidly by Christopher Ford. Racing here with his sister, Anastasia. One of the 2, I think, lady racers that we've got here. We've got Philippa Plim from Sweden, and wow, carts 2, 5, and 9 all getting drive-through penalties. And there we go. In Spanish is the announcement. So just to make sure, everyone gets it. How'd you post that so quick? Mine, it takes ages.
Apple Notes. It's really easy. It's cool.
So just finding out from Matt how big Apple fan, but
I mean, I don't have shares in the company, but you know.
Well, I mean, I'm still waiting to unload mine. The price keeps going up and up. It's like, yeah, why not? There's one of our drive-through penalties, and big gaggle of cars now that they're going to be going through. Just come out behind. There's Christopher no, that's not Christopher. That's Nicholas. Now running all by himself, 1.7 seconds ahead of second place driver Ford, and car 5 just doing his drive-through. Jeez, that's Dario Buzas. So we've got France, Germany, Spain, Israel, Spain, and Philippa Plim, who just mentioned from the car 12. So she bumped up. She had a very entertaining race. Entertaining, active race yesterday. Maintaining a lead, not with the fastest laps, but just good, solid, steady driving. Fell behind a couple times and just worked her way through, and then just on the very last lap and a half or so, I think it was the number 2, one of the cars ahead, flamed out or something like that, and she just managed to just get into 4th, and the final bump up spot, and here she is racing today. So it's the difference between making the bump up spots at the end of the days. In the first finals yesterday, you get to race for another day, another 20 minutes out on track. And as we were talking to Peter Harder yesterday, he qualified directly into the 8th final, the 1/8. But he also gets to race in the Masters 40 Plus. So that's at least 20 minutes plus another 20 minutes. And then the warm-up times for those as well. So this is one of our all-black cars. We have a couple out there. I want to say number 8. Who is that? Yes, number 8 of Pariente. This is Isubio Pariente, the uncle of young David or Daniel Pariente. One of our future luminary junior drivers. Let me see if I can get the... Right here. So it is, as I'm rapidly trying to find Pariente on the qualifying results.
First, second.
I'm going to have to give up that because there's just action happening on track. But as you can see, you can go onto the Everlaps to see how everyone qualifies. There's Pariente just flipping over. So I think that works. That all black look with you got yellow numbers and then the in circles, and then obviously the wheels are circular and they are also yellow. So that kind of works. We were talking yesterday at length about the various color options available for wings and wheels nowadays. There's at least 1 or 2 brands out there that offer them in various colors. And I'm sure you'll be able to find them on Motorsport, your all-in-one-place e-shop for RC. And you can stick them on your X-Ray, S-Works, or Techno RC buggy. And tighten them on with T-Works tools. And make sure that they are wrapped with hot race tires when you run at an EFRA-sanctioned event, the European Federation of Radio-Controlled Automobiles. If you want to find out more, make sure to check out EFRA.ws. And you'll be able to actually see all the dates and information for events that we'll be covering here on RC Racing TV and EFRA. This is our number 1 car of Nicolas Lanice. A rare moment in these finals that we've been watching so far where the number 1 car is still leading halfway through the race. 13 minutes and 20 seconds left in this one. It's a 20-minute race in total, so we're going to start seeing fuel stops start to happen over the next probably 3 or 4 laps. A careful driver. Obviously, it's slightly cooler conditions right now. It's only about 21 degrees over there. And my word from my weather informant on the ground was that they did have big rain, quote unquote, in the after the racing finished yesterday. So we were under actually a thunderstorm warning all day, and we only saw clouds appear just at the very end of our coverage yesterday. So it was about 6 or 7 p.m. local time. So as the day starts to heat up, all the hot air and the cold air start to mix, and that's where the weather happens, and it happened over the track. Big rain and thunder. You can see the track starting to break up on the racing line, just coming out of that last complex, just before they cross the finish line. This section here, this right side of the track, some of our younger racers from Team GB, the Likies and Grinley, telling us that this is one of the harder sections of the track. The size of the track is deceptively huge, because as we're zoomed in on these cars, if you go super, super wide, like you sort of like a GoPro video angle with a really wide lens, or maybe a smartphone camera lens, you see how the drivers that are marshalling in the middle. It's a very, very big track. If you can sort of extrapolate how big how small the drivers are, I should say, the people on the track, and that one hairpin there, getting very broken up. That is going to really develop over the day. And I think the face of that double, just before they come on to this section here, the fast flowing section, that's starting to get broken up as well. So I think track walk is going to be the thing to do, especially for the semifinal racers. That 10-minute practice period that they're going to have after when is that going to happen? Just after the quarterfinals and before the semis. It's going to be very, very important for them. So just to reiterate, approximately every hour we start a new section of semis. So we're on the 164th B now, which is supposed to start at about 8 a.m. Ooh, these two, number 5, it's Buzas, and I think this is Plim here in the 12, fighting over that 6th or 7th place. 6th place. I think we're going to see Plim now dropping down one position at least. And this section here, just before, is a really weird sort of infield section here. You see how it cuts across. Now we're back to the number 1 of our leader, Lanice. But this right here, if that bit right there just carried on, they'd go over the finish line. But you got this huge infield section that you now have to navigate around. You see on this camera, it's a slightly different white balance or coloring or something like that on the camera. You can see that the track's just a bit darker. This camera operator able to follow cars just a little bit closer. So you can see the edges of the track where the drivers aren't actually actively driving on. Still a little bit damper. Track about 21 degrees now. It will heat up to over 30 degrees temperature. I need to do the conversion and just see what that actually works out to in Fahrenheit. 30 is, no, swap that to Celsius. 30 is 86, so I try not to think of it as hot, but it is certainly hotter than it is here in the UK, where we're in the studio. And there's Plim, trying to chase down that number 4, or is that the 5 again still? So she was able to catch up and then just made a mistake. I think that is the 4, actually, yes. So that's the second place car of Martina from Spain. Ford losing that second place somewhere along the way. So 8 minutes left. They should have done their final pit stop already, potentially. I would probably play it safe and just go ahead and do 2 fuel stops and just be full throttle as much as possible. But these drivers, much better than I am, much wiser heads in the mechanics and the pit lane 2 drivers allowed in the pit lane per driver. And there's little cubicles, as we saw yesterday on the pit walk. Thank you very much to Mark Rummel for doing that for us. So there's little, originally for the post-COVID era, whatever we're going to call that period of a couple of years, a little while back, when we were first allowed to get out and start mixing in. A lot of the tracks that we've seen that put those up have kept those little dividers. And it does help to just clearly delineate your space, basically. You're not going to be rubbing elbows with anyone on the rostrums or in the pit lane. You're still with the number 4 car of Oscar Martinez, who's just still trying to chase down Lanise, who's the next car in front. Oh, and going into the pits now. Oh, Lanise must have pitted, but so is Martinez. You see this is our pit lane cam. You see the dividers there. The mechanics have those very specific dividers, and the drivers on the rostrum have the same thing as well. If you look up, if your screen's large enough and you can look up to the top left when we're back on the pit lane, you see the face of that double jump there. It's starting to develop a little divot. And there's those dividers. See at the top left there, you see the drivers have the same sort of little clear acrylic dividers. So every driver allowed to have the headsets that they can talk to their mechanics on, and 2 mechanics per driver. So usually that means one to pick up the car, the other to actually do the refueling using a fuel gun, if you're Posh, or a squirter bottle, if you're not so much. With Philippa Plim in 5th place, chasing down Buzos, trying to bump up again. It would be amazing if you can. We did see a double bump up yesterday with one of his Spanish drivers, Sanchez. Bumped up twice. So if Philippa is able to bump up once more, now she's dropped down. You can hear the computer voice of the Everlapse timing system counting the drivers as they're crossing the finish line, or not the finish line, but the timing loop, I should say. See what the action is in chat. Crunchy D8 saying, "Where is Lefty? Has he slept in?" Well, I absolutely do not blame him. It's very, very early in the morning for him. The bump up numbers are top 4. So at the moment, 1, 4, 3, and 5. We've got Keenan and Plim trying to chase down Buzos and Forg to try and get up in there. So the gap between them, you can follow this live on the Everlapse website if you wish, but Martinez is less than, the last time they crossed the timing loop, Martinez was less than a second behind Lanise for the top spot. But the important place is Dario Buzos, who's in 4th at the moment in the car 5, being chased by Keenan and Plim. Keenan is 4.7 seconds, or was 4.7 seconds, was that distance behind Buzos the last time they crossed the timing loop. So we're car 4 now of Martinez. So Keenan is now past, I think Forg must have pitted because he's dropped 2 positions. Ooh, here's the cars 1 and 4 together. So this is our lead battle. So racers gonna race, but this is not super important to keep the lead. In fact, it's actually wiser to, if you're in that number 1 car of Lanise, to just let the number 4 car go if you're clearly not able to keep up the pace. And rather than try and just push it and push it and push it and stay ahead. Yes, it's always good to start the next race 1 position ahead, but discretion, the better part of valor, quite often. Matt's favorite phrase. And just let the number 4 car go. if you feel that you're going to be pushed off the track or your tire is wearing out or the car is wearing out or whatever. But these two, keeping it interesting for us. Numbers 1 and 4 of Nicholas and Oscar. This is France versus Spain. Both of them, I believe, still in the Euros, so still have a dog in the fight to cheer on for the footy. And it looks like, I mean, Peter Harder was telling us yesterday, it's a very narrow racing line, at most a meter wide. They're not sweeping the track between races. They're not watering the track today at all. So the track did get a good soaking last night, naturally, from the thunderstorms that we were looking out for all day yesterday. And I believe they watered the track. It looks like they did water the track before the final started today. Ooh, that's risky. It made Philippa lose a bit of concentration there. And these two are actually catching Philippa. Not sure why we cut to Philippa at that point, but so these two are leaders, but about to lap Philippa in that 5th place position, car 12. And so we still have Lenice, Martinez, Keenan, and Bouzas. Plim worked herself back into the 5th place position, but 11 and a half seconds behind Bouzas in 4th place. And with a minute to go, it's going to be a very big ask for Philippa to bump up once again. But as we saw yesterday in yesterday's final, she was in the exact same position, and somehow one of the cars that was ahead flamed out on I believe, the very last lap, and she magically got into the 4th place position, which allowed her to race this morning. So here we are. This is the number 5 of 4th place driver Bouzas. Still well ahead of Plim. So as you can see, there's no car behind Bouzas here, who's on screen now in that blue car with the yellow wheels. Plim made up a second on Bouzas over the last lap, but that is it. You see, hear that multiple tone. So here's where the big infield section is before the drivers are able to go and cross the line. Bouzas here, our final bump-up driver. Oscar is now finished. Nicholas finished already, so it's our numbers 2 and cars 2nd and 1st place. Here's our 4th place driver about to cross. Just now. There we go. So there's our top 4 have completed their runs. That's Lenice, Martinez, Keenan, and Bouzas. Plim missing out on the bump up this time and just crossing the line just now. The rest of the running order is Tenza Tercero, who is one of our winners from, I think, Philippa's race. Gonzalez, Esteve, Ford missing out, running in 2nd for quite a while, but flamed out not too long ago. Cabrera and then Pariente, our final finisher. So next up is going to be the 132s, starting with the A group and then the B group again.
There we have the results on your screen of this particular race. Congratulations to Nicholas Elise for taking the win, but of course, as Frank says, the top 4 all get promoted to the next final. So we tend to have, it looks like from the schedule, a 10-minute gap, although we are running slightly behind schedule. So next race up in 5 minutes. So we will be back with you after this.
This is my motorsport.
I put everything into this.
It's given me so much more back.
The best friends,
The best moments.
The best skills.
and experiences.
I put hours into tuning the setup of my car.
From camber to tow.
To differential,
The shocks, tires.
body and wing.
Adjusting everything in search of perfection.
Lap after lap after lap.
I practice endlessly on track.
And then it's time to race.
We are in for a barnstormer.
Wants to make the move, he makes a move stick.
Ronald has a look down the inside, can't find a gap there.
What's it going to be? It's a race to the line, and Skidmore takes it. Killick gets a kick down the straight. Oh,
Walter's going for the lead.
Through for the third spot. It looks like Newman's got it.
Bruno gets the jump off the start, and Ronald Volker, it's all gone wrong for him.
Your European champion, Dario Balestre.
Racing at every level is hard.
And it doesn't always go your way.
Letting Newman. Oh, Newman's had a nightmare.
Oh, and that's figure 8 rolling.
Spot on the pony. Oh, Garo's over.
Oh, Ballestri's flamed out. They can stop. Oh, Craxton is just gone. He's taken out the fence.
Oh, and he's got the cone of justice.
Oh, he's broken. Valkyries is broken.
Sometimes you lose, but you'll never forget the important things you win.
I've made the best friends through RC.
I joined a team through RC.
I traveled the world through RC.
I have a career through RC.
I have a business through RC.
I have a family through RC.
Together we race, and together we win.
Whoever you are,
you can race with us.
RC is the most accessible motorsport on the planet.
RC is my motorsport.
I put everything in.
It's giving me so much more back.
Thank you.
We love RC, and that's why we do it, and that's why we here at RC Racing TV bring you this live coverage from the EFRA Nitro Buggy European Championship Bs for 2024. The B Championship are the Euro Bs, or whatever we end up calling it. We call it various names. It tends to be the amateur or junior racers mostly. And yesterday we saw some very interesting qualifying. 4 different qualifiers, top qualifiers over 4 rounds of qualifying. Top 2 to count. The top racer turned out to be Iker Telleth, one of our junior racers here. David Todd, another one of our junior racers. Actually, it came down to a tiebreaker. Iker and David both ending up on 2 points after qualifying, and Iker just having the slightly faster time. Hugo Ibanez, another junior racer. Hugo Tavernon, until recently a junior racer. We actually talked with him very briefly yesterday. His English not so good, not so confident with it, so a lot of these younger racers who are still learning their English, bit hesitant to talk a huge amount on camera, but those 4 guys all individually TQ'd the 4 different rounds, but absolutely packed. The semis are going to be really, really interesting. The last chance finals is going to be very interesting. The main finals are going to be interesting. It's going to be some really good racing today, so we hope you stick with us here from the Nitro Buggy European Bs for IC Buggy from Sachs Alicante in Spain, and we want to thank EFRA for allowing us to bring this to you on the RC Racing TV and EFRA YouTube channels today, and also to our sponsors, X-Ray, Hot Race, Motorsport, S-Works, T-Works, and Techno RC.
Oh, you're literally saying everything. You're saying all of the things. There's nothing. There's hardly anything left for me to say. I'll say.
This is Matt McCallum.
Hi. How are you doing? I'm Matt McCallum. This is Frank McKinney. We're RC Racing TV, and we're very proud to be here from the studio in the UK, and thank you to iCar for providing the camera feed. iCar presenters over my shoulder here. If you want to watch this feed in Spanish, then you can do so on the iCar YouTube channel, and it's the same camera shots, the same coverage, but it's in the Spanish native tongue, which I'm doing Duolingo, but it's a bit above me to be able to deliver that. So yeah. They're doing a great job, and we're doing our best to keep up with all the action. If you want to keep up with the action, click to the left of your screen there. You'll see a QR code. More and more people are joining the EFRA broadcast channel, and it's just pushing the results into your Facebook Messenger account. You just get a simple Facebook message, and it just says who won. Well, actually, it's the results of each final as they come in, and other news from trackside. and that's operating for this event, but it will keep running and operating throughout the A Euros as well, and we'll keep growing that channel and spreading the information that is relevant to this particular class of racing. So it's a great new initiative from EFRA, so good to see that happening. Go and give EFRA a follow, actually, RC Motorsport Europe. That is the social media handle. Go and give them a follow on Instagram and Facebook, and keep up to date with all of the Euros that happen. There's Euros, there's international races, there's 40-plus
Grand Prix,
B Euros. So, yeah, a lot of stuff happening. Is the race about to start? No, it's warm-ups. We'll take a quick look at the warm-ups. Pit lane.
So yeah, you can see the separated, the cubicles, the mechanic cubicles.
Exactly, yeah. And
there's the pit lane cam. Well,
see.
the previous pit lane cam. Look how mucky that is.
Wow.
James loves it. Oh man. So our racers in the next group, we have a couple of French racers, one on pole, only 3 Spanish racers, but 4 British, 1 Irish, and 2 Italians. So there's a really good spread here. Luis Messi from Spain, France, Santi Correa, Caden Stenhouse, both juniors. In second and third, respectively. Then Jason Ferguson from Ireland. Then we have Harry Weymouth and David Shedd from the UK. Daniel Parente. We saw Usabe Parente in one of our previous races just now. Antoine Bibolet and Colin Brennan in 8th and 9th. Then we have Filippo Volato, Juan Jose Fernandez, and Fabrizio Marion from Italy, rounding out in car number 12. So we have 3 40-plus and 3 juniors, and the rest are in between. And we're about to get started.
10, 9, 8,
here we go.
7, 6,
mechanics learning how to put the cars down after many drive-through penalties being given out, and a clean start for the first half of the grid at least. Top 2 already battling. You throw a pit towel over them. Keep it clean. There's the first one of the race. And we have a change in the lead. It's 2 and 1 now. Correa and Messi pulled very closely by Stenhouse. Of course, as we get further and further along during the day, these drivers are going to be just a little bit faster and a little bit cleaner driving than the finals before. So this is the big infield section before they come back down this little chute here, and the timing loop just in this section here. There we are, that orange line. And Correa confirmed to be in the top spot. So we have the 2, 1, and 3 of Correa, Messi, and Stenhouse. 4 has dropped way back of Ferguson. Must have gotten tangled up quite a bit. But then we have the 5 and the 9. That's our 4th and 5th place drivers. Very close together at the moment. Of course, this is all going to change. It's a 20-minute race, so there's going to be at least 1 pit stop, probably 2. This driver is generally able to get about 9.5, maybe 10 minutes on per tank of fuel. So Correa, Messi, Stenhouse still is our running order. This is the 2, the 1, and the 3 you see just coming through shot, and there's a bit of a gap to the 4th place car of Weymouth. 4-second gap the last time they crossed the line, and then 2 seconds further back to Marion. The car 12 in 5th place. That's a really good jump up from the starting position. Ooh, a little wide there for the car 2.
Car number 7, car number 9, and 8. Keep it clean, you guys. Okay, 8, 9, 7.
And you can hear Mark the Eagle Stetson telling cars 7, 8, and 9 to keep it clean. They must be running very close together. They are. You can see on the live timing that they're only about a second between. Oh, and a big somersault for the car 2. Still off the track, and now it's 1-3-2, and the fourth place car right behind that number 2 car of Correa. And so we can hear someone on the ambient mic saying, I can't see the numbers on the back straight. I'm not sure who that is. I don't think it's our EFRA referee. Of course, they're looking at it, everything with just their eyes. We've got the help of the zoom and automatic focusing on the cameras here. A very large track. It's deceptively huge.
5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
There's our car 1 of Meze.
11, 12.
So Stenhouse running second. Correa now in third. Weymouth still fourth. Marion trying to make up a 7.3 second gap to Weymouth to get into that final bump up spot. Top 4 bumping up. Whee, that's a nice recovery there.
16 minutes left.
Down the pit straight into this hairpin here. This hairpin coming up, as you can see, just look at all that. The surface of that is just starting to get blistered or delaminated, whatever you want to call it. It's just starting to break up.
6, 7, 8, 9.
A bit like an F1 tire that's just been overheated. That blistering starts to happen, and you see the smooth surface of the tire or the track is just starting breaking up. And there's not going to be any more watering on the track today. And now with the car 5 of Weymouth from the UK, one of our... Oh, no, he's not one of our Masters over 40s racers, but that's the other 2 British racers of Brennan and Shed are in the Masters 40 plus.
Second. Third.
There's Weymouth going down the pit straight. You see all the mechanics in their little cubicles there. And that face of the double jump starting. I'm not sure if it's breaking up or if it's just weirdly shadowed. But it looked like it was breaking up, but maybe not. Track's starting to dry up quite a bit now. The racing line only about a meter wide at best. So if you can hold your line, if you were watching our coverage yesterday, the last final we saw yesterday, we were watching Philippa Plim from Sweden. I need to stop saying it like that, but from Sweden. She wasn't doing very fast laps, but she was just able to maintain her line and basically hold off the drivers that were trying to come up and pass her to get into the final bump up spot that she was able to eventually take. Drivers were coming up on her about half a second a lap faster, but not able to pass, because if you go off the line, you just can't brake and accelerate as well as you can if you're on the line, which obviously is free of the much looser dirt and little rocks and little bits of clay and stuff like that. Someone coming in for a pit there. You missed the number. It looks like that was Mark Rumble shouting up to the driver he's supporting. It's probably going to be one of the British racers. 4 in this race. We've got Stenhouse, Weymouth, Shed, and Brennan.
6, 7, 8.
With the car 1 of Louis Messe.
10, 11, 12.
Going into that big infield section. It's a very busy track, even though the jumps aren't huge. It's a very, it's flat-ish compared to American tracks, but it's a very large and active track. You can imagine it must have taken several rounds of practice to actually get used to it. Learn the various sections. This here, right there, that apex of that turn. So I can get really broken up. Stenhouse now in the lead. We're with the car number 1 of Messe. Just 0.6 of a second behind Stenhouse. Actually, the meat in a sandwich with the Stenhouse and Weymouth first and third, or this is the second place car at the moment. Correa running 4th, 4.8 seconds ahead of 5th place David Shedd. So in a safe bump up position at the moment with just under 12 minutes to go. So we're going to start seeing more and more pit stops. We've already saw one of the drivers going in and a few more of the mechanics prepping. So we can assume that at least half the field is pitted. And here we got a battle. This is the 3 of Stenhouse, and I think this is Weymouth. Or maybe... No, 5. The 3 and the 5. Yes, this is Stenhouse and Weymouth. British racers, both on the same... Oh! Landing on the car, but these are 1/8 buggies. They're pretty robust.
You are 2 and 3 position, okay? Car number 2 just behind is in the 4 position. So you are 2 and 3.
You can hear the EFRA referee, another Brit, telling these 2 Brits here that they are racing for position and to drive clean. So that you can obviously the referee is keeping a very close eye on this battle. This is a proper battle. These guys are probably quite familiar with each other and sharing pit space as well under the Agama tent, I imagine.
You are 7, 8 and 9 position, so keep it clean, you 3. You need to work
So this is 2nd, 3rd, and 4th running together. The 5, 3, and 2. This is the big infield section. And you see in just a moment here, there's a section here just coming up. Just ahead right now, that section of track is starting to get very broken up. We zoomed out a bit, but when we're a bit closer on the cars, you'll be able to see that that is starting to turn into a lunar landscape, just like this apex right here. And in case you haven't been following the coverage so far, these berms on the inside, they are concrete, painted concrete. They've caught out a few of the drivers that we've been following, even some of the top guys. And if you get stuck inside that, the ramp is actually even more extreme, as you can see on some of these. So we've got 9.5 minutes remaining now. The next race after this is the 132nds. The 132nd B group. And then we go down to the 1/16th, the 1/8ths, and the quarters. And then we have the 10-minute semifinal practice and a break of 30 minutes. And then the semifinals, which are very, very important because no matter how well any of our top racers did yesterday, and we had 4 different TQs yesterday. We had Iker Telleth, David Todd, Hugo Benyeth, and Hugo Tavernon all individually TQ'd the different, and not in that order, but they all individually TQ'd the qualifying runs yesterday. It was actually so close it went to a tiebreak between Telleth and Todd. Telleth just taking it by having a little bit faster time over the 5-minute qualifying run. But none of them have qualified directly into the main final. That only happens in 1/8 and 1/10 IC track. So that's the on-road, the foam tire Nitro car classes. In 1/8 buggy, you still have to go through the semifinals. So you can TQ every round and still miss out on the semifinal and try to get through with a last chance qualifier, which we're going to have about an hour before the main final. All the races today are 20 minutes long, except for the last chance qualifier. That's 10 minutes. And also except for the main final, which is 45 minutes. And of course, the big feature of the day, the last race of our coverage today, that's scheduled to kick off at about 4:20 p.m. That's Central European time. It's the time in Spain. We're watching the coverage from Sax Alicante in Spain on the southeast coast, roughly, of Spain. Check it out on Google Maps. We're not very far from Redovon, where the Worlds later this year are going to be held. So we're very much looking forward to that coverage.
Second, third, fourth, 11th.
So we're under 6 minutes now. I think I just heard a car in pits. So it's going to be splash and dashes possibly coming up. Mechanics down there in the pit lane acting as spotters. Weirdly, it's they don't have as good a view as the drivers do, but mechanics and drivers are allowed to have noise-canceling headsets and microphones to talk to each other. This car coming out of pit is the car number 1 of Messi, still running in the lead. A little bit of a mistake there coming onto the rollers on the back section.
He's now broken. Yeah, because he hit the pit lane.
Nope. EFRA referee Stitzen telling someone that the car is broken because they hit a pit lane. Not sure who that was, but it'll be obviously one of our drivers who's missed out. We do have 2 drivers that have fallen to the wayside. Ferguson from Ireland lost his, I think he started 4th, and very rapidly was down to 10th after the first couple of laps, and has only completed 7 laps now. Daniel Periente has also dropped out just a couple of laps ago. So, announcement for the pilotos, it's the drivers. So, English announcements from the EFRA representatives, usually followed by a Spanish language announcement. So, very well organized, this event. He's saying there's a race on or something. Not quite. Don't know what that was about, but that's the voice of Javier Garcia, the race director, former EFRA president. With the car 1 of Louis Messi from France, followed. Looks like he's just lapped Brennan. Stenhouse and Shed from the UK, a junior and a 40-plus racer, respectively. Running 2nd and 3rd. Correa running 4th with a 10.6 second gap to 5th place Fernandez. So no major danger of getting past for the final bump-up position. So no real close battles out on track. A little gaggle of cars here. So Messi hopefully just trying to keep it steady, not overdriving the car. Doesn't want to make any mistakes. And it's got a 22-second gap to 2nd place of Stenhouse. So there's no need to push the car, just keep it steady. You're going to be going into the next race. It's another 20-minute race. So you have to, obviously, marshal the next race. And then work on your car. You have about 20-25 minutes to do anything you need for your car. It's usually not much. Just make sure that nothing is bent or broken, and do a quick swap. Hopefully they will have prepped all their diffs and whatnot for the day yesterday, knowing that he's already qualified into the 130 seconds.
7, 8, 9.
This car is very, very robust these days. You can see some of the actions. The real danger is flaming out or getting turned upside down. These, of course, open wheel cars, just like F1, touch wheels, and there's danger of one or both cars flipping over. So Messe, Stenhouse, Shed, and Correa still with a very huge gap to Fernandez. It's about a third of a lap ahead. Fernandez probably, well, yeah, I was just saying, Fernandez did have a gap of about 0.3 to Verlato, and as they cross the line, Verlato is crossed first now. So Fernandez must have made a mistake out there on track on that last lap to allow Verlato past, but Verlato still 17 seconds behind. Not going to be making that up in the last minute of this 132nd Group A. Following this is the Group B. And then we're going to be into the 1/16ths, and drivers will just be getting faster and faster and faster. So top 4 bumping up into the 1/16ths. And I missed Weymouth, unfortunately, dropping out. Now 4 laps down. So lost 3 drivers now. But the top 4 unchanged. So these sub-finals, as we tend to call these, this one not exactly a house on fire, but it's all about driving steady and just making sure that if you're in that top 4 position, and time has expired now, that's this driver's it's car number 2, that's Correa, our final bump up position. No, he's not listed as actually completed, so he must have, time must have finished just after they cross the line. So it's all about driving steady and keeping all 4 wheels pointing in the same direction and on the ground, making sure your car survives in so you can make it into the next final for your bump up. So Messe has finished in that number 1 position. Stenhouse, Shed, and Correa. Yeah, so the Luis Messe being called to the technical area. There's our finishing order, now official.
So no double bump ups from this side of the Christmas tree.
No, not we haven't. Not from yesterday. No, none of our drivers from yesterday are going to be in the 1/16ths, but they got the race today. And now they can pack up and get ready to watch the action in the finals, well, the semifinals and finals, which are going to be pretty good, I think. So we've got another good spread of drivers in the next race.
Absolutely.
A few more. There's our winning driver. So this is why they were called ahead into the referee areas, because it's also the media area where is being interviewed by the Spanish commentators. As you can see, running the Nemo Agama, and as I was saying yesterday, obviously running the 6-Mech tires as well. There's a very close partnership between those groups of drivers. I'm not sure if there's any sort of deeper thing to read into that, but I can ask. I will ask. Yeah.
Fantastic. Well, we are here thanks to EFRA. Go to EFRA.ws to find out more about this racing and the other classes of racing, from large scale all the way down to 12 scale. A whole world of RC racing action, and we want you to get involved and take part and find out how. Go to EFRA.ws. Also, thank you to X-Ray, Hot Race Tyres, Mebo Sport, your all-in-one place e-shop for all of your RC needs, S-Works, T-Works and Techno RC. So thank you so much to all of those sponsors who are helping make this event happen. But of course, also thanks to EFRA's associate members. Let's take a look at those now.
So thank you very much for joining us, and thank you very much to the EFRA associate members who help support EFRA, and EFRA who let us bring you this coverage.
They allow us to, yes, for the time being.
Yeah. And like we were saying, thank you again to our sponsors and our wonderful sponsors and our wonderful viewers who are joining us. If you want to take part and ask us any questions or clear up any misconceptions or technical whatevers that we might mix up ourselves, because we do cover lots and lots of different categories of racing for EFRA and for other events and series that we got things wrong. So feel free to correct us.
No, surely not.
Crunchy D8 in the chat has just told us that. Among other things, I was talking during the race about the various things that if you do bump up, obviously you have to marshal, you have to see whatever you got to do in your car. So, and obviously I forget that you have to change the batteries as well, because if you're yes, they're Nitro cars, but the servos and the receiver and transponder, all that runs off of a battery, and you need to swap a battery around. So swap the batteries, change the glow plug. And those are among other things. And obviously, put new tires on. Just check everything that makes shock shafts, turnbuckles. If your car uses those, all that stuff. Drive shafts. Make sure everything's nice and straight. Nothing's bent or bent too much. Depends what you have time for. So, if you have a really big team, you can just go, "Hey, can I just borrow the front end of your car? Just clink, unbolt, and bolt back on." So, like a Le Mans pit stop. Nevin Hattel saying, can someone tell me what car's good? A few 819 RS. I'm not sure if that actually refers to 819. Oh, is that the HB? D8.
Could be.
19?
We would have to obviously recommend.
Yeah, obviously.
We would obviously.
X-Ray has it. We talked to Bruno Coelho yesterday.
We talked to Bruno yesterday.
He talked about the advantages of being on a big team.
Yep.
And running with... It was actually some really good questions, I think, that we asked him about, we're all wondering when Ronafalk joined the team, it's like, what's going to happen here?
Well, we were all thinking, how long has Tessman got left?
Well, yeah, that was the very first question, and then we rapidly saw the answer to that. But yes, we would obviously recommend an X-Ray S-Works or Techno RC.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to join one of the emerging teams that's growing rapidly across Europe, then Techno RC would be a very good option. We talked to Joao Figueiredo yesterday,
Yeah.
Who's obviously representing Techno RC and Hot Race. So he was a fantastic fit for us to speak with. So yeah, Techno.
Lots of Techno S-Works and our X-Ray cars represented. Of course, other brands as well. We've got Ongaro there helping out his teammates and fellow Italian racers. And of course representing his brand Ong. And who else is there? Mark Rumble from Agama. We had a great pit walk from him, so thank you very much. And he's still providing us some info today, even as we speak. And let me see, yes, he has replied.
What's he saying now?
No, I was just asking him what's the deal with a lot of the Nemo racers running Sixmic.
Is it a distribution deal?
It is a distribution thing. So Sixmic are the exclusive distributor for Agama in France, and Nemo are the exclusive distributor for Sixmic in the UK. So there we go. So it is kind of well, not kind of. It is a partnership thing, but there's a lot of, obviously, it's ease of distribution and, hey, if you run Agama, you may as well run Sixmix tires because all the other Agama guys run Sixmix, so we know what tires to recommend on this track at this time. So it just becomes, just kind of feeds itself sort of thing.
Yeah, it's all about the partnerships, isn't it?
Yeah.
A bit of a tweak there to...
Speaking of partnerships, mechanics, two mechanics in the pit lane working together to service one car for one driver. So that's what Nitro Racing is, a big part of Nitro Racing. These guys about to, are headed out on track. So this is the 132B just out on track.
Another tweak for car 12 there, leaning out the engine maybe, or maybe making it a bit more rich. And it's not going to make the start.
I didn't catch the number on that. Was that the 11 still? 12. So that's the start of the run. No jump starts in the top group of cars there, the top half. But I'm sure we're going to hear some penalties. If you start outside of the box, you will very rapidly be told that you need to do a drive-through penalty, no matter what the reason. Oh, the number 1 getting spun around by the number 2, and a big gaggle. All 5 cars. There's our 6 cars now, and one of them tipping over out of 4th place. And now we've got a group of 2 and another group of 2. Everyone trying to make some room for themselves. It's the 3 and I think the 2 of Carrasco and Leon. 3 and the 4 of Carrasco and Ferreira. Chased by Thualt from France. So we have Spain, Portugal, and France chasing each other down. So group of 3. That first corner, or the first lap's always a danger zone. But if you can survive it and stay... Oh, and the number 4 tips over. That's Ferreira, now way down the order. I think even fell out of the racing area. So a nice big gap for the number 3 car now. 1.2 seconds back to Thualt. And then we have the number 2 of Leon, number 8 of Gonzalez. It's our final bump-up position. Gonzalez not even half a tenth ahead of Saladrigas. And that's important because, again, only the top 4 will be bumping up. So this is our lead chase. Car 3 in the lead, followed by the car number 1, who started on pole for this race. So top 4 cars to bump up. And we'll see what the gap is between the 8 and the 5, who are 4th and 5th. And we've got Mick Butler's just leapt up into the 4th place position, leapfrogging both of the other cars. And, Saladrigas dropping way down the order. Must have, he's crossed the line, so not a flame out, but must have gotten really, really tangled up. This is our lead battle.
Now continue. Yep, go.
So 3 and 1. No, someone just got to stop and go. That wasn't Saladrigas, but it was someone out there. 6, 10, and 8 running together, as you can hear from Mark Stitzen, the Eagle, our main EFRA referee. 3 and the 1, very close together. We're now with the 2, who's just been passed by the 7. So Mick Butler now just ahead of the next car ahead on track from this number 2 car. He just flew past going to the left of screen. So this is our 4th and 5th place battle right here on camera now. These two going through the roller section. The 2 and the 11 of Leon from Spain and Keenan from Israel. Speaking of Keenan from the Dominican Republic, we'll be talking with him very soon.
16 minutes left.
You can hear 16 minutes left in this one. 20-minute races for all these sub-finals. 20-minute racing all day except for the semi-final practice, which is 10 minutes. And it's not really a race. It's literally a practice for the semi-final drivers who will have their first time on track will be during that practice. And then there's a 30-minute break. And then the semi-final itself. And then the main final is 45 minutes. Oh, and the other 10-minute race is an actual race. It's the last chance qualifier. So the winner of that one is the last car on the starting grid for the main final. These two very close together. The 2 and 11. Oh, and the 11 flips over, loses it, but lands on its wheels, keeps going, but has lost about a second and a half. So it was just 0.4 behind last time. Now it's 1.1. So lost about 0.6 or 7 of a second. Carrasco, Thwalt, Butler, and Leon currently in the bump-up positions with under 15 minutes remaining. Just a reminder, no more track watering for the rest of the day. We did have, I believe, some track watering before the finals started, and the thunderstorms that we were under, an actual thunderstorm warning all day yesterday. They did pour down yesterday after our coverage ended. So very heavy rain. So hopefully we avoid that again, because that will potentially turn this into a quagmire. Here's our car number 3 of our leader, Carrasco. From Spain, Juan Guillermo Carrasco. Number 1 car from France, Jules Thewalt, is the next car behind. Just about less than 2 seconds. And then we've got Mick Butler from the UK. Not sure what car he's running these days. He used to run a Mugen, I think. So tire choices, I believe, are still mini pins. I don't think we're going to get to the point where we're going to be running bar tires and clay compounds and that sort of stuff. But everyone's sticking with mini pins yesterday. Big, wide range of tires, but no one tire or even type of tire worked itself to be the single type of tire to go to. Big variety of tires to use. Pretty much all the European brands represented here. Of course, Hot Race tires, one of the big ones. Hal Figueiredo from Portugal providing support on a pit for our leader, Carrasco. You can see coming into the pit lane there. There's a pit lane cam and another car. I think that's Thewalt from France, also pitting. No change in position. Pretty calm. So Carrasco and Thewalt coming in and out of the pits in the same order. These guys driving smart, not pushing too much, and seemingly just sticking with it and staying shiny side up. so that they can both go into the next final, which is their due. If positions stay as they are, they'll be going into the 1/16th B final. And because of that pit stop, Mick Butler has popped up into the top spot. I think Lyndon Hamer is telling me that Mick is running an Agama N1, which I can very certainly believe. I think most of the British racers are running the Agama. There's a few, like Billy Grinley, running the WIRC.
You will make a crash in the pit lane, you will break the car, you must go slow.
Yeah, you can hear the EFRA referee, Mark the Eagle Stinson, saying you must go slow. Now, a lot of the pit lane cam, when we see it, we mentioned this in previous days' coverage, but the pit lane cam is mounted to a thick metal mesh, like you would use for garden fencing or construction fencing to keep people away or something like that. It's mounted to the top of this mesh that you see on a lot of elevated pit lanes, a bar that basically prevents racers from making a big jump and flying into the faces of the mechanics. At this track, they use a very large piece of mesh to prevent that. So sometimes you'll see the wing will hit the underside of that mesh and will make the pit lane camera bounce like for ages. You might, well, on some of the movie camera footage that we've got, you can just see it at the start of the pit lane. But it basically prevents the drivers from going too fast because it makes them crash. And we've seen varieties of this sort of, we've seen chicanes, we've seen speed bumps. I think the mesh ideas works, but obviously if you crash underneath it and get sideways, someone has to reach under that mesh. Can't really tell how deep it is. I think it's only about maybe a foot in length. So it's not like not like one of the bridges like we have at Montpellier or Ferring or anything like that where you have to use a pole to marshal a car. But anyway, just getting off on a tangent there. It's just the referees just telling the drivers and the mechanics that you must drive slowly when you're coming onto the pit lane or you will crash. And we have seen that happen. So Carrasco, Thual, Butler still our running order. Leon and Saladrigas. So our fourth and fifth position battle, but not much of a battle because they're about 4 seconds apart. Saladrigas just did the fastest lap of the race with a 47.4. Much faster than anybody else so far. So he's trying to put down the lap times and catch Leon for that fourth place. Only 4 drivers to bump up. Let's see, they're about to cross the line now. Let's see what the gap is. It was 3.9 and now it's 3.8. So it's a very fast lap, but then followed by a fairly standard lap, which is not a bad thing, but just you get caught up in traffic or you go out wide like the number 5 just did there. That is Saladrigas actually that we're with now, this pink car. So that's not going to be the fast way around.
7, 8, and 6. You are 6, 7, 8, and 9 position. First.
So this is the very deep infield section. And this hairpin here leads into this. Look, see, there's a very bumpy section happening there now with the track breaking up. That's going to be developing over the course of the day. Saladrigas just made up 0.7 of a second on Leon, so we might be getting a battle here in a few laps. So hopefully we stick with Saladrigas. The blue car just ahead, who's just flipped, is not the 4th place car of Leon. Unless it was, because I didn't see the number. He's flipped over. But I think the next car ahead might be Leon. Ooh, that's... He's pushing, which is the wiser thing to do. It's less than 7 minutes left, so most of the pit stops will be completed. There might be splash and dashes. So the finish line, ooh, coming in for a pit now. There we go. Rodriguez just 2.8. So I think that was the Leon, but he's coming for a pit, which is obviously going to make the lap time a lot longer. Keep an eye on that. So he done a 48.7 on the last lap. So we'll just... Oh, and wide again on the... He likes going wide there, but it's obviously not the fast way. It's all just basically in the marbles. They are not sweeping the track between the runs. So we've gone away from Rodriguez, but I'll keep an eye on the time. So again, at some tracks, like at Montpellier, where we were just a few weeks ago for the e-Buggy Euros, the marshals were given the task of sweeping their little section of track every time after each race. So that is not happening here. They're also not watering the track between rounds. So the line is very, very narrow. Less than a meter wide in most places. So Carrasco, Butler, Thualt, and Leon still are running order. We have seen a few more pits happen, so we'll let this round of pits work its way through and see where we're sitting. Because we did see the 5th place car of Rodriguez pit with a 55-second lap during that pit. And Leon has just pitted with a 57-second lap, so lost 2 seconds there. Is this Rodriguez again? Yes, I think it was, with a 53, but he crashed. So I think his previous lap before he pitted, I believe, was a 47. So it took about 8 extra seconds to pit, which is fairly normal for RC. 2 mechanics in the pit lane, 1 to pick up the car and take it off of the driving surface, and the other to fuel it with a pit gun. Ooh, that was a lucky bounce. He's pushing and really trying to catch Leon, and he's not far behind now. He was, even with that mistake the last time, he was 5.3 seconds, but he will have made up a lot of time now. He's about to cross, so I think Leon is the next car on track, so 4.6 seconds. So he's made up almost a second on the last lap. But from a few laps ago, he was 3.1 seconds behind, and now he's 4.6. So because of, he goes wide, usually goes wide there, so it's a nice, much tighter line now. Good jumps on the roller section. Step down section. This little corner double over the single. This little sort of rickety Mickey Mouse section here, and then you got the double going into the corner. This little hairpin here, very high bumps in the rough section, this little short chute going into the boot over the double, and there's the finish line there. So now it's 2.9 seconds. Oh, and he's flipped it. So that 2.9 is now going to be probably 5 seconds, just clipping that inside berm. That is not going to help his cause. 2 3/4 minutes left now. He's pushing it, but he's just not able to maintain it. So we're back with our 2nd place driver of Carrasco. Was running in the lead. And you can hear the computer as the driver crosses the line. The computer actually says second, as in you are in 2nd place. So it's actually pretty handy, that system, because you don't have to rely on your mechanic telling you, what position am I in? Every lap you get told, and it's quite a long lap, so it's not like gets annoying. It's not like it was and a flip over. So who's I didn't get the car number. The car who passed, Marshall, not close enough there. Oh, and now the 3 and the 2 are together. So that's our 4th place driver. So now this 3, that was a 7 that had passed. That was Butler in from 3rd, is now in 2nd. So these 2, this is our 3rd and 4th place battle now. So these guys, again, they're guaranteed to bump up because Saladrigas 5 seconds behind. 2.7 seconds now, though. So still 2 laps to go. If these guys can hold each other up, and Saladrigas cannot make a mistake, we're going to have a battle. There's Saladrigas right there. That's 3rd, 4th, and 5th. Saladrigas is very, very close behind these guys. There he is. No, he must. Did he make another mistake? I think that is Saladrigas. In the lighting there, it was a bit off. One of these cameras is just a little bit darker than the other. Saladrigas made another mistake, so he's fallen behind, I think, there. Visibly not on screen, whereas he was before. I think he got a little bit eager. And as Peter Harder, who we were talking to yesterday, said in one of his qualifiers, he lost his head. So there's Saladrigas there, I think, with that pinky car with the yellow wheels. 4.6 seconds behind, though. So it looks like Leon has... Nope, Leon's still there. It's just we're zoomed in quite a bit. So 10 seconds... This is going to be the final, everyone's final lap now. Saladrigas has crashed again, I think. So that is definitely it. And these 2 are going to finish 3rd and 4th. It's Carrasco and Leon. Thualt and Butler have already finished those. Carrasco and Leon, you see the numbers going green. And Saladrigas, we're waiting just for Saladrigas to finish, just to confirm. And there's the finishing line. There's Saladrigas crossing now going into the pits. So there's our top 4 bumping up into the 1/16th B. That's Thualt, Butler, Carrasco, and Leon. And the rest, got to pack up. After you, Marshall, of course.
Yeah. I mean, we don't have favourites on RC Racing TV.
Never favourites.
But it's great to see friend of the show, Mick Butler, bumping up. And he will race in the 116 final.
And in the 40 plus.
Yeah,
the exhibition final.
That's going to be good.
Yeah, that should be good. I imagine we'll be covering that, right?
We'll be covering everything that moves. We'll get coverage by us.
From that bird who's just... Those 2 birds.
2 birds. Look at the beautiful clear sky.
Yeah. It's not as clear as yesterday, though, was it?
Really?
There's clouds there.
There's clouds?
Yeah.
Every silver lining. Every cloud. For every cloud.
Yes.
There is a silver lining. A quick appeal. We've got our co-commentator is about to enter and join us, which is going to be nice.
Sweet.
Interview time over in Spain as well.
Yeah, not sure who is who there. Obviously, you see the spread of brands. Got a Mugen racer running Sweet tires and a Kyosho racer. Mark Rumble showed us the actually huge wheelchair ramp that's built into the side of the rostrum here, and obviously beneficial for the racer there. I'm not sure what the name is. I do apologize, but beneficial for that racer there who is able to race.
There we go.
There's Lefty to our left, my right, but our left on for our
screen.
Viewers.
Good morning, Lefty.
Good morning.
How are we doing?
Bon dia. Bonjour.
Buenos dias.
Buenos dias indeed.
Let's have a look at the man. Let's survey him this morning.
High five.
High five.
High five.
as he drinks his coffee.
Yeah, good reminder. Thank you. I will have a drink.
Did you get a good night's sleep?
Yeah, it was better than last night.
Was it?
Yeah, I actually got some sleep. But good morning. Matt, you sound a little bit stuffy. Did you have a good night's sleep?
I had a good night's sleep, yeah. You were a little bit quiet, Lefty. I don't know if can you boost yourself slightly?
I can boost myself. How's that? Is that better?
Nice. It's nice. It's very nice,
So,
yes.
let's give me a quick synopsis of the day, please.
Yeah.
Good morning.
Frank.
I'm having a donut.
Oh, he's having a donut. Okay, well then
no.
I mean you have your donut because I have to do this. I have to do this while you have your donut.
My goodness.
There's a hero in the chat. There is a RCTV hero in the chat.
Wow.
Good morning, Jonathan Wolf. You are a hero. He says, morning everyone. Hi, Don.
Hi.
Wavy hand emoji.
Hi. Good morning, everyone. Who's Don?
I don't know.
I think
it
he
might
was
be
talking-
Lyndon.
I mean, no one
It
in
might
the
be-
chat
it
so
might
far
be-
is named Don.
Oh, but
so
there's a Lyndon. Maybe Lyndon is Don.
possible.
Lyndon. Don't know.
Yeah, so synopsis. The thunderstorms that we were thinking might happen yesterday, but didn't actually occur while we were on air, did happen. Much rain, many drainage. Oh no. Oh my God.
Oh no. There's another hero in the chat.
Why, Chewy?
Chewy RC.
Chewy.
Good morning, Chewy RC.
You had to tell him to get the megaphone.
Yes. He says, turn that megaphone back on. No one enjoys this as much as I do. I can tell that.
Oh my God.
Thanks, Chewy RC.
So
We need
obviously,
more member. We need some more heroes so Frank can go a little bit more depth today.
I mean,
Hearing impaired.
my tinnitus is already. So yeah. So we had much rain, big raindrops yesterday.
Was there actually rain? Have you confirmed that?
Yeah,
overnight.
Mr. Rumble.
Oh yeah, of course. Man on the track.
Our man on the track. We've had some good races so far today. The last couple haven't been well. The last one ended up quite tight.
Yeah.
But we haven't had much barnstormer type racing going on so far today. But it is tightening up. It is getting obviously quicker and quicker, and we're starting to see the faster guys come out.
No.
Did we see did the rain affect the start this morning? Obviously not. So they must have got it all. Okay. So it wasn't too bad.
And speaking of the water on the track, there is no more watering on the track for the rest of the day. So the track will start to really evolve during the course of the day.
There's another hero in the chat. Good morning, John Moore. Good morning, John Moore.
John,
crank it up. Good morning.
Don't.
Good morning.
Good morning, John Moore. How are you? He's tuned in early like me in the USA. I wonder what time it is wherever he is. So Adrian Bertini. I was thinking I was dreaming that we saw him because I didn't really see him much yesterday, but there he is.
He's
and
back.
We got him with somebody else. So.
I mean, that's definitely him. But the other guy without the hat is not him.
But they're very similar. Maybe he has a brother. Maybe he has a brother.
The other guy's slightly larger. So
slightly larger, but same T-shirt. Also,
Yes. But
also
not-
sporting the Corsa-Tech T-shirt.
Not as intimidating as Adrian's look out there right now. Adrian is like eagle-eyed. All right,
You don't want to mess with Adrian.
No.
I always thought it was fun working with Adrian on RCGP when he was kind of managing the HB team and managing David Ronafalk and what's his name? Our American friend who is the HB. Is he the one remaining HB driver? Or he's not HB anymore?
Co Ogden.
Cole Ogden, watching those two having fun in the Philippines and just dragging them out of bed, bringing their hotel pillows to the track, and Adrienne just like, this is what I'm working with. This is what I'm working with. These guys.
It's like when skate teams used to have release videotapes back in the 80s and 90s.
Yeah, they still do now.
Yeah.
But they're using the same cameras they used in the 80s, which is quite cool.
Yeah. But, it's the same sort of thing. You have like 30 and 40-something-year-old guys trying to manage or, get these teenagers and 20-something dudes who I just want to BMX, dude, or I just want to race RC. But you have to wake up. You have to do stuff. You have to, come on, let's get, it's the same sort of vibe, isn't it?
Have you ever had Cole on the podcast, Keenan?
Yeah, I've had him on there. I haven't had him on since video, but unfortunately, this might be the last year for Cole doing professional RC.
Is that right?
Yeah.
How come? He's retiring.
Yeah, I think so. That's what he says, but we'll see.
Going to a real job.
Yeah. Then there's Javier.
Working in the factory.
So, John, you must be on the West Coast. Where was you racing today? And good morning to Raxon RC. He says, you guys are getting taken care of. Donuts, chocolate, Vickies. Those guys are. I just have coffee. I'm fortunately do not live a donut place around here, which is probably good because I don't need donuts.
Hop on Uber Eats or whatever you've got over there, man. Get something delivered.
Donuts just aren't a thing up around here, So. All right, so we have the 116 Final A coming up. This is a 20-minute race. We have Lucas Bartuzo from France, Ilian Fernandez from Spain, Alejandro Gual, Holger Leike, yes, one of the young Leikes, Pangiates Thierres, Antoine Bruel, Daniel Buell, Adam Jaffa, Luis Mess, and we're going to release these cars. That's quick. That was a quick countdown. And they are off. So they must have got a good bit of water because it's still kind of, big mistake from our pole sitter as he gets it wrong. He is not even going to lead a quarter of a lap. Car number 2 of Ilian Fernandez, a junior, is going to inherit that second spot. I don't know. Today I can see the numbers clearly. So
one of these cameras is just a little bit darker than the other for whatever reason, and it's just a little bit easier to read the numbers.
Yes, this one is the one that's easy to read the numbers. Good morning, Lyndon. How are you? We met Lyndon at the Nemo Raceway back in 2022. What part of England is that? I was trying to remember that the other day. The name of where Nemo Raceway is.
I can't remember exactly where it is. I'll look that up. Yeah, because I was there. I usually remember places that I've actually been to. But, yeah.
I can't remember the actual province or what is it? A parish, town,
county,
village, county. All right, so Ilian out front, one of our junior drivers. One of the big things that I love about the European B Championship is the amount of young drivers that come up here and get some sort of spotlight. As we talked as we talked over the weekend, how many young drivers have gone on to become European champions, world champions, such drivers such as David Ronnefalk, Davide Agar, who's never won it, came close, but we know that story. Marco Barufalo, another winner. One of these youngsters is going to get his name etched to some legends' names, and hopefully he'll go on to be a legend himself. We've seen some fast youngsters today. Iker Tellez is your overall TQ, followed by David Todd, 2 young, fast Spanish drivers. Well, right now we are following Iliad, who is out front with 17 minutes and 54 seconds left to go, but he has Holger Leike right behind him, another young racer from the UK, but also of Danish descent. They are from Denmark, but Ilian getting it wrong in slow motion. And that should have allowed Holger by. There's Holger as we catch up to there's young Holger, who I got confused with an all-white body shell yesterday, which was his older brother, Eric. What's up, Raymond Jakeman? He says, RC racing has come a long way since the 80s. Oh, it has, dude. If you haven't been to a track or a race in a long time, you would definitely see that. But there's Holger and that Agama N1, a very nice family that all races together. Father races and the two sons. Mom does all the pitting. We got to meet them at the Nitro Raceway back in 2022, and they have been hitting the racing circuit very hard since then. They'll be at the Euro A's as well. I wouldn't be surprised. Maybe they didn't make the Worlds because of the... We'll see who the Great Britain team will be from the Worlds. Maybe they'll go represent Denmark. We'll see. We shall see. I want to thank everybody for... Oh, you're up in the Pacific Northwest, John. Well, nice. Great RC community up there. Very fortunate to be up there. Lots of good racing going up there in the Pacific Northwest. Idaho, Oregon, Washington, and I would throw in Vancouver because a lot of guys come down from DC to race with you guys. So, but Holger looking to check his ticket into that next final, which will be the 1/8 final, and he can do it if he keeps up this pace. These Agama N1s are looking very good up there. Of course, we've had Mark Rumble in yesterday to give us various updates. Very nice man, Mark Rumble. The Nemo team, very passionate about racing in Europe, and they're putting a lot of time into these young drivers like these, which is very good to see. I had a very good chat with Mark Rumble on the podcast a couple years ago. I'm desperately trying to get John Hazelwood, who's probably watching this right now, on there. But car number 4, Holger, looking very good. You can see he's hitting his lines. He's keeping that car right in that small line. It looks like it's shrunk a bit from yesterday, but as time goes on and less watering, you'll see all that dust being pushed off to the side and that line slightly getting a bit bigger. It's going to be interesting to see without the watering if the traction comes up, because we heard everybody talking about how polished the surface is. So it'll be interesting to see how
right here, that apex right there that he just went through, that's starting to break up, and there's another section of track, the little short shoot just before the double, before the finish line, is starting to break up as well. So it's one of the races that we talked to yesterday. Peter Harder was saying that the racing line yesterday, at least, was only at most a meter wide. So and we saw how easy it was for some drivers like Philippa Plim in her final yesterday to hold off drivers from making a good pass. So so
absolutely.
I think the evolution of the track is going to be one of the big stories of the day. This section right here that they're about to show, this section.
Well, I like a little bit of rough stuff, so I hope it gets even more rough as we are on board with Adam Jaffer, another junior from France. Lots of French drivers here as well. So we're seeing a great representation of what we've been talking about, what Max and I have been talking about on the podcast, about countries producing very fast drivers. Obviously, a lot of fast Spanish drivers in here because this is in Spain. Obviously, a good contingent of the great the UK drivers, and a lot of them aren't here. I can name a few other UK drivers that are very fast that should be here. And then, of course, we have the Italians here as well. So always good to see these countries producing very fast young RC racers. As we are back on board of young Holger Leike, who just throws on. Let's see what type of lap times Holger's throwing on. That was a 50.3. He's got a fast lap of a 47.8. So Holger looking to get up on a little bit more pace. He does have a 2.8 second lead over Luis Messi. Antoine Bruy, another junior, is in third, and Alejandro Gual is in fourth. But the battle, there's no real battle going on, as Adam Jaffer is now 3.5 seconds back. And this is car number 3, our third place runner, Alejandro Gual, one of the young Spanish drivers in that blue and white car.
Luis Messi in second is our, possibly, if he bumps up, will be our first double bump up driver of the day.
Oh, we did have one yesterday, which was Sergio Sanchez, actually.
Yeah. I think he had a DNF in his final earlier today, so it's I think he was in the first or second final. Seven.
Absolutely. Only in the UK do we have such amusing names, I would say. That's the word, but that's proper English. Eric, that all dark body shell. You can see the Agama with the horizontal shocks. They came up with this design about 2 years ago, and it's been doing pretty well. I've seen, like I said, in my travels, I've seen 2 very fast, regionally fast drivers in the Southeast drive this car on a myriad of different surfaces, from very high grip to, we do have the car number 8 coming in. That's Adam Jafer. So he's coming in at the 11:41. So he'll be back in for some fuel. Yannick Igon doing some pitting for somebody right there. I'm pretty sure that's Yannick. Could be wrong. Back on tap with our leader, young Holger Likey. Not sure how old he is. Somebody will let us know in the chat. But he's got to be around 10, 11, maybe 12 at the most. Maybe younger. But driving very clean, very smooth. Hitting his lines, not getting out of that. The line is definitely a tad bit smaller today. But it will get bigger as it starts to form. As Frank said, we saw Philippa, who wasn't putting on the fastest lap yesterday, but she was defending off pretty good. Unfortunately, she did not get that bump to the next spot. She almost did, but it was a good run for Philippa from Sweden. But right now, young Eric has a 3.3 second lead over second. And now, actually, David Shed, who is up to the 4th spot, but maybe he has to come into fuel. Maybe it was. Oh, is he? Okay. I guess he's coming in from
possibly, if Lewis and David both bumped up from their previous final. So the 9, 10, 11, 12 are the bump up drivers in each of the mains or finals.
That's great. That track time paying dividends.
Definitely.
As we are now on with Alejandro, who is currently scored down in 5th, but I'm sure it's going to cycle around after pit stops. You'll see one more round. We may see some people go in 10 minutes. I don't know.
Yeah, the temperature is starting to heat up. It was 21 for a little while, but it's 24 now. So it's starting to get warmer.
Well, it's 6 hours, 10:13 a.m. there in Spain, so it's still morning time. I'm sure as it starts coming around midday, we'll see the temperatures come up. We'll start to see this track dry out. Let's see how it goes. Is it going to get a lot more slick? Is it going to get a groove? Will we see that groove turn into the blue groove that we've been waiting for all weekend? I felt like they were washing it off with the watering aspect, but kind of worked out for everybody. As we have a great conversation about names of towns in the UK. It's Eric like Lewis Messi, Antoine Bruel, and Alejandro Gual. This car right here is your final bump up spot. Ilian Fernandez is trying to chase him down, but our leader has actually a very good lead over car number 2, the Frenchman, Lewis Messi. As we see Eric come by with a 47.9. So dipping back down into those 47-second lap times is young Holger. Sorry, got him confused with his brother. I do apologize. And his car looks very good. So the Agama N1 guys have found something. I mean, even Eric's car looks good. It's very well planted. It's going where it needs to go. Oh, we're on a new car. Car number 2. And that is Ilian, our 5th place driver, who is desperately trying to get back into a bump up position. I like the paint on his car.
Nice and bright.
Yes. Very easy to pick up. As we see young Ilian, another junior racer, making his way up over the double, and then onto the straightaway across the loop he goes. That was a 48.7. He's now 3.8 back of Alejandro, so he has some work to do with 7 minutes and 22 seconds left to go. We're going to see another round of pit stops. from these guys at some point, if we haven't already. Nope, a lot of guys came in before the 10-minute mark. Let's see if Elian can put on a faster lap here and chip away at that lead. He needs a couple of mistakes from Alejandro. He needs a very good pit stop at some point. That might be fourth spot right in front of him. Let's see.
Just had our first 46-second lap from Adam Jafer.
I see that. So Elian is now 3 seconds back. So he did chip away, and I believe one of those cars, I think it's the car at the tail end of those three, is fourth spot, who is now finding himself right in the middle of a cluster of lap traffic, which can play a factor. Let's see if Eagle-Eyed Stetson can get that traffic cleared out of the way for him. But Elian is chasing down Alejandro Wall. Let's see what the gap is this time around when they come across. It's going to be close, 2.1 seconds. So that was what we was following. Car number 4. Car number 9 is our second place driver, Luis Messi, who is comfortably in second. He has not too comfortable, he has a 1 second lead over Brule. And 2.1 seconds back is Alejandro Gual. So any type of mistakes like that, who's that lime green? That is car number 6. That is for position. So Alejandro,
second.
Antoine Brule is now in second, and there right behind him is fourth. So let's see if anybody's going to peel away for some fuel. Nope, not the green car. That was first, second, and third. As first is kind of just checking out a little bit, but they are catching up to him slightly, as you saw. Holger just out of shot. I believe that's Holger in front of him. And where is fourth? We are back on tap. This is the car of Alejandro Gual. This is the battle for the bump spot, because that is Elian right behind him, and that's Alejandro right there. So that's car number 3, and that is car number 2 battling it out. 2 juniors from a junior from Spain. 2 Spanish drivers battling out. Car number 3, Alejandro versus Elian right behind him. Anybody coming in for fuel? Nope, no fuel there. Says they're going to battle it out. I think they might be going all the way, as that young driver in that car with the yellow wheels is fighting to get into the bump spot to race again later on today. And he's fast enough. He might be in that junior main, to be honest. But there's quite a lot of juniors here, so who knows? So this is the battle for the final bump up spot to the next set of mains. So car number 3 just getting it up on the curbing. Elian is looking for a spot to go around this guy. He's going to have to force him to make a mistake or try to send it on. He's going to have to hold for that one. He's going to have to hold. I don't know if that was a positional car that got by them. Santi Correa, that might have been a poor position because he was only 1.4 seconds back. So that is Daniel Bubel is now up to 4th. Sorry. And
out.
That was Alejandro Gual who made that mistake, and that's going to allow Elian to move up to that 5th spot, but he still has to challenge Daniel Bubel for that 4th spot on the timing. There's 2 minutes and 55 seconds left to go in this race. Let's see where the Dane Daniel is. He might have had a crash. We'll see. We'll know once scoring shakes out. But Daniel currently being scored in 4th. Not happy with his race. We heard Peter talking about that yesterday. They've come down here from Denmark. So let's see if he can. So there's Elian. Okay, my scoring is completely. Okay, so Bubel is dropped down to 5th. So Bubel either came in for fuel So what happened is, while everybody else came in for fuel, he stayed out a little bit longer. But right now, here's our 4th spot, and he has quite a big lead, a decent lead over Santi Correa of 4 seconds. There's 2 minutes left to go in this race, and that is probably that 5th car right there, that yellow wing coming into shot. As now the battle for first is actually heated up with Holger just 0.6 of a second over Lewis Messi, but it doesn't matter if he comes first or second. He just needs to come within the top 4.
It does sound like they are battling.
They are.
You can hear I think this is them here.
Here we go.
You can hear
this is them.
Stitzen, the referee, saying, "Be sensible."
Oh, yes. So this is the battle for the first spot. That is the young Holger Likey out front, followed by Lewis Messi from France. Another brilliantly colored car, pink and yellow.
Holger is 14, just so you know.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Very good authority from Mr. Rumble. Oh, that's great. That's a nice pass there.
That was a nice pass by Lewis Messi. So with 45 seconds left to go, we have Lewis Messi front, followed by Holger Like, Anton Boulay, and Ilian Fernandez your top 4. Santi Correa is 4.4 seconds back of Ilian, and Ilian is 12.8 seconds back of 3rd. So now Eric, who has been being chased, has been the leader of most of his race, is now finding himself the hunter in this as he chases down that pink and yellow car of Lewis Messi. With 1 more lap to go, this is their final lap. As Holger's not trying to let him go, though. He wants that number 1 spot back. He wants that mental confidence of going into the next race knowing that he won this one, I would say.
Yeah, well, Lewis did exactly that. He won his sub-final, and that's why he's got the number 9 on it. But it looks like he's
about to win this one
again.
too.
He won't have to change stickers on his car.
That's always a plus.
It saves you a few seconds in the pits.
Great driving by Lewis, by the way. He made a very good pass on Holger, and that's going to reward him with another win. So well done to the Frenchman, Lewis Messi. Double bumpy. This is his 3rd bump spot. No, double 2nd bump. So there's Adrian. So well done to Holger Like and Lewis Messi and from Boulay. And it looks like Ilian Fernandez is going to be your 4 bumper upperers. So well done. Well done.
And Lewis Messi is doesn't have junior next to his name, but he is fairly young. He's not one of the older guys. There he is. That's Lewis getting talked to by Carlos on the iCar YouTube channel.
Another Nemo driver, so big presence from the Nemo team here at this race.
Nemo and Sixmic very closely aligned together. So obviously Sixmic's a French tire brand, and Nemo, Nemo distributes the Agama car, right?
That's the way it works.
Yeah. Well, I get Agama and Nemo mixed up. So sometimes I say it's the Nemo N1, but it's not the Nemo. It's the Agama N1.
From Nemo.
And they're based at the Nemo Raceway, which is
in Gaydon.
In Gaydon, near Bishop's Itchington. Which, I mean, we're in the chat. Everyone was talking about the various British town names, which are just funny. Bishop's Itchington is just.
I've been enjoying fantastic. There's a couple of fun names coming up.
Yeah. There's always some good ones.
Yeah. Chewy RC doesn't live far from Penistone.
Mm-hmm.
Great place.
Not very close on the way. Actually, driving through the town that's right next to Santa Pod Raceway is Bell End.
I was just thinking, where is the place that we always used to stop on the way to the Neo and have a photo? But that might have also been another Bell end.
One of the shortcuts that I recently moved, and one of the places that we had to take a shortcut with the moving van and whatnot. We had to drive on Butt Lane.
Butt Lane.
Yeah.
Yeah.
These are actual street names and town names. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. So let us know your.
England win yesterday?
Say again, sorry?
Yeah, well.
England win yesterday?
It depends how you define winning.
Yeah, of course they won.
I wouldn't say winning.
The news is.
They got through. I wouldn't say that they won.
They got through to the semi-finals.
Quarterfinals. Is it quarterfinals?
Semi-finals.
No, that was yesterday. Finals.
Yeah. There's only 4 teams left.
Right, okay.
And one of them isn't Germany. Sorry, German viewers.
Yeah.
But
one is Spain, one is France,
yep.
one is England.
Netherlands.
There
you go. Yeah.
No Dutch drivers here,
well,
but plenty of Spanish. And several French. And we just saw one who's did a double bump up. So, yeah.
Yeah. So, congratulations to Spain. Commiserations to Germany and all the other teams who are out now. But this isn't about football. This is about RC. And
Motorsport.
If you want to get your... Oh, what's this? Oh, okay. Here we go. Let's have a look. That's on the way to the Neo. Is it?
No, the Santa Pod.
Oh, that is on the way to Santa Pod.
Yeah. This is the photo that James took after I took my photo showing the same exact thing. He did the same thing. Yes. And I posted my photo on Instagram like a half a minute before James did. And he was like, "Oh,
James, we also stopped on the way to the airport with Nick, Campton, straight out of Campton." I'm not sure that. I think that might be cancelled now. I can't remember what poses we were doing, but I don't know if we want to show that anymore.
You probably wouldn't want to.
That might be off.
Well,
but you know what?
There is Compton as well. And
Compton.
And then there's Campton, which is very much a Nick sort of thing.
We were in Compton earlier this year, which was a lot of fun. There's just time. So, yeah, that picture is cancelled. We're not going to show that picture. But what we are going to show, and what is definitely very much on, is your all-in-one place RC shop that is Motorsport. There we go.
All right. So 1/16 final Group B.
I've got my job to do.
We have David Bugallo, Martin Collet, Diego Rivas, Virgil Laurent, Pablo Ortuno, Daniel Thorne, Alexander Anthopouliou-Takis, Darren Hayden-Ball, Jules Tobalt, Juan Guillermo Carrasco, Javier Leon, and Jan Sabagarides. Yes, trying to pronounce his names.
I think you mispronounced Darren's last name. It's Darren Hayden Guns.
Is he in this final?
Yes.
He is
Big
in
guns.
this final.
Yeah. Had the pleasure of... I saw him marshalling earlier as well.
Yeah?
Yeah. He's picks the car up and
just like twists it and twists it back.
Untwists the wreckage of the car and just fixes it with his bare hands.
You seem to have bent your chassis. Oh, I fixed it for you.
like a chiropractor.
Yeah.
Why don't you join?
Turn on muscles.
Yeah.
Why don't you join the EFRA broadcast channel? You can see it on the left of your screen right now. It's a QR code. It's a Facebook Messenger service, actually, but what it will do is pop into your pocket a message pushing through the results of the last final and all the other updates that you might want to get. But it's the best way, if you're on the go, to keep up to date with what's happening at this event and all future EFRA 1/8 Buggy events, be they Nitro, e-Buggy, B Euros 40 plus. I think that covers it. Yes, those events, you'll find out about them by joining the broadcast channel. It's a great way to keep up to date. And there's broadcast channels for all of the classes, all the sections of EFRA being started. So stay tuned. Be sure to follow EFRA on social media. It's RC Motorsport Europe. And you find them on Instagram and Facebook and even TikTok. RC Motorsport Europe. Have a look on TikTok. It's a good place. It's where all the kids go, apparently. Are you on TikTok? You are. You're quite a successful TikToker, aren't you, Keenan?
I wouldn't
doing
call
all
it
the dances and the fashion advice and makeup tutorials and stuff like that.
I was watching your Instagram account growing by thousands whilst you were in Portugal. It was like you hit 10,000 and then like 14,000 within 48 hours. Something ridiculous. You just like
that was from that one video. One little. You never know what's going to go viral.
Yeah,
but slow it down now. So I'm trying to get to that 20,000. Yeah, that 20,000 follower thing. So I need 2,300, I think now. And then
how do people find you then? Let's get some more today. Let's get some more today. The No Name RC podcast.
You can go there on YouTube. Please hit that like, sub, and notification button. We have countless hours of geeking out on RC. And then you can look up all of our socials, No Name RC Podcast, TikTok, Facebook, and Instagram. The reels, I love the short reels, that quick. You never know. Like, one of my most successful reels is 2 laps of Little Bump and a very rich car going around a track. I'm like, I don't know why that went viral, but it did. Semi-viral.
That's not Pekka Wyberg, by the way.
That's Kristen Villard right there.
A bit of a Danny DeVito about. No, not Danny DeVito. I'll leave you to the race. So.
Who is saying release the cars? Is it Javier?
Not that time, but he has been giving instructions over his headset.
Okay. Somebody got it wrong right on the first corner.
Yeah.
I don't know who that was, but car number 1 got up to a beautiful start. I think that's number 1.
Lead.
That is.
Running the July 4th scheme from the U.S., looks like.
I mean, he is just completely pulled away from the entire grid. There's
that's a nasty pileup. That's a bad pileup.
I have not seen a pileup like that in a long time.
Yeah.
Oh wow. So Bugalo out front by quite a lot. Let's see how much of a lead he has on everybody.
Mr. Muscles Hayden Ball is in second.
He's got a 4.5 second lead already on Darren Hayden Ball.
Jeez.
Darren Hayden Ball in 8th. Yeah. They
Sam
got
in the chat saying go Muscles.
Yes. So Darren Hayden Ball came all the way from 8th to 2nd. So it was definitely a big pileup on the start that we missed somewhere, and he took advantage of that. And we have Jan Diesler asking how many Mayako cars. I don't know, but there's quite a few from Spain.
I'll check that out.
But
I'll provide an update in a moment.
There we go. All right, so I think this is our battle for 2nd, 3rd, 4th right there. And then not too far behind them is 5th and 6th. And they're actually starting to catch up a little bit to first spot of Bugalo. So that's Darren Hayden Ball in that pink car, it should be.
I count 6 Mayako cars, so I might have miscounted, but there's at least 6.
It's car number. What car number is that?
That's a
that's
5.
8. Frank, is it 8?
It's
5?
8 and 5. So this is our battle for 2nd, 3rd, 4th.
Okay. So there's Hayden Ball behind him, I want to say.
No, Hayden Ball is the lead. The pink with the yellow.
Okay, so it's the pink ball. I believe he's an associated driver, if I'm not mistaken. I've seen him in associated shirts before. I'm not sure if he's still driving associated. I'm sure the chat will let me know, but You know who's out front and not looking back? David Bugallo has a 6.2 second lead over second place here. And we are just 3 minutes into this race.
It looks like it's clear track ahead of Darren's pink car there, but it's not. The leader is somewhere way out there. You can see him just there. There's a lead. That's what 6 seconds.
But I mean, Darren can't make a mistake because there's third and fourth, and then not too far behind is fifth and sixth. And if I remember yesterday, marshalling was not the fastest at this track in certain spots. It is a humongous track. It is huge.
And it's also very, very loose off the racing line, as we've been saying. So, the marshals might slip and, whatever. It's not, it's not like a sprint race start for some of these marshals in their various positions.
So someone asked, what time does the main final start? Well, according to this schedule, it says 4:30 Spanish time, 4:20. Yeah. So that's 6 hours ahead of me. So 4:20 would be 10 hours from now, roughly. Yeah, because it's 4:37. So okay, no, lefty, have another 6.
It's about 6 hours.
Yeah,
just
it will be
6 hours from now.
Yeah, so it'll be about 10:20 East Coast time. Yes, that sounds better. Sorry, 6 hours from now. You're absolutely right.
If you are watching this and you want to just keep an eye on things as they're progressing during the day, and you have to step away from the live video broadcasts, make sure to go to the EFRA broadcast channel on Facebook, and there's you can basically get text alerts to your Facebook Messenger account. And so if you do have to step out or pop away and do some racing or whatever you need to do yourself before you come back for the final race at 4:20 Central European time, just sign up for the EFRA broadcast channel.
Okay. Muscles Drives S-Works, says Brian Hall. I believe he used to run Associated. I've just seen pictures of him. I remember his muscles and having a tank top Associated shirt on. I have seen pictures of this man.
He ripped off that shirt with his bare hands and replaced it with an S-Works shirt.
All right, so here's our leader, the 40-plus driver, David Bugallo, showing that 40-plus. I'm assuming he's a veteran. He might have been into this for some time. He might have just got into it 2 years ago. But definitely driving of a man of 40-plus stature, because he is driving very smart, maintaining that lead. Now it's only 4.2 seconds, but so far he's led. Yes, he is, ever so slightly. 14 minutes now, we'll start seeing some rounds of pit stops here, I assume. Oh, he is flirting with disaster with his curbs. That is for sure. Car number 1 of the Spaniard, David Bugallo. Bugallo. I'm sure that's how you say it. Somebody will correct me. Cross loop he goes. That's a 48.6 for David. That lead now 4.1 seconds, as it looks like Darren Hayden Ball had a long lap. He's now dropped down to 4th on our scoring. So he must have had a crash.
Pit stops add about 8 or 9 seconds, so it could have been that.
Wasn't that long. It was 49.5. No, it might have been before that. Is this show the worst?
It must have been the lap before that.
Now
we are in that pit stop zone, sort of.
Yes, we are. Man, let's see it. We're gonna have a pit stop right now of our second place car, the fifth car number 5 of Pablo Ortuño. And Pablo is out. And that is an Agama, if I'm not mistaken. Nope, I could be wrong. Maybe. Nope, not an Agama. I do apologize. Our running order: David Gallo, Pablo Ortuño, Jules Throughout, and Darren Hayden-Ball. Your 4 bumper-uppers. Guillermo Carrasco is 4 seconds back of Darren Hayden-Ball, and Javier Leon in 6. He's 2.5 back. So 11 minutes and 55 seconds left to go in this race, and anything can happen. But right now, David Bugallo is out front, and he has led this race from the start. But we are currently following our second-place driver of Pablo Ortuño, who has cut that lead down to 2.5 seconds. So now he has number 2 in his sights. And he is going to make a charge because he is looking very rapid at the moment. He is on the hunt as he chases down car number 2. But he does not need to finish first, but maybe he wants that one extra spot on the starting grid. As we are currently following Ortuño as he tries to chase down car number 1 of David Bugallo. He doesn't really have anybody pressuring him at the moment, so he doesn't really have to push it. He doesn't have to block. He can just put his head down, click off some laps, and chase down number 2 safely. But there's car number, I want to assume that's car number 9 of Jules, a junior, trying to chase him down as well. They were separated by 1.9 seconds when they went across the loop earlier, so I think it's a little closer than that now as we see that car coming into shot, assuming that is the third place car, and I'm pretty sure that it is. I have no idea what this guy Otis is talking about.
I have no idea. Ooh, car 4 has a stop and go, but that's Laurent from 8th position.
Oh, so Sam says that Darren does 1 stoppers, so you'll see. We shall see. But here's our leader. Our number 1, that's a great shot of David.
He would have just pitted then if he's doing a 1 stop, or he's about to pit. I'll keep an eye on his lap time and see if he's... Oh, here he is now on camera. I think, yes, that's the 8 car. Ooh, Diego just did a 46 from 5th position.
Oh, yeah, he did.
1 second behind Darren.
He is, so Darren can't relax too much. Here's Darren.
Not pitting
that was a good lap for him, a 47.6 from Darren just now. That's his fastest lap of the race. He has stretched that lead out to 6.7 seconds over Diego now. This is our last. This is the last stop. Sorry, this is the last bump up spot with 8 minutes and 50 seconds left to go in this race.
I'm going to guess that Darren has already pitted because he's going to be coming up on 12 minutes runtime.
He's already pitted. It's hard because we don't have we're not there. We can't see who's pitting.
Yeah.
So it's a little bit difficult.
Unless he's Adam Drake running a 12-minute.
Yeah. As you can see that the line is starting to draw out and get a little bit bigger as these guys start pushing more of that dust out to the sides. I think this is about as wide as we're going to see the racing line, as about as wide as it was yesterday. But with no watering, it's going to be interesting to see how it all develops. But our running order is David Bugallo, Pablo Ortuño, Jules Throughout, and Darren Hayden-Bell, who are currently following, who is in the last bump-up spot. And behind him is Diego Rivas, who's now 6.2 seconds back. So Darren, quite comfortable in 4th, but not too comfortable. He cannot make any drastic mistakes. Or any mistakes. Just keep it calm. 7 minutes, 42 seconds left to go in this race.
Let's keep it clean, Keenan. Keep it clean.
Keep it
clean. Keep it clean.
That's what everybody else is doing. I mean, in front of him so far. So somebody having some problems, as you see a mechanic running all the way, running out to pick up a dead car.
7,
A little bit of a stutter there. They're looking quite comfortable out there. Hello, Alex. Not sure which Alex that is, but good to see you.
2nd,
That could be my buddy Alex Candido, who knows nothing about RC, or somebody else.
11,
He does live in the UK, though. We are back on our leader, Bugalo, and we are following somebody in for fuel. Obviously, it's our last round of fuel stops.
7.
Techno.
Anapoliotakis.
Yellow and white car that we're now following.
That is, I want to say the 3.
Looks like 3. Which is Diego Rivas. So this is our 5th spot car. Who's trying to get up into.
That is terrible.
I missed it.
Did you see that? In the pit lane, he crashed in the pit lane so bad that the front right wheel was at an angle you do not want to see. And that was our car number 7 of Anapoliotakis. That was, I've never actually seen a car actually brake in the pit lane.
All right, 5 minutes and 39 seconds left to go. And this is young Diego Rivas, who's trying to chase down Darren Hayden Ball. So Darren Hayden is now in 3rd, as it looks like Jules Walt might have came in for some fuel. Yep, he had a 56.9. So Jules came in for fuel. And that's going to drop him down to 4th. And this young man, is trying to catch up to Jules now in this car, this yellow and white car, number 3. Let's see what the gap is between these two guys two racers when they come, and he comes by 4.9 seconds. So he is chipping away, but with just under 5 minutes left to go, let's see if Rivas. Ooh, I bet you that will happen. I bet you that's a result of that breakage in the pit lane. That warning.
Yeah.
This is your 1/16 B final. We're on to the 1/8 final. Don't go anywhere. The quarterfinals, semifinals, last chance qualifier, junior main, and 40+ main all to come before we get into our 45-minute A final to crown a new Euro B champion. Wouldn't it be something for a Spanish driver to win it in Spain?
It's a pretty good chance.
I would say so.
I mean, of the 4,
I wouldn't bet against those odds.
Yeah.
We hope you guys are enjoying the coverage brought to you by RC Racing TV. Don't forget to smash that like, sub, and notification button. Also, a big shout out to A-Car, the Boots on the Ground Spanish Federation, doing their own broadcast in Spanish, and we're just restreaming it to the RC Racing TV, a multinational, multi-continent, multi-country production going on here. Frank and Matt are in the UK in studio. And then, of course, the Spanish guys are obviously in Spain. And then we have Stefan doing overlays. And, of course, I'm over here on the west coast, west side of the world from the Dominican Republic, East Coast time. Oh, Alex, I know who this is. Ooh, we got the Emperor of Everything in her. It's Miklos' mate. Miklos the Great. I've never met Miklos, but he's a big supporter of the podcast, and everybody seems to know Miklos. And we have the BRCA 10th scale chairman, the Emperor of Everything, Martin Owen, in the chat. Who I'm former U.S. G.I. Joe U.S. flag owner, so I'm extremely jealous of him.
We actually have the 4th and 5th place very close now. 0.4 seconds apart. I think this is Hayden Ball just leading. Yeah, this is 4th and 5th battle.
Yeah, so we got a race on our hands, and I wonder if that is Jules throughout right in front of him.
Let's see. Possibly, I think so.
Yes.
No, this is. We got a tight. That's a successful pass there. Yeah.
Oh, Darren.
Oh, he lets him go. He bumps him, but lets him go. This is going to be a very important final 2 minutes.
And number 3, third place, Jules, he cannot relax. If he makes a mistake, these two guys buy him. The third just going up to the back check. So Darren trying to put the pressure on the young. So we have a veteran racer versus a young racer. That's Diego Rivas in that yellow and white car. Junior from Spain who just took over that 4th spot and final bump spot. And Darren from the UK driving the S-Works, trying to get that spot back. He's got just over 1 minute to go.
It's about 2 laps.
And there just in front of him is actually the 3rd place car who can't afford to make any mistakes as well.
He's gapping Darren.
He is. He had a little bit more pace than Darren, but he still needs to hold it together for 1 more lap. Maybe 2, maybe a lap and a half. This is a humongous track. It's very deceiving. It doesn't look as big as the lap times say it is, but once I saw that video from Mark Rumble yesterday, I was like, it's pretty big. Oh, did we go into time?
There's a replay of the pass. There's a replay of the pass. Yeah. And now we're back to real time.
Back in time.
Yeah. But Darren's a little closer now. I think maybe
they're gonna get 1 more lap. Oh, Darren made a mistake just now. He got caught up on that the curb of doom.
If he's able to pass in the next few seconds, he has 1 more lap. Okay, he's just passed. Time has just expired as Darren was going down the main straight, but he's too far behind to
something happened. He's way behind now.
Yeah. So here's our leader.
But here's our leader who had no problem. So it looks like Bugalo, who is going to lead this from absolute lights to flags, barring any issues, because I think that's car number 2. I think that's 2nd spot right behind him as he's going to come across the line. He's going to breathe easy as he almost lost that because the gap was only 0.8 of a second. So Bugalo goes into that next 1/8 round. He can hold his head high. He's going to start in that 9th position. He wins this race. Great confidence booster going into the next set of mains. So as we're getting to the upper echelons of this racing, we're seeing some better racing, some better battles out there. So that's good to see. Unfortunate for Darren Hayden Ball, who was very fast all race and just relinquishing that last bump up spot at the end of the day and giving it to the young Diego Rivas from Spain. So, and somebody's car is idling extremely well right there. That Mugen.
Yeah, that's a great sounding engine. So next up is the 1/8 finals. So same again. Another 20-minute race, or a pair of 20-minute races with 4 drivers to bump up into the quarterfinals. There's our finishing order.
Well, the 1/8B Euros is all about the future, creating new stars, creating new drivers of the future. There's one young driver there, which is fantastic to see. But let's take a trip down memory lane. And let's have a look at a few important moments from this class of racing in the past.
Probably that previous thing, so that's interesting. But it gives Broom for a great bit of the lead. But he's got to get it over the line and he's got to take the victory as he runs. And Bloomfield is the European champion, the first British European champion.
Yeah, it's unbelievable. I can't explain it.
And he'll take the win. One more corner, and it's a win for Ronnevald. What a fantastic performance. You cannot write that.
David Ronefalk, Kyosho Orion for Sweden, for Scandinavia. David Ronefalk wins the European Championship. Line here, Elliot Fuchs is your European champion because he's the only person who will make this lap with 2 seconds to go. But this is a real lap of honour for Elliot. The only person, Elliot will win the European Championship. Elliot has won the European Championship.
It was a tough race with the heat as well. Yeah, I'm just a bit speechless at the minute. It's a bit overwhelming.
2 corners to go. Boots got them. Boots is champion. Boots takes it. Wow, what an amazing performance from Elliot Boots. That is remarkable. If he completes this lap, he will be the European champion because no one else will be on the last lap. So this is going to be a lap of honour. When he crosses this line, that is your European champion. He's on a lap of honour. He knows he is. He's done it. He's spreading his wings and looks like he's going to become European champion in his hometown or his home country with a class which is the premier class in the world. Over the last time for the flag, corner 2, up and down the useless bumps. Burton now just needs to keep it on the island, but it's more easily said than done when the pressure of the world and the chance of a European championship is on your shoulders. Ronefalk coming up behind him. Can he do it? Can Ronefalk just throw it? Caution to the wind. He's getting so close. They are right behind each other. Ronefalk's got 2 corners to do it. Can he do it? The step up, step down. It's going to be difficult. Burton turns around. Burton's going to get it. Any of the mate. Burton comes around. Burton is good. Burton is the European champion. What a result. What a race. You will never see a better race than that in mixed conditions. He's come back with a new chassis. He's come back with a new engine. He's come back with a new package. He's come back as a new David Ronefalk. He's come back as your new European champion. 3-time winner David Ronefalk takes the Euros in fantastic style.
Yes, I still know how to win, I guess.
You know, some of the finals are epic. Some of the finals are pretty straightforward and a bit more pedestrian, but Nick always makes them sound. It always makes them sound exciting.
Some epic moments there, though.
Lefty, you're muted.
Really great racing.
I would say it sounds like pre-COVID that Nick was super excited when they won, and then after COVID, it kind of calmed down a bit. It was like, and then after, like, David Ronefalk wins.
Yeah, but that final was not as exciting. I mean, it was great to see Ronefalk win. It was obviously great for Joseph as well to get that first win.
Maybe it wasn't exciting for you guys. It was exciting for me. I was calling that race.
Yeah, I mean, but he ran away with it though, didn't he? Pretty much. Yeah.
I tell you what was exciting, and which really leaves me speechless, was the World's final, and I couldn't even talk during that.
Yeah.
Frank, statistician Frank, we've been asked how many Coyotes are competing. Probably quite a lot.
I've just been looking at that. There's about a dozen. So not a
baker's
huge
dozen
number.
Or a baker's dozen?
Yeah, a baker's dozen. I ate one, so there's a dozen.
Right.
Because that's what a baker's dozen is.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I didn't know the history of that phrase.
Yeah. Baker's dozen is 13.
Is it?
Yeah.
And what's a dirty dozen?
Those are the specialists that go in and kill all the bad guys.
Ah, cool.
Yeah.
Okay, fair enough. So it's about 13 then?
Yeah, 12 or 13.
12 or 13.
Yeah.
Does that mean Kyosho's still going strong in Europe?
In France.
Right, in France, yes, of course. Well represented there.
Starting to grow back in America too.
Really?
More and more Coyotes at races. More of a presence. So I'm sure there'll be a decent sized presence at the race Wicked Weekend that I go to at the end of this month. Good morning, Graham Wright. And welcome to the chat. Thank you for joining us. Are you a RC Racing TV hero? If you are, you get Machado.
Yeah, he's not.
He's not. He doesn't have the cool logo next to his name. Only the cool guys have the cool
If it's
logos.
highlighted in green, their username, then they are a hero, and they get special treatment from this guy. So, we'll see if any more crop up, then this guy comes out.
Was you there when he bought that, Frank? And you probably agreed, yeah, that's a good idea. We should have a megaphone on. Little did you know that it would...
That's exactly the tone of voice I use, Aiden.
Great idea, Matt.
No, Frank's like, I guess. Could be okay. And then I know that's a seal of approval. That's a goer.
Well, originally it was meant to hide the silver cord there. That's you can see, and yeah, see now. So move it this way. There, see now that's what it's meant to do.
Yeah,
and then it's like, oh, here's a thing I can shout in.
I love it. This is great. This is cool. This is very good. You're watching the EFRA Nitro, 1/8 Nitro B European Championships coming to you live from Sachs. Moving pictures from trackside brought to you by ACAR TV. Thank you very much to those guys. And we are watching on from our own studios here in the UK and Lefty over in the DR. And it's amazing to have all of this come together. And we could just, sit back and have fun, shout into our megaphones and watch some cool racing action. Speaking of which, it's time to go racing again.
Yeah. The 1/8.
Oh.
So,
exactly. Carlos Martinez, Jose Salas, Aaron Labarth, David Bento, Thomas Cavanito, Ruben Oliveras, Tom Mita, Dan Robin, who we think is either brother of...
Yeah.
Brother of Tom Robin, Luis Messi, Holger Leike, Anton Brule, and Ilian Fernandez. So we've seen multiple bumper uppers, like people doing 2 bumps. Maybe we'll see some of these drivers from the rear come up and make a challenge and bump up again because they've had some time on the track. Let's see how it goes, as it looks like that's car number 1 and 2. We got up to a start. There's 3, 4. Let's see. This is a very nice car. Car number 1 of Carlos Martinez. Very well coordinated. Jose Salas right behind him.
We do have a double bump up in this one. Luis Messi from France, bumping up twice already today. So this is 3rd race.
Mm-hmm. Carlos is a Mayako driver. I can tell by his wing skin. Ooh, and Jose Salas just taps that wing really hard.
Yeah.
Ooh, these guys are single file somewhat. That is a lot of cars chasing on number 1. So there's 1 in the yellow wheels, car number 2, and then you'll see 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So no mistakes can be made by Carlos at the moment because he will drop like a stone in the Dead Sea. One minute and 30 seconds down, and we are currently following our 1st and 2nd place drivers of Carlos Martinez and Jose Salas, but right behind them is Erwin Labarth, Thomas Cavanito, and David Bento. Let's see where our bumper uppers are doing. Looks like Luis Mess is up to the 8th position from 9th. So he's going to be looking to put his head down and clock off some fast laps and try to get up and bump to live another day. There's 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th. Looks like 6th and 7th gotten a little bit of a kerfuffle on that 180. Oh, Dan Robin got a stop and go for bad driving. One of these cars, car number 8. Nope, that's... So, our eagle-eyed referee, Stetson, dishing out the penalties. He has been a busy guy this weekend. Ooh, I think that's car number 2 who just rode it over. That's going to allow Erwin Labarth, car number 3, by. This bodes well for Martinez, who is out in front. As we get cleared up, there's our leader.
That's Labarth in car 3.
Sorry, that's car 3. That's third spot. That's Aaron Labarth, who might be in second now, actually. Let's see.
I think he is, yes.
So, yep. As Jose Salas is actually dropped down to 6th after that mistake. 16:40 left to go in this race.
Wow, Messe and Holger from the 9th and 10th positions bumping up are now in the 5th and 6th spot.
Oh, really? Nice. So we might see a good race. We see them bump up again. I wouldn't be upset to see young Holger bump up again. But right now, we're currently following Aaron Labarth from Switzerland. He's currently running in second. We're trying to not chase. Let's see what the gap is. He has a 4.2 gap to make off, but now stretched out to 5.4. Thomas Cavanato is 2.9 back of him, and David Benton 6/10 back. Louis Messi is actually on a tear, as he is now 0.5 of a second out of that bump spot. Incredible. That track time is paying dividends for the Frenchman.
Yep, 3rd, 4th, 5th, very close together on track. Just a second covering them all.
We are back on tap with our leader, car number 1 of Carlos Martinez, who actually has a very good lead. Clean air in front of him, clean air to the rear of him, as he now comes across the line, and that was a 47.5. He has the fastest lap so far of this race with a 46.6. Carlos got some pace and showing it off right now, and I believe that is a Mayako. Looks like a Mayako wingskin on the back. And he's running an antenna tube, which I think is mandatory by Mayako driver. I think it's part of the membership. All right, so now let's see who we are on board with. We have this lime green. Our number 5, that is Thomas Cavanato, the Italian, who has Louis Messi right behind him.
Yeah, this is 3rd, 4th, 5th right here.
And there's Holger not too far back. So this is the battle that's heating up, because that's our final bump spot, the Italian in that lime green car. And right behind him is Louis Messi and Tony Mita and Holger Leike, one of our other bumper uppers. Not too far back. You'll see Holger just coming into shot. So Cavanato is being hounded by the French Louis Messi, who will make it 3 bump ups if he can do this. I mean, he is absolutely on the rails. 14 minutes left to go in this race. Pit stops coming up soon. We have seen the pit stops lately in races are winning races and making a difference. Carlos Martinez in first, Erwin Labarth in second, David Bento third, Thomas Cavanato in 4th. That's who we're currently following, Cavanato and Louis Messi. As Messi peels off for fuel, so he's going to drop back a little bit, but Cavanato is going to have to come in again. He might come in this lap. Let's hopefully we stay on him to see how it all shakes out. As he makes his way up on the back triple. Slight elevation on this track. Not too ostentatious like we see at some of the other European tracks. The Buggy Arena, Redavon come to mind. Buggy Land. Let's see your Holger. Unfortunately, dropping down to 8th. Holger doesn't look like he came in for fuel yet. He could have missed that. Let's see. Does this car come in for fuel? Yes, he does. So he's peeling off of some fuel. Let's see how it all shakes out for Louis Messi. Oh, he's right on the beginning. Ooh, that was so close. That was very close to being disastrous for... Ooh, I think that's Messi who came out... Our number 5 has done something. All right. So I need this all to shake out so I can see how it's running. for 4th and 5th. But this guy has no problem because he is out front and has a 6.8 second lead up on 2nd. So his car looks great. He's dialed in. Oh,
car 5 and another car have stop-go penalties.
Car number 4 and car number 5. And they're both in 3rd and 4th. They both have stop and go. They are going to be out of contention, and that's going to put Antoine Brulé and we'll see. Luis Mess is in 5th. David Benito is going to have to do the stop and go.
This is a replay. This is a replay. Yeah.
This is a replay.
Way too fast, I think.
Oh, wow. So that is going to... Those guys were actually in bump spots. So now they are not.
5 has already done his stop-go, I think. He's way back. Yeah, 59-second lap.
Yeah. David looks like Benito might have a stop and go right after his fuel stop. So that's a double whammy for him.
And this is...
Oh, yeah, there we go.
I'm not sure if that's...
So, Luis Mess has now moved up to that 3rd spot. Wow. David
He's going to have about an hour of runtime just on his car in the sub-finals.
He's going to have all the runtime.
And just for clarification, the chassis are marked. So, the chassis, I'm not sure about the wings, but the chassis, I think the engines maybe? But the chassis are marked, so you have to run. It's not like he can just use someone else's car if his car is getting worn out during the day's racing. He has to use his car's chassis. But there's nothing saying. I believe there's nothing saying that you can't just swap like an entire front end or rear end over from someone else's car.
Yeah. Crunchy. My wife is still asleep. I made my own coffee. Good morning, GW Racing. Are all the marshals paid, James? Nope, they are just racers. When you race in Europe, they provide you with, you can provide your own. A lot of people have their own high-vis vests, but everybody has high-vis vests. They just leave them there at wherever their turn marshal and hand them over to the next turn marshal. You cannot turn marshal without a high-vis vest.
The clubs these days all have high-vis vests for the marshals, and if you're a photographer or someone working out on the track doing a track repair during the racing, they're wearing high-vis vests. It's all there's certain levels of safety that need to be minded.
This is actually I actually think this is something that needs to be enforced in the USA because high-vis vests make a big difference when you're a driver and driver safety. But a lot of people actually have their own high-vis vests with their sponsors on them and stuff like that as well. So
the pro dudes.
All right, 8 minutes and 50 seconds left to go. We are currently following car number
9.
I should know who this is.
I think this is Messi.
But Luis Messi is up in second.
This is my new favorite racer for today. I swear this is his 4th race. He's done amazingly well, and then really benefited from 2 of the cars that are ahead of him in the bump-up spots, given stop-go penalties for just basically driving too fast in the pit lane.
Absolutely. You know who's also now in position is Elian Fernandez, who was in 12th. He's now up to 5th, and he is 1.9 seconds back of Tony Mida, who's in that 4th and final bump-up spot. So we have a battle brewing for that bump-up spot back there, but we will see another round of pit stops for these drivers. Carlos Martinez. No idea what happened to Carlos Martinez. Oh, I just saw that. He's being scored down in 12th, but he should still be out front.
Is that a bad transponder?
Oh, he looks like he flamed out because he has a 1 minute and 1 second lap, so he might have flamed out somewhere. Oh, no.
Am I misremembering something? Because I'm sure we've seen the number 1 car driving around. Haven't we? In this race?
We did, but apparently he broke off of... I do not know.
Okay,
might
just
have
only
broken.
one lap ago. So yeah, I'm just looking at the gap instead of the laps. So that would have been within the last minute or so, minute or two.
Something happened to Martinez. So it looks like he broke because he's not back on the track.
Yeah, that Messe, that's another benefit from Messe. So he's moved up 3 positions.
Wow, he's in second.
Yeah.
Dan Robin, after that stop and go, is now in third. Incredible.
Yeah.
And Holger Likey is in fifth.
2.6 down from Olivares, so some work to do there, but there's still 6.5 minutes left. Anything can happen, as we've seen in this race.
What's up, Lance? I've been up early for the last couple of days. You getting ready for our races coming up. You're up early. You're dreaming of your broadcast trailer. That's what you are. They pulled him off after a crash. Okay, so he probably broke something. Unfortunate for our leader because he was absolutely flying. But he is not on HP. It's been a while. There is some. So unfortunate.
Yeah.
Thank you for the update.
There's a handful of HPs out on track.
Right now, it says that Laberniff is still up front. So this now is car number 3, who's our leader. Our broadcast trailer. But your start does look very cool. I would love to get some of that nice shelving that you put up in there. Good job, Lance. You're up early. You was up late last night. I saw the chat this morning when I woke up. Lance McDonald, good friend of mine over in the Southeast. I'll see him Tuesday evening when I make my way up to Lake City, which is going to be a 6-hour drive from Miami. Yeah, I like
Watch
that
out
too,
for those
Crunchy.
alligators.
Oh, they're everywhere.
Ooh, that's another very quick entrance into the pit lane. So we've seen penalties for that.
Car number 6, Ruben Olivares, who's currently scored in 4th. Tony Mita. The battle right now is actually between Tony Mita and Holger Likey, who are in that 4th and final bump-up spot. And they are separated by 2.6 seconds. So with 4 minutes and 30 seconds left to go, I'm hoping that we drop back. Is this Holger right here? That's Holger. That's his car. So, oh man, I'm confused. Trying to listen to Stetson. Let's see how it all shakes out. Okay, so Holger is now into 5th. He is 2.9 seconds back of that bump spot. And car number 3, or car number 8? Oh, man. I've been lost. After I lost the leader, I've been lost.
What are we trying to figure out?
Yeah, we're trying to figure out what's going on. So this orange car is car number 6. That is currently, okay, so that is our 4th spot. Good job, cameraman. And there's Holger Like just coming into the shot, that Agama N1, that dark colored Agama N1 yellow. That is 5th right behind him. So this is the battle for the final bump up spot. I do apologize, everybody. We had to catch ourselves there. And there goes Ruben Olivares. They are separated by 3.2 seconds with 3 minutes and 15 seconds left to go. Can Holger make it a double bump? And Lewis Messi's on his way to his 3rd bump spot. Just as I say that, here's our leader. And right behind him is a lap car who was once in a bump spot too, but got a stop and go. Cavanato. Here's our leader, Erwin Labarte from Switzerland. Up and over the double he goes. Across the line. It's a 48-1. It's got 2 minutes and 42 seconds left to go, and he has checked his way into that quarterfinal A. Holger trying to get there. Let's see. It's going to be close. 2.9 seconds. So Holger is making some inroads. They both threw down 47 second laps just now, but Holger was slightly faster. If I'm following the 4th place battle on the scoring. We are watching our leader out front right now. which is the car number 3 of Erwin Labarthe. Luis Messi in second. Dan Robin overcoming that stop and go he had earlier, now up to third. And Ruben Oliveras is in fourth, who's trying to fend off a very hard charging Holger Leike, who's looking to bump up one more time. Ooh, so car number 7, who's right behind Holger, is actually getting a warning from our we don't need to mic him up. He's already mic'd up. So
he doesn't need a mic. He just penetrates your brain with his penalties. I was trying to catch the car number of what he was saying there, but I was just noticing that the cars 4 and 5 who had the sort of mid-race stop and go penalty for basically driving too fast in the pit lane, they've never recovered from that stop and go. They're running 10th and 11th.
No, but Dan Robin did. This is Frank McKinney, Lance. He is from the Texas originally, but has
from the Texas,
now lived, lived many years over in the UK and works with RC Racing TV. I've had the pleasure of working with him, working alongside of him. He can climb a ladder and carry multiple frosty beverages at one time, as he did. He was very much bringing us cold beverages at Redavon a couple years ago. Car number 3 getting a little bit squirrely. He has 33 seconds left to go. He's got one more lap to go. And then he will check his way into that one quarterfinal. So this was a race of penalties, Frank.
Yeah.
Penalties.
Lewis the legend. Almost the big winner here. Jeez. Dan Raban getting the penalties early on. Lewis benefiting from penalties and Martinez crashing out. Jeez. Lots and lots of action.
And it's not over because this is the battle for fourth. This is our fourth place driver of Ruben Oliveras, and Holger is making a charge. This is their last lap. Any mistake by Oliveras is going to be disastrous for him, as Holger is on it, but going to be a little bit too late because
this is a really busy infield section, though, so anything could happen here. One mistake can cost you easily a second or more, but Holger just there in that black car. But coming into the
Frank, I've been threatened. You've threatened my position. They're talking about replacing me at Elite RC production already. Jesus.
Hey, fly us out wherever you need, and
you're a bit busy already, if you don't mind.
Us, RCTV.
All right. Okay, fine. It's the races are getting a bit more. Like we started quite pedestrian this morning, didn't we?
Yeah, there were some. Yeah, pedestrian, I suppose, is the kindest word to say about it. Some of the races that we had earlier, they have definitely been picking up in pace and action as we get tighter and tighter, and the drivers, essentially get better and better, really. But yeah, it's getting pretty good. It's getting pretty good.
That was a race of penalties, and penalties decided that one.
Penalties are often quite common in this class.
Unfortunate.
Indeed. Well, thank you for watching along. It's great to watch all the comments building as well. We've had a fantastic turnout already, and we've got plenty of racing still to go. 1/8B final up next, but we'll just take a moment to thank our sponsors, and we'll be back right after this. scrubbing in those
Alrighty.
tyres on the pit lane there.
There we go. Frank must have went for a
we call it a natural break.
A natural break?
Yeah, a
Lance,
natural break.
Oh, nectar of the gods, coffee, the thing you don't like.
Lance doesn't like coffee. Wow.
No, I don't know how the man operates because he doesn't stop. He does not drink coffee, but he does not stop either. Like once he gets up, he doesn't stop.
Does he drink tea? Earl Grey tea?
Nope.
Something a bit more refined? No, just water.
Sweet tea.
Sweet tea. Oh, iced tea.
Did you? No, sweet tea. Different.
Something going on in the pit lane here.
Well, Javier's laying on the law of somebody.
Yeah.
Ooh, the stands are full.
We have some spectators joining for the main event. So we've obviously got the quarterfinals. Hello, what's going on here? Quarterfinals after this. They've got away now. Blimey. Okay. This is live, obviously. Quarterfinals up next. Then we have a break. Well, we have the semi-final practice. So the drivers who made it straight into... The drivers that made it straight... Who's practicing? Semi-final practice.
I think the 6 or the 12 drivers that qualified directly into the semis.
Got you, because they haven't driven for quite a long time.
No, not at all today.
Yeah, so they get to have a practice.
The bump-up drivers, obviously,
have driven
they'll be fine.
Yes. Who's our bump-up king? We have got
Lewis Messi.
Wow.
Lewis Messi, the legend, according to... He's been called a legend now by Frank.
Yeah.
The
legend.
Amazing.
Temperatures on Lance, I don't know, because nobody that's on this feed is actually there. So...
I'll
what's
see if I can
happening
find
is
out.
that
I'm sure someone has a temp gun. The air temperature is 25 degrees.
So that's what in Fahrenheit. 80 something. 85.
About 85, I would think.
Okay, so it's still cool. Not as hot as it can be yet. Is there anywhere where you can see the finals listing, please? Yes, you can go to everlaps.com, look up Euro B, and you can see all the results. And final results there. There's a lot of little drop-down menus that you have to use, and summaries and all that stuff, but it's all there. Oh, Carlos has got his good shirt on today.
Yeah.
Looks like a brand new EFRA shirt on today.
Finals day shirt. Look how that's been ironed recently. It's got a nice little sheen
it looks
to
like
it.
Just came right out of the package, to be honest.
Yeah.
Oh, that guy was eager. Number 10 just rammed the other side of the pit wall. So we did see the big accident in pit lane where the driver's car got broken. I missed it because I was looking at scoring. I see somebody commented. Nicholas is commenting about it. It
was a green car with white wheels. I think it was
that was a Techno.
Agrapio Toe. It was one of the Greek racers. Yeah.
I did get a 30-second replay of it, but I don't have the technology to bring that to you. James might be able to bring it to us, but yeah, I'm not sure.
But yeah, it was unfortunate. Here we go.
No, not that.
No, this is Javier telling the driver. I think, what they're doing is basically the first finals that we were seeing. Oh, not that one. We were seeing mechanics put the cars on in the countdown from 10. At 5 seconds and 3 seconds, I can't remember which, but the mechanics are supposed to put the cars on the ground, hands off. And the cars are not meant to move out of the starting box, but we were seeing mechanics not release the cars, not drop the cars like shoot off and then stop after moving out of the box, and then the time goes. So there were loads and loads of penalties in the early races. So it's kind of the usual thing that happens at these EFRA events, especially where drivers aren't used to racing at they might be maybe they're this is their first or second event at an EFRA event, and they're more used to club racing, and it's a bit more lax. So they were getting stop-and-go penalties or getting drive-through penalties, and that's become less and less as we've come through. But also partly because the drivers are being told very specifically and pointedly, as we see from the race director Javier there, this is how we must do the start procedure. This is the start procedure. Watch the flag when the flag lifts or when you hear the bell, that sort of thing. So they're being told very specifically what to do. We have clouds today. Look, see the clouds? Yesterday we
nice.
absolutely clear skies. And we had, but we still had lots and lots of rain and thunder just after the live coverage. And then we also had track watering this morning. No more track watering for the day. Track will be evolving, and tire choices will be becoming more and more and more ever important.
Hey, Lance, good for you. Thanks for popping in. Thank you for all that you do. I will see you in a couple days, good buddy. I will see you in a couple days. He has been feverishly building out our broadcast trailer over the last couple of days.
Oh, really?
Over there in city, yeah. We got a little RD. All right, so one side is his RD side, his RD booth with all his equipment, and then my side is a small studio to do the live stream. Because a lot of people think that I used to watch the race a lot when we could, like that wasn't on screen to see other things. But now after working with you guys, it's like it just in an area with 3 monitors. I have one monitor for watching the race, a monitor for scoring, and a monitor for the chat all on itself. So,
are you saying you become more professional after working with us?
Absolutely. Well, we always got to raise the bar and step up. Learn from everybody and develop. But definitely, you guys gave me my start, so wouldn't be here if it wasn't for you guys. And Nitro would. Forcing me into it. And we're off. This is our first 1/8 final Group B. So coming up to those quarterfinals, we have Chewy RC cheering on Billy Grindley, the young Brit running the WIRC car. And we have the mint green car out front of car number 2. Is that car number 2? Eagle Eye Frank?
It is.
Yes, it is.
It is. Followed by the 1.
That's Andre. That's João Figueiredo's good buddy. That's Andre. I know him pretty well. Who's now in 2nd. And that is the all-white car of...
2 getting sideways.
Oh, man. My... You know what? Now we have a true legend in the chat. True legend. My good friend, who named his child after the greatest adventurer to ever live, Albie Mangles. The Wing from Australia is in the house. What's up, Wing? How you doing? Hope you're all well. And we are on board with his all-white car of Quarantine Richard from France. Behind him is Andre Ferreira, Pablo Ortuño, and Billy Grindley up to 4th. So there you go, Chewy. Billy all the way up to that 4th spot.
Great
from
start.
6th. He wants to stay there. Matt, do you know who Albie Mangles is? Nope, Matt's
he's getting his ears back on.
Do I know who is?
Albie Mangles.
Albie Mangles. He's only the greatest adventurer to ever live and film it.
I know who Mrs. Mangle is from Neighbours.
I mean,
No.
Keep in mind, there's Edmund Hillary and Ranulph Fiennes, who are both very, very famous adventurers that are British.
They have nothing on the Australian Albie Mangles. Trust me.
It's like Crocodile Dundee.
He does look like Crocodile Dundee.
He was just, I don't know. He was like, I guess this
Dutch.
was 80s, 90s.
He's Dutch, and then moved to Australia.
Who, Albie Mangles?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Didn't know that.
I'm on his Wikipedia page.
Meanwhile,
I used to watch his stuff. Out front, we have the Quarantine Richard, and Andre Ferreira is still in 2nd in that mint green, but he has a plethora of cars behind him. Billy Grindley still in 4th with Ivan Gill, 2.7 seconds back. But the race I'll tell you what, the race for 2nd is very close because Pablo is 0.2 of a second back, and Billy Grindley is 0.4 of a second back of him. And Andre cannot relax. There's Andre in that mint green car, and there's third and fourth. Billy Grindley now moving up to that third spot. So Billy is on it. I love his colors. He's got Rasta colors. I love that. Red, gold, and green. The WIRC, I believe he drives with a Reds car as well. I mean, Reds engine. Hello,
So
Benito Corona.
Our
Yes,
man on the
Frank?
ground in the pits telling us, shot a question to Mark Rumble about the tire choices for at least his team for later in the day, considering that they're not going to be watering the track, and the track will be evolving. He's saying based on 6 Mick, there will be no big changes, will likely be a hard tire, small/medium pin, closed in pattern. And he mentions the 6 Mick scratch in red compound is specifically what he mentions. So yeah, interesting. Still
Interesting.
not looking to go to the bar.
Yeah, but I mean, even the compound hard, because they said
Yeah.
that it's polished out there and it's slippery, so you would want a softer compound.
Yeah.
Maybe the hard slides better. Maybe the softs grip too much and they have too much slide bite. Who knows?
Yeah, there's so many varieties of tires now, and with all the tread changes and the sizes of the lugs and the spacing and all that stuff, it can be very, very complex if you overthink it, I guess.
Lionel, he asked how many. Lionel asked how many directly to the A final. Nobody goes directly to the A final. Everybody has to still race into the semis.
Yep.
Lionel.
Yep. 6
Even the
drivers
DQ.
from each side of the Christmas tree, as we call it, go into the Semi A and the Semi B, and then there's 4 drivers that bump up.
So we just saw Andres get it wrong, and Billy Grindley is now in second and looking to chase down Quarantine Pen Billy Grindley, who's got some excellent pace. Let's see what type of lap times he's throwing out. That's a 48.9 for Billy that time around. He's going to set his head down and try to chase down Quarantine, who's currently 5.3 seconds ahead of him. Andreas falls all the way down to fourth. We are currently on board with car number 4, the WIRC of the young lad from the UK, Billy Grindley.
Car 6 is Billy. This is Billy.
Car
It's car
6.
6. Yeah.
Yes.
Well, our mate Peter Harder is in this one. He's car 4, but he's not threatening to bump up just yet.
Small pin, Crunchy. Yep, small pins. What was the tire called? The Stacemic?
The Scratch. So you can go on
Scratch.
the 6 Mick website and look up what exactly that looks like. It is a small pin, fairly closely spaced.
Yeah. Morning, guys. Tire suppliers. Are drivers expected to bring their own tires, or do tire manufacturers come with a range that can be bought? Think of how many tires you need to pack to attend. I'm sure a lot of people come with their own tires. I'm pretty sure that there are tire vendors on site as well.
Yeah,
so.
there are on-site hobby shops. We saw in our pit walk yesterday from Mr. Rumble. There are various tire shops or model shops there. Obviously, the more tires that you can bring that hopefully will work, the better for you. Because then you don't have to rely on the tire supply at the track, which can probably get exhausted pretty quickly.
So we have our first rounds of pits coming in. We are currently following car number, I think this is Quarantine. You shall see. I will get to your questions there in a second. I'm just trying to see who we're following up. I think this is car number 1, Frank. Or 7?
This is 7.
No,
it looks like that upright.
That's car number 5. He's in 5th. Yep. Yes. So that's Ivan Gill. Techno, Lionel. Yeah. Iker Teles, Techno, and I think he drives hot race tires. I'm not sure. So here is our 5th spot, who's trying to chase down. No, that's actually 6th. Ivan Gill. Andre Cariola is now up into 5th. He is 2.3 seconds back of Andre Faria. I have 2 mouses here. I'm getting confused. 12 minutes and 10 seconds left to go in this race, and we're currently looking at our 6th place driver. That is Ivan Gil.
12 minutes left.
But 6 is not good enough. He needs a 7. And that's Andre Feria now who's in front of him. So Ivan might be in 5th. In scoring, he's not showing to be in 5th. But, oh, I think this is all a big battle right here. Let's see how it all shakes out. So there's Andre, who's in 4th.
Yeah, Gil just moved up. Cairoli has dropped down, 4 places, 5 places. He has flamed, or he must have been run back to the pit. No, he's just crossed now.
No, he had a problem because he had a long lap. He had a 1 minute and 7 seconds. Might have flamed in pit lane. But currently, your top runners is Quarantine Richard, who's led from the start. Billy Grinley moving up from that 6th spot to 2nd. And you are currently watching, this is car number 4. That's the mint green is car number 3. And I assume that's Ivan, that's Jules Stawalt, who's one of our bumper uppers too, is a junior. I believe that is him. It is right behind Ivan Gill. So Ivan needs to get up and chase down that mint green car of Andres, but he also has to fend off a very hard charger. Peter Harder now moving up to that 6th spot, 1.8 seconds back of our 5th place leader right now. We had a word with Peter yesterday. He is the founder of the NXS or NXC race, I believe, they're in Denmark.
I believe it is. Yes.
Yep. They do a lot of great promoting for that race, to be honest, on online and whatnot. So, and here's Billy Grinley. And I think he has caught up to number 1 of Quarantine. I believe that's Quarantine in that all-white car.
It is, yes.
Yes. So we have a battle on our hands. We have a WIRC versus an Agama. And you know what, Frank? What's really good about these Euro Bs? It gives some spotlight to some of the lesser-known brands. I'm not saying that Agama is a lesser-known brand, but they are a well-known brand. But WIRC and Agama get some spotlight because there's some very fast racers and a lot of them, more than they probably would at a Euro B without having top racers in here.
Yeah.
So
yeah, no, I agree. And the brands and the drivers, of course, this is the Euro Bs meant for the junior and amateur sort of level of racers. Obviously, we see a lot of 40-plus racers here. They're going to have their own final later in the day. So it's a really good thing for the way the entire EFRA Euro B, Euro A setup is for the IC Buggy category, or the 1/8 Buggy category, because it includes the E-Buggy Championship as well.
Absolutely. But here's our battle for first. And Billy Grinley, a junior, I'm not sure about Quarantine, but we have a Gamma versus WIRC right here, and France versus the UK. And this is a good battle we have on our hands. And looking back, Pablo Ortuño is still in 3rd, and Andre Guerrera is in 4th. Ivan Gil is 2.3 seconds back. So there is a battle brewing for that last and that final bump up spot, but we have a great battle right here for first, as we see the Agama versus the WIRC car. Those guys driving very smart. Neither of them have to win this. They just have to finish in the top 4. But Billy wants it. Quarantine doesn't want to let it go. So we got a battle. I really like Billy's paint. I want him to do well just because of his paint job.
11, 12, 8 minutes left.
And the white wheels are so white, they look blue.
They do.
Oh, that was almost a pass there. You see how tight the racing line is. Even though Richard made a mistake there, he wasn't able to get past.
Yeah, but Billy's trying. He's having a little look. He's driving smart. He's getting on the brakes. Quarantine is just driving his line, keeping it tight on the pipe. And any little mistake, like right there, if Billy had just been a hair closer, he could have made that pass. So, but the smart thing is not to wreck. Even though they have an 8.4 second lead over third, they don't want to wreck each other. They don't want to break. They don't want to You know, they don't want to close that gap up because they're quite comfortable with 7 seconds left to go. I'm sure they're going to come in for a pit here, which should be soon, I assume. Hopefully we stay on them and watch and come into the pit. I would assume they both come in at the same time. Let's see. Are they going to peel away for some pits? Yep, there we go.
Both come in.
Oh.
Let's see them both in action.
Oh, that's better. I like that pit spot. I like that better. There we go.
So
Quarantine
no
out
change in
first.
position.
Billy right behind him. No change of position. They are good to go. And I think that might be Pablo Ortuño right behind them. Yep, because I think that is Andre. That means, nope, that's not. I cannot tell.
Yeah, I didn't catch the number either. We did have a question in the chat about what brand TQ'd overall. As
Techno.
far as a single brand, yeah, Techno, but we also had a Mugen also TQ'd one of the rounds, an Agama TQ'd a round, and an X-Ray TQ'd a round. So the brands themselves are really, really tight together. And as we know, you know, the evolution of all these cars has brought the development and the quality of the materials and the design and everything just very, very tight together. So there's very little difference in the actual overall performance of the brands. It's, you know, as we know, it comes down to, you know, the best brand to use comes down to part supply and who can provide you racing tips and stuff like that out at the tracks.
Yep. It was a great qualifying with 4 different TQs, and it came down to the final round. And the actual person that took the overall TQ was the Iker Tellez, who took the first round TQ in Q1. He threw down a very fast lap time, and nobody was able to repeat that or get close. He won by 5 or 6 seconds, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, that first round was the tiebreak because David Todd had finished with Iker on the same number of points, and that first round was the tie-breaking time, basically.
Absolutely. Well, right now we're watching. Yep, we're watching Yvonne Gill, who's in that the car right in front here with the blue and red car, and I think that's Kristen Villar right behind him. So they are battling out. I got to meet Kristen at the IBC this year. And we have a battle for the last and final bump up spot. That was very close. Is that Kristen? I cannot see the number.
That's 7. I think this is, 4th and 5th.
So that's 7 and 3. It should be 3 in the back. You'll see when they come across. Yeah, it's got to be them because they are so close. Yep, there we go. There is the battle for the final bump up spot with 4 minutes left to go. This is where all the excitement is, ladies and gentlemen, racers.
And just a second behind is 6th place racer Peter Harder, just waiting for them to slow each other up or crash into each other.
He's actually embroiled with a battle with Andre Fader. So, oh no!
Yeah.
Oh, I thought something happened to his car just now.
No, no, he just landed off the track and just basically turned in early, so he just waited. Okay. All good.
You know, Peter is about to come into the shot. There's Andres. No, Andres is now in 5th. Andres is actually pushing really hard right now. 3 minutes and 23 seconds left to go. That's what he needs to do if he wants to bump up to this next race. As Yvonne Gill is still out front. Kristen Villar is, in front of Kristen Villar. And Andre Guerrero is now 3.3 seconds back of these guys. So he's hoping that they make a mistake, get into each other. This Guerrero in that mint green car. 3 minutes left to go. These guys are Villar is trying to get by Ivan Gill, and Ivan Gill is actually slowing up Villar, and that's allowing Andre in that mint car and Peter Harder, who's not too far behind. Oh, Villar having a look on the outside, but not able to make it stick as they go around this 180 up and over that double. So Villar knows that he has to get by Yvonne. Yvonne trying to make that car as wide as possible and frustrate Christian.
He's doing a great job with that.
It looks like Andres has fallen back as he's trying to defend off a hard charging Dane and Peter Harder. But this is the battle right here. And then you can see the battle right behind him. Vilar trying to get by Ivan. But Ivan driving very smooth and collective. I don't know if I like to be. I think I like to do the chasing and not be the chaser.
Yeah, I think it's usually the easier thing because you have to be so on point, hitting every apex. Look at that! Oh man! And with the referees, both pairs of eyeballs on the referees, watching every move that's happening.
No, that's from those guys. The referees setting the standard from the very beginning of the race, right? So these drivers, as we up to some better drivers as well, they know that they just can't barrage their way through drivers.
Yeah. So. I was actually really skeptical about them not sweeping. Like the norm. Oh, that is almost a super clean. Oh, and now we got the mid-green car. Oh, now it's a four-way battle. Now it's a three-way. Oh, jeez. Now we're back to sort of situation normal as we had, but that's Peter actually now battling.
Peter now. So Andre had it all in his hands to take over the lead, but actually crashed into one of them. Yvonne Gill is still in fourth with Peter Harder right behind him. There's Andre. They're going to get one. This is going to be their last lap, I assume. Oh, that's car number 3. That is Quarantine, car number 1.
Mistake for making car 1, yeah.
That might have allowed Billy Grinley by, I think. But here's the battle, and look at that. There's Andre in that mint car. He knows he has got to be on. They might get one more lap, right? They just might get one more lap.
They might. But this is 4th and 5th, so now it's Peter Harder in 5th position, chasing hard on Gill. Oh! That's it! That's it! He nailed it!
What a beautiful pass! Oh,
and no call from the refs that I can hear.
I think that was clean. I think that was
pretty clean.
I don't know if car number 7 agrees with it, but
no, I don't know. You can see he's not even moving his car unless it's flamed out there.
He is not happy. That was okay. So here we go.
This is where it all started, and then there's where it finished. So great replays from the iCar team on site.
Wow.
So we might, I don't know if we're going to see any sort of protest or what would you even call that? I don't hear anything from the.
Greenlow takes the win, though. Well done, Billy Grinley taking the win, followed by Quarantine Richard, Pablo Artuña, and Peter Harder. Unofficial results for fourth just now.
Yeah, I think they missed the actual start of the jump on that.
So Peter Harder does bump up
at the moment.
Yeah,
at the moment.
Unofficial.
As we are aware at the moment.
So we'll see him again in the quarterfinal, which is before lunch, which is awesome.
I like that shirt. I do like that WIRC shirt.
That is cool, yeah. So we have a replay from earlier that we were looking for, the pit lane incident. James, are you going to cue it out? Okay, cool.
Here we go. So look, it was already broken, I think.
Really?
Because when he put it down,
we need to see that again.
When he put it down.
Can we see it slower?
So, look, it was.
I guarantee you, it might have not been broken. It might have been like he looked like he was on it, like throttling up. It probably might have been cracked, and then when he got like that wheel touched the ground, and just that jolt might have. But that wasn't that. Yeah, I don't know if that's the pit guy's fault.
No.
Oh, there'll be words. This is incredibly slow.
But look,
frame by frame.
But look at the angle of the tire already. See the angle?
Yeah.
It's already broken. And then he tapped it on the wall and then put it on the ground. And obviously that is just really just mangles it out of all position.
Yeah, that car was probably just. Yeah, I think it was broken previously. So.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Yeah. Chewy RC is saying, I think that car was broken. The annoying thing about YouTube is it puts a love heart over the text. And I can't.
Yeah.
There you go. It's coming there. It gets broken when it's picked up, not dropped. Okay. Fair enough. You heard it here first. So next up, we're going to get to see and have some interesting information from Carlos coming through. Of course, Louis Messi is going to be up next. He is
Louis the
bumped up
legend
from the 132, the 116, the 18, now in the quarterfinal A, which is next up. Can he bump up again? We better be keeping our eyes on this guy. If he makes the semi, oh my days,
wow.
That will be amazing. Another piece of information. So the guy, Tercero.
Yeah.
Which final was he in?
He won one of the early finals.
Okay, so his name means the third.
Yes.
So his name means the third, but he finishes second. So Carlos says that's quite confusing. The guy whose name is literally the third. The third's in second.
Yeah. It's like the pariente means
family.
The family of, and then there's a family called the Parientes. There's literally 3 of them there. So the family Pariente. La Familia Pariente. So, what?
Yeah.
Yeah, language is fun.
Language is fun.
There is no video of the cars coming in. So he's like, you need to find a clip of the video coming in. Out of our hands.
Out of our hands, unfortunately. But, yeah. That camera faces the wrong way for that.
Drink of choice today.
Sorry?
Frank, what's your energy drink choice today?
Yeah, what are we on? What are we on today?
Ultra Fiesta Mango.
Monster Energy.
Yes.
Which I wouldn't advise people to drink. But
No. But it tastes nice.
Some of them good. The tea's good.
Yeah. Okay, so Chewy RC is sure that they've seen a clip. I'm sure they saw it, so maybe it was caught on camera. We'll have a look, and what we'll do, how long have we got until? They haven't released the cars yet for the warm-up, have they?
A few minutes.
So we've got a few minutes. So
we can scrub back and maybe put a timestamp in the chat, or anyone can scrub back on the video itself.
Yeah, that's a good point. That is a good point.
And find the timestamp. I can't remember how many races ago that particular clip was from, though. It was at least
it's on the screen.
3.
Two races ago.
Yeah.
2 races ago.
All right, we will have a look, and we will be right back after this.
This is my motorsport.
I put everything into this.
It's given me so much more back.
The best friends.
The best moments.
The best skills.
And experiences.
I put hours into tuning the setup of my car.
From camber to toe.
To differential.
The shocks, tires.
Body and wing.
Adjusting everything in search of perfection.
Lap after lap after lap.
I practice endlessly on track.
And then it's time to race.
We are in for a barnstormer.
Wants to make he makes a move stick.
Ronald has a look down the inside, can't find a gap there.
What's it going to be? It's a race to the line, and Skidmore takes it. Killick gets a kick down the straight.
Oh, Walter's going for the lead.
Through for the third spot. It looks like Newman's got it.
Bruno gets the jump off the start, and Ronald Volker, it's all gone wrong for him.
Your European champion, Dario Balestre.
Racing at every level is hard.
And it doesn't always go your way.
Letting Newman. Newman's had a nightmare.
And that's figure 8, rolling
spot on the pony. Garo's over.
Ballestri's flamed out. They can stop. Krajcik is just gone. He's taken out the fence.
And he's got the cone of justice.
He's broken. Valkyrs is broken.
Sometimes you lose, but you'll never forget the important things you win.
I made the best friends through RC.
I joined a team through RC.
I traveled the world through RC.
I have a career through RC.
I have a business through RC.
I have a family through RC.
Together we race, and together we win.
Whoever you are,
You can race with us.
RC is the most accessible motorsport on the planet.
RC is my motorsport.
I put everything in.
it's giving me so much more back.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Quarterfinals. Nitro Buggy
Yes,
European
Hugo.
Championship B. Coming up next is the warm-up.
That
There's
car, that
Tom
HB is beautifully painted HB. There's Tom Rowan. He's pitting Dan Rowan.
Thank you for watching along. You just watched our RC is our motorsport clip. And
So
find that
Chewy
clip
has
on
found
YouTube
the,
and give it a share.
He has found it. Chewy has found it. 6:38 left in the 16B.
Oh, okay.
Chewy, eagle-eyed, he figured it out. Oh, there's two HBs in this heat. All right. Starting on 4 is Iago de la Iglesia, Gabriel Osterano, Maxim Noble, Alex Vallis, Bradley Beard, Dominic Nunn, Jack Willick, Sohia Azule, Aaron Labarte, Luis the Legend Messi, Dan Ruben, and Ruben Oliveras. There's a driver and trick. I don't think so. I think you pick your spot by according to where you qualify. So first gets to pick a spot, second, etc., etc., etc. And they are off. This is our first quarterfinal. One more quarterfinal, then we get into the top semis. And that's when it starts getting all serious, all types of serious. I'm not saying that it isn't serious now. No, you mean Fabrizi? Lionel, the Italian guy? No, I don't think he's here. He says, I think that orange HB is the guy from YouTube. I think you mean Fabrizi Tegahasi. I do. He is not here. Alrighty. So, we are currently on board with Iago de la Iglesia. That is not the easiest name to say. Gabriel Esteriano and Maxim Noble. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 all getting off in position. 6, 7, 8. So all staying in the same position. As we have 18 minutes and 55 seconds left to go in this race. Oh, so, but he cannot relax because there is the Gabriel Asteriano in that X-ray. I believe he's driving an X-ray. As they all shake out, I can see there is a gaggle of cars coming back from behind these guys. There's 1, 2, 3. Whoa. So these guys, Gabriel makes a beautiful pass as Iago makes a mistake. But Iago gets it back. And Gabriel will have to do it again. Remember, they don't want to take each other out because if they take each other out, all of those cars behind them are going to leave them in the dust. And then they'll have to do this all over again. As we see this line getting cleaner and cleaner and darker as the race goes on. Doesn't look as sunny. Might be the camera.
No, there were some clouds that we saw, and earlier, maybe about an hour ago. So maybe they've come over the track.
Maybe. All right. So our battle for that fourth and final bump up spot is between Alex Vallis and Bradley Baird.
Car 8 has just been given a stop and go. That's Azule in position 7.
And that's car number 3. That's our third, Maxim Noble. There's Bradley Beard right behind us. So Bradley has moved up into that 4th and final bump spot. But we have lots of time left to go. He's from Ireland, long-time racer. Long time racer. He was one of the young guys, a little bit older than Max, that traveled around with JQ back in the old JQ racing days. And we got a very good picture of his car and his white antenna tube.
Yeah, with white flames as well. That's cool.
Gabriele Asteriano, the young Italian, is now up to that top spot. He's been on a tear himself over the last year, getting some very positive results for himself in the Italian scene and the international European scene. He's in front, followed by Maxim Noble. Iago De La Iglesia has moved on to third, and Bradley Beard still currently in fourth. Saul Ozale is currently 1.7 seconds back.
16 minutes left. Second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth.
And we have Carlos back in the chat. We have Andy Nichols cheering on Jack Willett. Jack is currently down in 8th. Lots of time to go. Bradley trying to get up and chase down these 2 cars in front of him. But here's our leader, Gabriele Asteriano, who has pulled off to a 5-second lead over Maxim Noble. So Gabriele probably not happy to be in this group. He probably wanted to go directly to the semis. But if he keeps this up, he'll be mixing it up with all the young Spanish and French drivers and Italian drivers that are in the semifinals coming up. It's Gabriel, Maxim, Iago, Bradley, Ojale, Ruben Oliveras, Alex Valles, Dominic Nunn, Jack Willits in 9th. Luis, the legend Messi, moves up 1 spot to 9th from 10th. Erwin Labarthe and Dan Robin, one of our bumper uppers, right on, who overcame a stop and go to bump up in the previous race. We are currently following car number 1. That's De La Iglesia. Nope, car number 3. I do apologize. So that's Maxim Noble. And De La Iglesia is right behind him. So this is a good battle. Baird right behind them. There you can see our leader. And Baird cannot relax.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm just trying to keep an eye on the progress of Luis Messe. He was hounding Jack Willits with less than a second behind, but he may have come in for a pit or have a slow lap because he's dropped down to 11th now.
Yeah. Crunchy, if you wish to have a separate tab open with live scoring, Everlaps does have some live scoring as well, where you can see the whole names and all the lap times and all that stuff. So same thing that I'm watching. Just go to Everlaps, and where it says the title for results or live, just click on live, and you'll have a live scoring up there. You can see the names and everything. Ooh, who was that? Was that De La Iglesia?
3 and 1. It's Noble and De La Iglesia on screen. And just behind them
Bradley
is the battle
Baird has
for 4th. Yeah, Bradley Baird and
because
Olivares.
Bradley Baird has lost that, it looks like. 13 minutes left to go. Pit stops coming up soon. Or on the next lap. This lap, I would assume. There we go. That is Gabriel Asteriano came in for fuel. He had a 55.8. Maxim Noble, I think everybody's coming in for fuel. There's Bradley Baird. I see Liam doing the fueling. That's good. I say it again. It's good to see Liam in his natural habitat doing the mechanic work for fast drivers. I hope he's enjoying himself.
Who wouldn't be?
Well, he
Amazing
kind
bright
of
sun
he
and,
hasn't.
you know.
Yeah, he was very much involved in RC and stuff back in the early 2010s to up to 2015, and joined JQ Racing. He kind of went off the scene for a little while, but he's good to see him back at the track. Very nice guy, very smart, and loves this stuff.
That's not saying anything bad about JQ Racing, I hope.
No. He's
he kind of semi-retired after working with JQ.
He's one of the guys that has lasted long enough with JQ, like myself. But there we go. Car number 1. That is Iago de la Iglesia is currently in second. Maxim Noble right behind him, and Brad third right behind them. So this is the battle. Second, third, fourth, and Gabriel Asteriano is now 8.1 seconds up on the field. So, yeah, he is currently down 7th with 11 minutes left to go in this trip. As we have this, it is extremely hard to pass cleanly on this track. So, our relief, Gabriel Asteriano, right here. Just I say it, very good, man. Almost like heard telepathically. Showing the pace that he probably should have showed in qualifying, should be probably thinks he should have been directly in the semi. Oh man. Okay.
So
There's
update
Gabi
on just an update on Lewis the Legend. I fear halfway through the race that this might be the last run that he does, because he's been kind of sitting in that 9th, 10th, 11th position. Car is probably getting fairly worn out now. Yeah, we're hoping to see more of him, but this might be his last run.
Wow, he would need a lot of things to go wrong for people to bump up. Is that an X-ray? I knew he was an X-ray.
No, he's running a Gamma.
If it was, oh, is he? That's not a Gamma,
Yeah,
Frank.
yeah. Sorry?
That's not an Agama.
No, Lewis is. Lewis. I thought you were asking about Lewis, sorry.
Here's our, oh no, Barrett. All up to third. So Bradley making some inroads. Come on, Bradley. I would say that having a good spot in the fly would be important too. So he wants to just that little bit of a advantage to check his way into the final with 8 minutes and 56 seconds left to go. It's Gabriel Asteriano, Maxim Noble, Bradley Beard, who we're following now, with Iago de la Iglesia right behind him by 0.8 of a second. There's Iago right there. And I think that is car number 3 of... Oh. Yep, that is actually second. That's Maxim right there. So Bradley Beard chasing down second. And there you can see our leader, Gabriel Asteriano, is just checked out from these guys. 13.2 seconds up on the field. He has time for a pit stop.
Sandwich
break. He can probably have a quick sip of tea and still be out front. And there's our leader, young Gabriel Asteriano.
Well, he's Italian. I would say an espresso, maybe.
Yeah, no tea for him.
Real coffee. Espresso.
And some pineapple on his pizza. Oh, all the Italians hate me.
You know what, though? Very brief sidebar on that. We were in Sicily earlier this year, myself and a couple other members of the team, and we were in a pizzeria, and they had, like, not as like a special order for anyone, they had pizza with pineapple on it ready to take away, like under, behind glass at the counter. So it's not you know, a lot of people hate it. A lot of people think, oh, Italians would say it's you know, the devil's food, but it was there in Sicily, and not in a touristy area either.
I wonder what Mal would have to say about that. Right now, we have a good battle. There's car number that De La Glacia got in front of Bradley Baird just now. So De La Glacia is the car number one. They're both blue, and well, one is blue and white, and one is blue and yellow. So the intent, you know, the blue car right now is De La Glacia, who's in that third spot. Baird now dropping down to fourth. Maxim Noble right in front of these guys, who is running an X-ray. That's why I'm wondering. I don't think that Gabriele is running an X-ray because he's not running a clear wing, and I think it's obligatory that all X-ray drivers run the clear wing. I think so. I have not seen an X-ray car without a Lexan X-ray wing on it. So,
Gabriel Astorino is running a WIRC.
Oh, he changed. I didn't realize that.
That's according to the spec sheet that he filled out and provided to EFRA.
Yeah, man, WIRC makes sense. Big Italian name. I swear that's Yannick Igon. I agree. I like pineapple on pizza.
I don't mind it. I don't hate it or whatever. I don't mind it. But then I'll have any of the weird pizza combinations. You know, like the frutti di mare with the like squid and shrimp and fish and stuff on it. Or I've had dessert pizzas. I've had the artichoke and spinach and all that stuff. It's all good.
I like goat cheese and spinach.
You know what? Ever since Mao introduced us during the RCGP trips, I think it was Gusago, he was telling us about the buffalo cheese pizzas. I'm all over buffalo cheese.
I never had that. Not that I know of.
It's really good. I think it's, what's it called? Buffalata or something like that? And the caprese, every time we go to Baruto. Baruto is what it's called. The buffalo cheese. Burrata, yes. Gooey,
Thank
gooey
you,
in the middle.
Easterberry. A lot of these guys made the move over to WIRC in 2024. I believe Barufalo had something to do with that. I mean, their new GT8 looks great.
There's lots of new GT8 cars. Even MCD's coming out with a GT8.
I saw that, an electric one.
Yeah.
I saw some. There were some genius ones, and Senesi ones at the race I went to here.
Senesi is it's very interesting. We had a chat with Senesi and us we're like interlinked. Now he said that there's been loads of interest in his cars ever since he won the Euros basically.
De La Glacia, or was that Baird? No, that was Baird getting it wrong. Baird might actually. Hold on, I am confused now. So Baird drops
on De La Glacia.
Right, so he should be in second now. And let's see. I do believe that Baird is going to drop. He might be out of the bump spot. Let's see.
Ooh, yes. According to time, he's still in fourth.
He's hanging on by the skin of his chin.
3.3 seconds to Olivares in fifth.
Yeah, and there's our leader, who's now 11.6 seconds or 3 minutes and 30. He's made this a boring race. Gabriel, how dare you?
We try not to use the B word.
When I say boring, like he just kind of ran away with, but it's not for him. It's okay. It's perfect for him.
It's like talking to Verstappen after one of his races. It's like, well, it's the perfect race for them, but for us, the viewers, the spectators. Ooh.
This is our battle for
fifth, I think. 12 and 7.
That is 12 and 7. That's Oliveras and Willits, actually. So Willits on the move, but he has a lot. Let's see. They are about 4 seconds back of Maxim Noble. So
Willits also running a WIRC.
Willits, yes.
Yeah.
So back to the GT8 discussion. I will tell you that GT8 is very popular in Latin America.
That's cool.
Like Puerto Rico here in the DR, in South America. I think one of the most beautiful facilities that I've been to is actually just about 45 minutes outside of Santiago, Chile. I have a video of it. This has, it's a long time flying field, but probably has the biggest on-road track I've ever seen. A 300. Yes, it has literally a 300-foot straightaway.
Wow, that's pretty good.
And they have a big off-road track, a big 8-scale off-road track, big 10-scale off-road track, go-karting. They have a lake for sailing. They have multiple flying fields. When we was there were guys pulling out 25. Oh, Willits getting it wrong. No, Oliveira's getting it wrong. I think Willits got by. Okay, there's Asturiano. He's just like, I am out on a Sunday drive today. As he goes up over the double. He's pretty dialed with his WIRC. Okay, so I'm just waiting for everything to shake out. There is Bradley Beard, who's currently in third for all the Mayako drivers out there. And behind him is De La Glacia now, I want to say. Yep, that is car number 3. Sorry, that's Maxim Noble. So they'll get one more lap. But nah, it's too late for Erwin. He's too far back. Unfortunately, Willits is too far back too. So I have a feeling that it's going to be Gabriel, Iago, Bradley, and Maxim that are going to bump up to that semifinal. And I think that's a good... As I was telling these guys, I said, if you make the semis at like a Euros or a Nationals or a World, that's like a win in itself. Yes, obviously you want to make it to the final, but if you're an up-and-coming racer, okay, this is the Euro Bs. They want to make it to the... Like, Bradley will want to make it to the final, and I'm sure Maxim will, but if this is your first Euro Bs or second Euro Bs and you're in that semifinal, I think you're doing pretty good.
For sure.
Fabricio, somebody was just mentioning your name, Fabricio. They thought that was your HB. And I said, I didn't see your name. Your name here. He said, I think that's the YouTube guy. So I assumed it was you. Fabricio has a very good YouTube channel. Mostly in Italian. All right, so Gabriel Asturiano, the young Italian, is going to run away with that, followed by Iago de la Gracia, Bradley Beard, and Maxim Noble will bump up to that semifinal. And well done. Bradley Beard, like a veteran in this race, because he's probably one of the older guys. And there you go, there's Matt back.
Awesome stuff. Great stuff. Fantastic quarterfinal there. Fabricio says, I'm too old for Euro B. I'll be at 40 plus. Well, you can do both.
There are 40 plus drivers here.
Plenty of 40 pluses here. We have a 40 plus final coming up, the exhibition final. But yeah, the other B Euros, as we discussed previously, the beer Euros is the 40 plus, and we're considering going to that next year when it's in the UK. Is that what we said?
Yes.
Yes. It was at the B Euros or the 40. Well, it doesn't, and it should have. Is it the 40 plus or the B Euros next year?
40 plus.
40 plus. Cool. Yeah, we'll be there. We're going to make it happen. Chewy RC, the eaglest of eagle eyes, told us where to find a clip, and I think we're going to have a look at it now. The entrance. Here we go.
Oh, he did.
There you go.
Oh, he broke it.
Oh.
Yeah, you good? Oh. You were right, Chewy. You should get a megaphone shout for that.
Who should get Chewy?
Yes, I think for that he should get a shout out on the megaphone again.
Chewy RC as the eaglest of eagle eyes.
You were right,
There
buddy.
you go.
Boom.
Boom.
I mean, he caught that. He caught that. I mean, that was really good, Chewy. You caught it.
It still doesn't really answer the question of whose fault was that. I guess it was the driver. Or was it the driver? Because he came in too hot, I guess, to have that much force.
No, it looks like the
I
driver
thought the
just
mechanic
kind of
caught it on the wall.
Yep.
Right?
Yeah.
Okay.
The
So we blame the
we
mechanic.
can watch it. Let's
We
watch
could watch
it
it again, yes. Yes, we could watch it again.
It's a really unlucky, thing to happen.
This could be the end of a driver-mechanic relationship. We'd hate to see that, but
And
it's
it'll be
racing.
all our fault.
Let's have a look again. Well, we didn't break the car, did we? Let's have a look again.
So he came in
he just
straight.
didn't lift
Yeah,
it.
he came in straight and just didn't lift it high enough. I mean, it's obviously unintentional, but yeah.
It's tough, isn't it?
Yeah.
We were gonna talk to somebody at lunchtime. Unfortunately, I think he's out now, isn't he? But I'm sure he had a great run. And who are we going to talk to?
Well, he's in the race.
Oh,
so obviously any protest that might have occurred.
Oh, Peter.
Yeah.
But also Mark was going to help us talk to somebody.
Lewis the Legend,
who's out now.
He is.
No.
Yeah. Unfortunately, his run
Gave him
for
the
the
name
day
Legend,
is
and all went
finished.
downhill after that.
Yeah.
But I think we should still have a chat to him.
Yeah, for sure.
So we're going to try and talk to Lewis the Legend.
He's marshalling, but yeah.
Well, at lunchtime.
Yeah.
Because we've got a bit of time to fill. And so, yeah, we're going to hopefully talk to Lewis. We're going to hopefully talk to Peter Harder, who's bumped up in an extremely exciting final that he had earlier. He's now going to try and make his way into the semi-final. We'll see how his progress goes. And we also hopefully will have another guest as well. I will not let you know who he is because it's a secret. But if it comes up, it'll be really nice to talk to. It's very nice to talk to this person who, who might join us. How are you enjoying proceedings, Lefty?
I am. I'm gonna need more coffee, but coffee isn't gonna come till later for me because nobody in my house is gonna be up till about 10 o'clock, and by that time we'll be almost done. But I'm not gonna lie, it was a struggle today getting up at 3 o'clock, but it's all good. I'm used to it. Up next, we have the quarterfinal Group B. We have Andre Bento from Portugal, Tom Sartel, nephew of Jerome Sartel from France, Matteo Safaradon, Axel Constantine, Philip Desawart from Austria, Zacharias Villalba, Marco Carentin. We have Harold Sandaroff from Israel, Billy Grinley, one of our bumper uppers, Quarantine Richard, Pablo Ortonio, and Peter Harder, who went hard at the end of that race, and it made it stick. Great pass.
Yeah. Good pass, and obviously any protest that may have come didn't stick, so that's all good. So, last corner, last lap pass to get the final bump-up position. Fantastic.
Chewy says, I used to commentate on competitive gaming tournaments years ago. I've got a keen eye for passion for hobby. Love RC, was awesome to commentate.
Oh, well, maybe we found another replacement for you, Lefty. And you, Frank. Everyone's getting replaced.
I just got bumped up into his spot, and now I've been bumped for Chewy.
Yeah.
Frank kicked me out of my group of guys over in the States, so thanks, Frank. Now I don't have a job there. And now, see, fair is fair. Now Chewy's going to take their job. So.
I'm pretty sure Mark Rummel could do my job as well. So we're all replaced now. We're all replaced. No one's.
Maybe I can commentate on competitive barbecue competitions.
I think you'd be great at
I want to be a judge in competitive barbecue competitions.
I would love it.
Chewy RC says no one can replace Lefty.
Well, according to JQ, I am. So you are replaceable.
It's like he was in the room. Wow.
Where's the green hair under the hat?
He has green hair again, by the way. He went to a Green Day concert in Israel, Not sorry, in Ireland. And then he messaged me. He goes, "When did Taylor Swift become so popular? She had 3 shows, her 70,000 people all sold out." I was like, I don't. So all good. Cass RC tuning in from Israel, cheering on Harold. Fabricio, it says, you are the top 40 of the. So Carlos is saying, Fabricio, you are the top 40 of Euros A in any of the 2 last ECAs. So Fabricio is trying to see if he can. He says he can't make it.
Fabrizio was saying he's too good to be in the Euro Bs, and Carlos is just clarifying because he finished in the top 40 of the Euro As. He can't compete. So just confirming that.
I'm just having a look at Fabrizio's YouTube channel as well. I think more people are getting replaced. Fabrizio, I think we should work with you.
Look at this guy. Good. He's on. Is that Snapchat as well and Skype? Oh my goodness.
Yeah. And his Instagram's pretty good. His Instagram's good too. Good morning, Rory Harler. It must be like what? It's 5:30 here. You're in Wisconsin. Is Wisconsin West Coast or like Central Time, Frank? Central Time? So he's an hour behind me. He's up at 5:30 watching racing. And Chewy RC, what type of gaming did you used to?
Yeah, I was wondering
what type of games? Yeah, because you know who else does gaming is Ricardo Montero. He's a manager of a competitive league. They're in Barcelos. They have a studio and everything there.
Wow, that's cool.
Yeah,
I've just started getting back into FPS gaming. So,
dude, my son is so good in Call of Duty. It's crazy.
I only do PC gaming, PC Master Race.
Yeah, he wants a PC. Well, he's got a PC. He wants a better one, but you know how that goes. That is the longest stop and go I've ever seen. I mean, longest on and quiet. Sorry.
Pele Martin saying, "Go Peter harder."
Pele. Where do you see Pele? Oh, there he is.
Yep.
All right. So fairly clean start from this in this quarterfinal. Looks like Andre Bento, young racer from Portugal. That S-Works car. Coelho says he works. He mentioned Andre Bento was mentioned by Coelho yesterday in the interview, and Corey says, "I worked at the same place for 22 years. I'm up at 4:00 every morning." I feel bad for you have to go work on a Sunday. I'm working days. Alrighty then. So Bento out front. Oh, I thought it was Harold that was up front, but that's Sartell. Tom Sartell, nephew of Jerome Sartell, the Pink Panther. Now, the line is really cleaned out, Frank, and it's starting to get darker each race we get out there. So I really wonder if it's still polished like it was what we heard Peter talk about. This surface has intrigued me since I saw it. So since we started, very interesting. I'm definitely gonna have to go to this track when I get to Spain in September. All right, Andre Bento followed by Tom Sartell, Matthew Chaffardon, and Axel Constantine Jr. up into 4th. Marco Carantine, Philip de Zawart, Zacharias Villalba, Peter Harder all the way up to 8th. The big mover of our bumper uppers, Harold Senderoff in 9th. Pablo Artuño 11th, Pablo Artuño in 12th, Quarantine Richard in 11th. Unfortunately, Billy Grindy all the way down in 12th. So lots of work for Billy to do if he wants to bump up and catch these guys, because that is Bento, Sartell, Mateo, and I believe Axel right behind him. So this is a good battle. We have 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and there you can see 4th, 5th just popping in. So still very close up there at the front. Roy says, "I don't work on Sundays. I just get up." My wife, when I woke up this morning, she goes, "You got to go do this again?" I say, "Yeah."
Does she, I mean, you've been doing this for years. Is she aware that RC racing mostly happens on the weekends?
I think she was more thinking about the time. But it's all right. I'll take a nap this afternoon. I purposely didn't take naps after these races. Like in the afternoon when I got home about 2, I was like, I'm just going to stay up so I go sleep around 9:30, 10 o'clock and sleep till 3. All right, so Bento has pulled out to a slight lead, 1.5 seconds over Tom Sartell. But Tom has a rearview mirror full of fast racers behind her. Sartell in that green car. There's 3rd, 4th, and 5th. All trying to chase down that green car of Sartell. I'm wondering what type of car Sartell drives. I'm wondering if he's driving an S-Rex because I know Jerome was something. He was a manager for France.
Assume he is. I will let you know in just a moment. He's running a Mugen actually with a Corsa-Tech engine and 6 mech tires.
Now you say Mugen, I say Mugen.
I don't know. I don't know. I don't think about how I say it really. Just Mugen. Yeah.
So how do you say Kyosho? Do you say Kyosho or Kyosho?
Kyosho. Well, you remember I worked alongside Akira Kagawa, who used to, still designs for Kyosho. I worked, not shared a desk with him, but I shared an office with him and other Japanese racers. So I kind of picked up how to pronounce various Japanese brands from them a bit, or evolved how I say it. Because a lot of people say Tamiya when it's Tamiya, to me.
I say Tamiya.
Anyway. Yeah.
I say Tamiya.
But yeah, it's whatever. As long as it's whatever. Try not to be too pedantic about it, but I am.
I'm special. I just say it how I think it's supposed to be said.
Yeah.
I just blame my accent. Car number 3 of Matteo. This is the battle for 3rd and 4th.
Yep.
Because Philip Zwart is actually 2.2 back of these guys. You can see him just coming into shot. But man, I think the track is getting faster. I mean, we are getting to faster guys, but we're just seeing that line getting bigger, getting more cleared out. It still looks like there's a little bit of moisture on the outside in the fluff.
You think?
So that rain actually probably helped the track a lot last night, plus the watering that they gave it. I guess they did water after the rain, which doesn't make sense, but
I think this morning they watered it because it was still quite dark on the edges this morning.
Mm-hmm. But you can see that the line is holding up very good. We have a little bit of rough spots, but nothing too ostentatious, which is completely different from the track that I'll be at next week, which is going to be like it gets so loamy that you can use the loam as berms.
Like a motocross, like a arena supercross track. Yeah,
it's a really dark dirt, and it gets super loamy, and it piles up on the sides, and it gets super rough, and you see those guys just diving into those berms, and the fluff just slowing them down. It's a completely different surface than this, and it's gonna be fun.
I like that though.
We are currently, yes, I have no real favorite type of surface. I think as long as the racing's good.
Yeah, I mean, this is probably contentious, but since we're talking about it, the only kind of off-road racing I don't like to see for RC is when they're running absolutely fully slick tires. It just doesn't look right. But I know loads of people love it. Like the really soft, wet clay surfaces.
Yeah, like in
the
moldable. USA.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
it is very specifically a U.S. thing, but yeah, that's the only thing I
starting to dive on too, as carpet is starting to become very popular in the USA.
Yeah.
We're starting to see semi-permanent tracks, but I love 10-scale carpet racing. Love it. I did some a few weeks ago.
Later this year, actually, the EFRA Euros in Sweden, in Malmo, the 10th electric Euro, 10th Buggy Euros are going to be carpet. It's the first time.
Actually, it's the week after the Worlds, if I'm not mistaken.
Is it?
I might be available for that, Matt, too, by the way. Just let you know. I'll be home for a week after the Worlds, and it's back to the USA. I'll be going to Tiger, Georgia. It's absolutely beautiful up there, too. Right up in the mountains of North Georgia.
I've been through Georgia, but I haven't properly visited it.
Have you heard of the Tail of the Dragon?
I don't think so.
So the Tail of the Dragon is a famous mountain road up in the Smoky Mountains. It goes through like Tennessee and North Carolina. And people from around, it's like a big tourist thing. So people from around the world come there to speed through this mountain pass, and they have photographers there taking pictures. You can go online, audio pictures. I've done it. I done it in my buddy's Civic. It was puckering. That's all I gotta say. And
is it grip style, or is it like Initial D Touge racing, drifty style?
No, it's 2-lane mountain racing. Like they do, like it's 2-lane traffic, and the lanes are very small. They have motorbikes zipping up and on, and they have police there too, so people get caught.
That was my next question. Is it an organized race, or is it kind of like basically?
It's not a race.
Racing?
It's just
It's just a road.
It's just known. Yeah, it's known that people come from around the world to drive their cars and fast bikes on this road.
Right.
So there is some leeway because it's a big tourist thing. It's like, there's one shop at the end. Like it's famous. Check it out, Tail of the Dragon.
Right. Okay. It sounds a bit like the Akagi Pass from Initial D. All the locations in there are based on they are real mountain passes and stuff like that in the manga and the show and the movie.
Well, this is all old moonshine roads.
Yeah, I can imagine. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I went to university for a year in North Carolina, so I didn't actually get to do much hiking when I was there. I was too busy doing other stuff.
What part of North Carolina did you go
to? Greensboro.
Oh, okay. No, that's not
Greensboro. Greensboro. Yeah.
I'll be in North Carolina next weekend.
Tri-Point distant. Yeah.
I'll be in Lake Waccamaw next weekend.
Yeah, that's cool.
It's
a lovely area of the country. We're there. I was able to drive through it. Matt made me drive through it for the RCGP that we had there at Beach RC, because we landed in Charlotte, and it was just beautiful driving country, really.
Anton Berger, the Zwart is in this race, but we cannot follow him because we are not in charge of the cameras. We are at the mercy of the A-car guys who are doing a great job because they're following the leaders and the positions for 4th and 5th. And I think the rule is with RC Racing TV during the mains, you guys don't take requests, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, we don't anyway for the finals. But yeah, for these remote studio-based productions that we're doing, we are relying on the pictures provided by ICAR. In this case, the ICAR is the Spanish Federation of RC Racing, similar to ROAR and BRCA and DMC, AMC, etc. And so they are very graciously provided us the pictures from moving cameras, and they've got their own Spanish language channel. You can check out, just search for AECAR on YouTube and find their channel. You can watch it in Spanish if you wish. But absolutely. Yeah, I really doubt that they're taking requests today either, because they are following the racing action. This is heads-up racing, top 4 to bump up in each of these sub-finals. And this is actually the last group of racers, well, not last, but one of the last groups of racers that will be bumping up. 6 racers qualifying directly into each semi-final, and then from there, the top 6 racers will be going into the main final.
Absolutely. And we were just talking about the Tail of the Dragon. Well, my good buddy who took me on that drive just popped into the chat. What's up, Mikey B? K-Swap Shop. We have a guy who used to commentate on sim racing here. He's now an avid sim racer. My good buddy, Mikey. We actually did the Tail of the Dragon because I went to pick up a trophy for my NNRC Cup in 2021 before we went to the Raw Nationals up in Pennsylvania that year. We did a 700-mile round trip from Charlotte to Tennessee to pick up a trophy.
It sounds like a Smokey and the Bandit movie. I want y'all to take this one trophy You pick it up from Georgia and you bring it through to Alabama.
Yeah. But yeah, up there where the race that I'll be going to in September, Tiger, Georgia is absolutely beautiful up there in the mountains. Covered track, open, but it's open.
Oh, that's cool. I do like that.
I love it up there. I love it up there.
My dream, if I won, like the lottery sort of dream thing, would be to have a covered off-road track with like electric lowering blinds, on the side to keep the rain or sun off or something like that. That'd be so cool.
Yeah. Well, the two races that I'm going to here, RC Pro-Am and Wicked Weekend, later on this month, both are under a roof and both are open.
That's
but
great.
The Pro-Am actually, the open side, the Pro-Am actually has that black. I don't know if you ever seen it. They use it a lot on. Somebody having a problem there.
Yeah, stuck in
as
the
Bento.
Or
Well, as we're talking, Tom Sartell has gotten across Bento. The Bento must have come in for fuel, but that's going to all shake out. That's car number 6 of Zacharias Villalauba. Harold Sanderoff is now in 6th as well, so things are shaking up here with 5 minutes and 41 seconds left to go. But yeah, that is there's Tom Sartell, currently scored in first in that all-line green. He probably has to come in for fuel, I would say, at this point, as Bento takes back over that
splash and dashes.
Absolutely.
It looks like
he might have come in for fuel.
Yeah, sorry, I was just going to say it looks like our bump-up races from the 1/8 final B. Looks like they're not going to be progressing. All 4 of the bump-ups, 9, 10, 11, and 12, running in the bottom spots, unfortunately.
But I am looking at the battle for 4th, and Axel Constantine is there in 4th, but young Harold Sanderoff, 15-year-old young man from Israel, is 2.4 seconds back. So I'm sure Harold would love to bump up to the semi-final, making that trip all the way from Israel. I'll see Harold at the end of the month as he's coming to the USA for the first time. So hopefully our cameraman picks up that battle, and we'll have a look at that. And that is car number 6.
In 6th place, but being chased.
Yes. So let's see. Oh no! Zacharias is now in 5th. So this is the battle for 5th right here. There's Sanderoff at the end of this battle. They have 4 minutes. They need to work together and chase down Axel Constantine, who's now 4.7 seconds up on these guys. So this is the battle for 5th, but it's really not a battle for no position, because all they would do is they would be declared the winner of the quarterfinal. They all want to get into that 4th spot and bump up and race in those semis. Yeah, that line's starting to come up, Frank. You can see certain areas it's starting to get darker. So
it
all
is.
Yep.
I have sent a message to Mark, who's trackside for us. He's actually taken a temperature reading of the track for us. He says it's actually a little bit colder than yesterday, or not as warm. The track surface itself. So the grip doesn't seem to be coming up, according to him. So and the racing line pretty much the same as yesterday, just unchanged, and the track looks like it's holding up well for the racers.
It is holding up very well. Hey, good morning, Dwayne Fletcher. How you doing, good buddy? Welcome to the EFRA European Euro B Championships. Hope you're enjoying the coverage. We're here with the RC Racing TV crew, Frank McKinney. You know what? Now that you say McKinney is definitely a Texas last name. Texas last name.
It's a weird one. I'm a mutt. I wasn't even born in Texas or even the U.S. So.
You was born in the Philippines, right?
No. My mom was Filipino, and I was born in Germany, but I'm not German.
Oh, so you was an army brat.
Yeah.
Okay.
Those two words kind of explain quite a bit for fellow army brats or people, military family members. But yeah, it's.
So did you travel a lot? Did you stay in Germany for a while, or?
Yeah, until I was 4, and then Oklahoma,
Okay.
and then San Antonio, and then I grew up. And once I was of age, I left San Antonio.
Okay. Interesting. All right, 1 minute and 40 seconds left in this race. We are currently following car number 4, who's Axel Constantine, is in that bump spot, 3.2 seconds up on Zacharias. Behind Zacharias, we have Mirko Karantine, he's pulled out 3.3 seconds, and young Harold Sandaroff is kind of out of it. Billy Grindley, not going to do it unless he has 3 or 4 cars braked on. So Billy Grindley's day is going to end here, as well as a few other guys. But great run for Billy in that 1/8 final earlier. But I would say there can only be one. There can only be one in the A final, but in these finals, there can only be 4. And you have to be in that top.
Yeah, this sharp end of this sub-finals is where we really start to see the bump-up racers get a really, really hard time getting into those top 4 positions.
So, what's up next, Frank, for our viewers? Do you have that information there?
Yeah, just a second. So this is the quarterfinal B. We're going to have the 10-minute practice for the semifinal drivers, the drivers who were able to qualify directly into the semifinals. They will have a 10-minute practice. So 5-minute warm-up, I believe. Get
10-minute practice, or?
No. They go out as a group.
There's 2 10-minute practices.
2 10-minute practices.
That's right.
My apologies. So the semifinal A practice will be at 1 p.m.-ish local time. That's Central European Spanish time. And then there'll be a 5-minute break. And then the semifinal B will have its own practice. So there'll just be a handful of drivers out there. They're not going to be competing. They're just going to be testing the tires and seeing what the track conditions are like, that sort of thing, seeing how wide the racing line is. So it's not a race. It's purely just an open practice. It's not even obligatory. They don't have to go out. And then after that, there will be a break of 30 minutes, which is the official lunch break. And then we will have the semi-finals, which, as we see here, the Bento, Sartel, Chaffard, and Constantine are going to be the drivers bumping up into the semi-final B from here.
Well done.
Yeah, and then we start to have the actual real finals with the 40 plus, the last chance qualifier. So the winner of that 10-minute race will be the final qualifying grid position for the 45-minute main. And then we have the junior final, which is 20 minutes. And then we have the main, which is scheduled for 4:20 local time, again, Central European time.
Cool. Good finals so far. Very good racing.
Yeah.
Some really, really exciting moments, and some more pedestrian. We're using the word.
Yes.
Pedestrian is the word of the day.
Not the B word. Not the B word.
Not the B word. They're not that, but they are the P word. Indeed. So, go on.
I'm just looking at the bowl of treats now. To look, we have some bananas.
Matt has strategically updated refilled it while the camera was off the bowl.
I mean, if you were sponsored by the chocolates, that would be perfect product placement.
I know, right? I know.
Street green chocolates or something.
These are peppermint creams. So it's like chocolate and peppermint, and then the chocolate hobnob, which is you can't beat a chocolate hobnob, can you? No, maybe I'm on my own with that one.
Yeah, I mean, at least at this desk, yes. I'm not. Yeah. Mint chocolate is my thing.
Yeah, we do that. So I'm waiting to see what we're going to be seeing during the semi-practice, and while we find out, we are going to have some guests on, by the way. So don't run away. If you want to have your lunch, that's fine, but don't run away for the entirety of the lunch period because we've got some special guests coming up very soon. But in the meantime, let's take a moment to thank our sponsors. And of course, thank you to all of the associate members of EFRA, and huge thank you to our sponsors for this event. Those being X-Ray, Hot Race Tyres, Mebo Sport, your all-in-one place eShop for all your RC needs, S-Works, T-Works, and Techno RC. Thank you so much, guys, for supporting what we do. I think we're just going to have a pit lane shot. Could be wrong. Maybe we'll have moving cameras for the semi-practice.
Looks like Javier giving the mechanics and drivers their final instructions for the practice. This is just practice, so it's the practice for the semi-group A. So we have our official listing. You can see the names on screen there. We've got Teleth, who is our overall TQ by tiebreak over David Todd. Then we have Hugo Ibanez, Manuel Iniesta, Eric Becquerel, Paco Flores, Ivan Navarro, Martin Roca, Nacho Sanchez, Gabriel Astorino, Iago de la Iglesia, Bradley Baird, and Maxime Noble. 6 of these drivers from the semi-final A will go into the main final, and then same story for the semi-final B. And then there's a last chance qualifier who will take up the 13th position on the grid.
The final spot, the final position on the grid, yeah, indeed. But it's not just that. We also have the junior exhibition final and the 40-plus exhibition final as well as 2 semis and a main final still to go today. So lots
and an
to
LCQ.
Come. And the LCQ, indeed. We've got Austria and Australia side by side in the comments. Don't confuse the two, but we have got RC Bash Brothers Austria cheering on Diswart, and BMX Man, big hello from Australia.
G'day.
G'day, BMX Man. How are you doing? Dwayne Fletcher's saying, hey Lefty, hope all is well.
And K-Swap Shop saying morning LTG, which,
yeah,
I mean,
that's
I'm not known by 3 initials, but Lefty is.
I thought you were known by FM. What was your...
Well, just FM.
FM, that's 2, yeah.
But, I mean, Lefty is...
Lefty the Great.
What up, LTG?
LTG!
LTG. Yep. So, definitely not as sunny as it was yesterday, it looks like, Frank.
Yeah, I mean, you can see the clouds now. It's not just all blue skies. I've checked. I've just looked at the weather. There's no thunderstorm warning today. We were talking about it a little bit yesterday, and they did get big boomy thunderstorm after the live broadcast yesterday, which obviously watered the track quite a bit overnight. And I think they watered the track again this morning. 28 degrees at the moment, and it's going to get up to 32 is what we're expecting. The moon phase is a waxing crescent, the index of 9 out of 11.
What does that even mean?
Well, there's a crescent moon, and there's waxing, which is bigger, and waning, which is getting smaller.
Oh,
So
okay.
it's a crescent moon that is getting slowly bigger day by day.
Until it becomes a full moon.
Until it becomes a full moon.
There you go.
There you go.
There you go. We will kill a bit of time by taking a look at some of the, I call it highlights, but actually it's lowlights, I think. Having watched this
the
clip.
Euros last year?
Yeah. Some of the lowlights. But I guess what you could say from this is that, the B Euros, you would say, is maybe the secondary Euros to the A Euros, but the A Euro superstars and all that race within it are definitely not infallible.
No, I mean, definitely. But I do want to point out before we go to this,
Okay.
we have, this is what, last year's Euros at Redovon.
Yes.
It's going to be this year's Worlds.
Yes.
Going to be a completely different track, though.
Yes.
So they are moving around apart, except for the brick and concrete sections. But yeah, it's going to be good. It's going to be good. But keep in mind that the track you see is not going to be the track that we see later. What is it? November? October?
September. In September. Okay, let's take a look at some of the lowlights from the Euros last year.
Now,
and
Frank-
he's flipped. Oh my God! Lots of pit lane. Oh, crashes in the pit lane. Crashes in the pit lane.
And the purple, who I think are, yes, well, it's inside an accident. That's always useful. The blue car we have. Oh, what's happening there? Gun goes in. Oh, that was on the edge of unsafe release, wasn't it? Into the Huddy corner. Oh, and you didn't want to do that. Inside! He's got on the inside. He's going to get him in the corner to go!
They don't. Oh, you don't want to do that. You're trying to catch the car.
3, 4, and 5 are right together. And 3 and 4, oh, that's an accident and a half. And, now you're going to have to wait. Oh, and then there's a huge error off the side of the track there. Oh. It's an accident. Old bloke deserves a bit of. Oh, perhaps not that then. Oh, there we are. He's made a mistake just for us. He's got 2 corners to go. He's got to go over the one more odd section. You can cross the finishing line. And Juan Carlos Canas is your European champion with a superb performance.
So lots and lots of oohs and ahs in the action there. It's pretty epic, though. And great to see Canas get his Euros finally.
Absolutely, yeah. We've been talking to racers all weekend. We've had many great guests on. We've spoken to Bruno Coelho from X-Ray, Joao Figueiredo from Techno and Hot Race,
Robert
Battier from Hot Race also. And I've tried to speak to S-Works drivers. Unfortunately, Elliot Boots is preparing to go on holiday, so he's not available. And Canas, a current European champion driving for S-Works, has just blanked me.
Well, he's famously not all that interview hungry, is he?
Not all that interview hungry. We have to doorstep him, is what you're saying.
Yeah. We have to just like, no, you. We have to chase him down, hunt him down.
He's given us some great moments on interviews, the old 50-50, which he gave us at RCGP. I think Juan Carlos Canas is fantastic. Well, he's clearly a fantastic driver, but he's also a fantastic character as well. I like his tattoo as well, RC is life, which he has on his arm. It's very cool. But he doesn't answer me. It's not fair. Feeling quite sad and lonely about that. But thanks to everyone who has joined us.
That's part of being media, isn't it?
Yeah.
He does take some time to answer. If he answers, don't worry. Did you WhatsApp him?
No, I Facebook messaged him. Maybe I should.
Yeah.
I don't have the WhatsApp of Canas. I'm not at that level, sadly. But yeah. So 3 minutes left of this practice.
We do have a question in the chat from 141 Mordios asking if there are any TLR drivers. We did have this question yesterday. No, there are no TLR drivers.
Nope.
TLR does not have a. They used to. France used to have a big, famous TLR drivers recently that were Renault Savoia and Zancatin. But Sankatine probably had his best years under TLR. So since there has not been another TLR top driver in
Horizon used to have I think they used to be based out of their Horizon
France.
Europe used to be based out of France, and they used to have a big UK office, but they shut that down a few years back. And,
I think Jerome Chambon actually used to run the TLR France, who now does Donuts RC. Chewy, you can go to everlaps.com.
EVERLAPS.com.
And there's lots of drop downs and stuff like that. Just you gotta feel your way through it. It's easy once you know it, but lots of information there.
So can we now see? Can we now talk through who is in the semi-finals?
Well, yeah. There's one there. The Group A. Unfortunately, I have no idea. Well, if you click Group B.
Hang on, this is interesting though. Practice, the people that have just bumped up into this final, surely they're not practicing.
Yeah, there's 12.
Yeah, Bradley Baird's out there practicing.
There's 12 drivers out.
But usually the practice is reserved for the people who were automatically promoted, not the people who have literally just come off the track.
I think that's for...
That's interesting.
I think that's for track. I see track.
Yeah, I know, but well, okay, maybe it's business as usual. But to me, that's not something I've seen. But maybe I haven't paid enough attention. Good thing that you could do. Just going to hide Lefty for a second. Is join the EFRA 1/8 Buggy broadcast channel. It's a Facebook Messenger service and pings over to you key moments from this event and future events as well as important updates. It's not going to spam you constantly, but during an event, it's quite cool if you're out and about just to hear who won the previous final and just summaries of what's happened. So you don't have to go and check. It will just ping itself as a message into your Messenger app. So, yes, that is very cool. Our first guest is going to come on after this semi-practice. He is actually helping trackside right now. He was actually pitting, interestingly, our next guest was pitting in the last race and was messaging me on Facebook at the same time whilst pitting.
That's the mental capacity of someone like Fernando Alonso, who's able to just go, driving his F1 car and like commenting on other drivers racing and watching the racing on the big screens as they're flying past.
I know, but if I'm driving and at the corner of my eye I see my mechanic and he's just messaging away. Like,
can you imagine?
Would you mind keeping your eye on my race?
Yeah. Just trying to line up the dinner reservation for later.
So yeah, I'm not going to give away who the guest is. Go on.
Is he from France?
He is not from France.
I love that Lefty doesn't know.
Lefty doesn't know who's coming.
Lefty's like, who is it? I must know. Tell me now. Can I just one of the drivers that we spoke with yesterday? I'm just literally just messaging him right now. Peter Harder, who we were watching do a couple of finals earlier. He had what I have told him is the pass of a legend, the last corner pass of a legend.
Yeah, it was legendary.
So I messaged him literally immediately after that race was over. The transmitter was probably still in his hand. And I said, Peter, let us know if there's a protest about that finish. Because they had stopped at the opening of the pit lane, right? So
yeah.
So I said...
Don't take any notice of this. It's just a practice. Carry on.
Yes. So I asked him, was there any protest? What's the deal? Obviously, he's just run his quarterfinal. Wasn't able to bump up that time. But anyway, he says, no, I think it was super clean.
Of course.
Of course he would. Of course he would say that. And I just clarified. I said, did the car 7 driver say anything? And Peter says, no, and Carlos said it was fine. So... But Daniel,
we're launching an inquiry there.
Yeah, his Peter's pitman, didn't fuel it all the way up in the quarterfinal, so he ran out of fuel.
Oh
Yeah, tragedy. So anyway, so Peter's just asking, you think it was not a legal pass? I'm like, no, I think it was the last corner pass of a legend. I think it was amazing. Just wondering if anything was brought up.
Just glad you got away with it.
Just curious. Yeah.
Well, hopefully we can get Peter on. Can we get Peter on towards the end of, because we've got lunch break. We've got our next guest.
I'm sure we can.
Because he's basically done for the day.
Yeah.
So maybe he'll talk to us in a bit and justify his actions. Not that there was anything unclean about it. I don't know. Actually, James, if it's possible that we can queue up. So what race was that?
I think it was the quarter final. He just
our guest
so
is incoming.
No, it was the 1/8B.
Our guest is inbound.
Ooh.
Maybe
the last gasp of the quarter 1/8B, because he was just in the 1/4 B. And Peter says yes, we can talk to him later. So we'll figure out a time. We'll squeeze him in.
Right.
I'm good. Where you? Hold on, Christopher. Where you guys been? I haven't seen you guys racing lately. You, your brother, or your dad. So I was just thinking about you guys the other day. Will I see you at any of the races that I'm going to here? RC Pro-Am or Wicked Weekend? Let me know. Looks like I'm coming back to Thunder Alley in 2025 as well. Well, World of RC Thunder Alley in North Carolina. So,
what races? What are your next races, Lefty?
RC Pro-Am, which is in Lake Waccamaw, North Carolina. That's next weekend. And then I have a week off where I just chill out in Lake City, probably catch up on editing and stuff like that. I'll go somewhere in Florida, just doing something RC related that weekend. And then we go up to Gainesville, Georgia for the Wicked Weekend, which was probably one of my funnest races that I went to last year. Because it was, like I was telling Frank, it's got a roof, but it's open on the side, so all the fumes and everything go out. It is warm, but we got people shooting off fireworks and barbecuing and parties, and it's fun.
I love a good southern barbecue with some big thing of iced tea.
Sweet tea. I got introduced to banana pudding for the first time last year when I went to this race, and where has that been all my life?
What, sweet tea?
No, banana pudding.
Banana pudding. On your screen right now, don't worry too much about it. It is the semi-final practice B. So it's just drivers getting their eye in and just getting prepared for what we hope are going to be two spectacular semi-finals. We have a guest coming in, hopefully any moment. James, to let you know, we're trying to get this guest in. And additionally, we're hoping there is a replay in our system where we want to see the end, the end of the quarter-final. No, the 1/8 final B. That was the moment, wasn't it? The 1/8 final B, we want to see that replay, and it is a fantastic pass.
It was a green car on the last corner. That
was
Peter Harder's moment.
Hopefully James is there. Not hearing him in my ear very much anymore, which makes me sad and lonely. And also, I guess, yeah, you're here and Lefty's here.
But we're not enough. We're not enough to fill the James-shaped hole.
Okay.
You know.
Can you click? I'm saying, can you click the link? Reply. This one. Let's see.
Tabernon not out yet.
8 minutes left.
Oh, there he goes. One of our second round TQ, and David Todd is in the B.
What's happening in the chat?
Nothing much. Oh, hold on. If we're able to get a place,
Pedro is asking who will win the Euro B this year.
Who is your
this particular race? I don't know. I mean, it's hard to bet against Eker. But yeah, I don't know. It's a tight one because there are 4 different TQs, and obviously the track is a lot different. They're practicing to find out what the track is like now. The track is a little bit different than what they experienced yesterday. I don't know.
The AirPods are connecting. Let's take a moment to thank one of our key sponsors, Motorsport, your all-in-one place e-shop for all your RC needs. Okay, so James was asleep. We're hoping to see the replay of the 1/8 B final. 1/8 B final. A replay. No, there is a replay in our system, and it is the finish of the race. But also we're waiting for our caller to connect as well. So it's all going off. Let's take a drink.
There we go.
There we go.
Uh-huh. Do it with him.
Hello.
Davide!
Hey.
Champione.
How's it going?
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
perfect.
Can you hear us? Just.
Yeah.
We have to shout.
No, it's okay.
How's it going at the B Euros?
Hot. Hot. It's hot. It's boring because I'm not racing, so I am like for Monday testing in Radovan. So.
Is it tough for you not being able to race and having to watch trackside?
Yeah, a lot. Yeah. But also because I'm helping some guys and also the associated guys, and I just say to them to make something on the track, the lines and stuff, and I want to go on the roster and drive, you know. So it's difficult.
Are they not listening to you? Are they not learning from what you're saying?
Yeah. They're okay. Yeah, we have Iniesta that is going fast in the semi, so yeah, looking forward to do something good.
I think the standard of racing, to say it's a B Euros, the standard of racing is pretty good, right? It's pretty exciting on the track.
I mean, compared to the last year, I mean, it was okay, but this year the level is higher.
Yeah, absolutely. So you're in the area, you're going to be going to Radovan, I guess, you said on Monday, to do some practice.
Yeah, I will after the fire, just an hour, just to take the feeling again, and then I go to Radovan tomorrow.
Okay.
Yeah.
Big times for you. How did you feel when you found out that the Worlds would be at Radovan again? How did you feel about that?
And for me, it's the same. I mean, I just want to try to do well again, if I can, of course. And I mean, Radovan is a nice facility, like everyone knows. So maybe it was better to do somewhere in the world, something different. But I mean, Radovan is always. So we will see how it will be.
It should be
for me,
good.
it's the same. I just want to drive.
But before we get to the Worlds, we come to your home for the Euros at the Ongaro Ring. How are preparations going for that?
I mean, I'm here alone, and my dad is at home starting to work on the track. Miguel, the track builder, he was here, and then tomorrow he fly to my house, and they start to build a new track for the Euro.
Wow.
But everything is going good so far. I know everything is closed from Euro B to Euro A, but we will do our best. And I think after the warm-up, people know that we can do well also with bad weather and stuff. So we will see how it will be. My dad will be tired for sure after these days, but but we'll be okay.
We've had some fantastic events at your track. We know you put on an amazing event. So Chile's beautiful. The facility is wonderful.
The weather,
cafe.
no. The weather, no.
The weather can be problems, yeah. But also the B Euros. We had the B Euros at your track, and the weather was bad. We had the A Euros at your track. The weather was bad. But the other thing is, you didn't have very good luck in the B Euros or the A Euros at your track.
Yeah, never. I don't know. I will try this year, sure. But I mean, after the warm up, I'm more confident than let's say 4 years ago. But we see how it will go. I don't know. I never won the Euro in my track, so I mean, it's difficult to win a race in your track because everyone is there watching you, your family, everyone is there. So it's even difficult to make a good. But I will try to just focus on the race and try to do well this time.
For sure, Euros and Worlds in the same year would be quite nice in the trophy cabinet to have the two side by side.
I mean, we have everything to do well in both races. So we'll be our best, and let's see.
Awesome. I'll pass over to these two because I'm taking all the time.
Oh no, it's all right. Lefty, you have anything anything to ask?
Davide, ¿cómo estás?
Hello, tutto bene?
For fin. Good. Bien. New layout, complete new layout for the Euros?
Yeah, we will make a new layout for the Euro. We will leave just the concrete part because it's expensive to do everything new on the concrete. But yeah, let's say the dirt section will be everything new. So yeah, new layout, same surface, same dirt. So the test that we make at the warm up with tires and stuff for everyone is easy to do at the Euro. But the layout will be new. Yes.
Will it be sealed with glue? Because I know you sealed it for the warm up.
We will put just 2 layers of glue because it can help us a bit with the rain. So if the water can go out from the truck. So.
Okay. Do you feel you're coming up to World Championships in Redovan? You have the possibility to be 3-time and 3 in a row World Champion. You feel any more pressure going into the World in September this year?
Honestly, no. I mean, it was the same 2 years ago for me. So I will go there, just have fun, do our best like always, and see what happens. I mean, for sure some pressure, but not a lot.
Está bien. Good. I look forward. I will see you there in September. Maybe
yeah,
I see you before.
Come in Europe.
Yeah, I was in Europe in Portugal for Easter.
You have to come to Euro A in Chile one time.
There we go. There's an invite.
These guys down here. These guys. They have to get me there.
Davide,
but yes, one day I would love to come.
Davide, at the Worlds, you won in Redovan, and as soon as you won, some T-shirts appeared with the winning. That was a bold move. That was an amazing move. Any T-shirts being made this year?
I don't know. Honestly, I didn't know about T-shirt 2 years ago because we have a friend that drive with motocross. So that in motocross they make the helmet and stuff. So they prepared them. They didn't say nothing to me, and if I didn't win, they just put away from me. Yeah. And then so on, and the T-shirt there. I mean, I don't know if this time, but I don't want. Yeah, it was nice for sure.
Just a quick question from me about the young drivers that we're seeing pop up on the scene now at these Euro Bs. Who do you think of the just if you could pick one driver to maybe be a future European champion from the crop that we're seeing, just like just the future stars, who would you pick out of these drivers? that are racing this
You
weekend?
mean here?
Yeah.
Honestly, there are 3 or 4 of them. There are 3 Spanish guys, and I mean, let's say 5. 3 Spanish and 2 one from France, and didn't remember the other one. But they are all close, and I think the final will be interesting with the. I mean, they can play with the mistakes and the few stops, so it will be fun for sure. Maybe fun for me, not for them that they are racing. But I mean, they are 4 or 5 that can fight for the win for sure.
Yeah,
Also,
yeah.
the qualifying were super close, and yeah, it will be nice.
I mean, this was, I mean, this is the first time I personally have paid a huge amount of attention to the Euro Bs, and the fact that the qualifying was actually came down to a tiebreak that was
Yeah,
really
yeah.
intense.
Yeah, also because they water the track in the morning, so and every qualifying round they water the track, and the first quali with the water truck was faster, so the first round was the fastest one.
Yeah.
So they play with the tiebreak at the end, so it was even cool.
Yeah, fantastic. So yeah, we're hoping to see some big things from some of these guys. Of course, Canas, previous winner of this one, the Euro Bs, and now he's right up there racing neck and neck with you nowadays.
Yeah, pretty much every race, but it's cool. I mean,
yeah,
it's like this, so it's nice also.
Italy has produced so many world champions over the years. Like Italy has produced, you have a rich heritage of world champions and great racers from Italy, but also Europe is super strong in RC right now.
Yeah,
like Keenan likes to talk about. Go on.
Yeah, European drivers. I mean, the level now in Europe is higher than US at the moment.
Yes.
I mean, we can see Canas. He went to Silver State and he won, so we can adapt also on their type of trucks. So I think now at the moment we are fastest. Then I don't know in the future, but now it's like this for me.
Okay.
And Boots won this year too.
Huh?
So Boots won this year as well.
Yeah, the DNC
Boots
also. So the 2 biggest events in US were won
Absolutely.
from European drivers.
So at the Worlds, in an unlikely situation where you couldn't win, say you had a problem in the Worlds and you couldn't win, do you want a European driver to win or an associated driver to win? Associated or country?
European associated.
Yeah, you can't have both.
I mean, to be honest, we are not. I mean, we are not so many drivers that are using associated now in Europe. Not because it's not good, but it's just because they decide to have, let's say, less drivers and have a lot of good things on the car. So I mean, if we be another Italian instead of me, it would be great for sure for Italy. But if we be another associated, it would be better. So
amazing. Amazing. So, what are you doing the rest of this afternoon? What races have you got to pit? Are you pitting in the semi-final?
Now I have I have to make the team manager for Italy.
Oh,
because our team manager leaves the race, so I am the team manager now. I have to have some guys in the pit in the semi, and then testing after the race. So
excellent.
It'll be a
Fantastic.
busy afternoon.
Yeah. Amazing. Well, thank you so much, Davide. It's awesome to have you on the stream. It's great to hear from you. And we will see you in a few weeks at your home.
Yeah, 2 weeks.
Amazing. Can't wait. Thank you so much.
All right.
Cheers.
Arrivederci.
Ciao. Arrivederci. Ciao, ciao.
So there we go. That was fun. That was cool.
Worked out pretty good.
That worked out very nicely and very kind of him to give us his time. And what would be really apt is for, in this break that we have now, for us to take another trip back in time. And we'll go back to the Ongaro ring. It's not a very good memory for Davide, unfortunately. But we go back to the Ongaro ring for a B Euros Classic. It's finals day, 2013 in Chile. Let's take a step back in time.
The final began with a clean getaway, drivers eager to make up positions in the first few corners but also having no real idea about the track conditions, so no doubt wary to say the least. Ongaro on two wheels clips the barrier and Baldo's away. I won't point out the cars too much by colours because in 2 or 3 minutes they will all be brown. Over the AstroTurf with some acrobatics down the field, David again looks to take the inside but again it doesn't pay off while Jürgen Trieb passes into second. Ongaro is free and into third, with car 4 of Alessandro Stocco into fourth. This bizarrely, deceptively tough track is now sticky. The cars are getting heavier, and with the temperature dropping, you don't want to be spending too much time on your roof because that could surely spell disaster. So Barufalo continues to get away. He'll be hoping for a repeat of his semi-final. And if Ongaro in third continues to tangle with whoever he wants to get past, and second car is Jürgen Trieb, Marco just has to drive steady and all will be well. Ongaro on the inside, and they both independently take themselves out. And Oscar Baldo does the same. Oh, Baldo's over the barrier. He hesitates. He's up into second with Stocco behind. But things sort themselves out. Well, kind of. Stocco's into second. Think that's David Hessel up into third. Well, all of which means Barufalo must be getting away. No, the poleman humping the curb briefly brings them right back together. Hassel seems to make the same mistake and Baldo gets caught up too. So now it's all about Marco getting away from Alessandro. Marco showed us in his semi he can leave the rest behind, no problems. But Stocco showed us he's happy to overtake every car on the track and fight his way up to the top. While David Ongaro can make the fastest lap out there. But where is he now? I don't know. But Marco lands on one wheel, cartwheels, and it's all the chance Stocco needs to take this. Stocco from Barufalo. Battle commences. Over the barrel, bad landing, and Marco's back out into the lead. A brown-ish car is joining the party, though that being said, with that much brown on, he could be a lap back. It could be Maggi. Yes, 3 Italians out front. Barufalo from Stocco, from Maggi. Current champion, Maggi. Stocco and Maggi both in the finals in Switzerland last year. Another event plagued by water falling from the sky. as Barufalo starts to get his groove on, settling down, finding a rhythm round the track. A little way back, things continue to be close. Stocko is in second, chased down repeatedly by Maggi as fourth place Oscar Baldo waits for an opportunity. And before long, one way or another, he's up into third, with David Hassel behind him. Barufalo continues to expand his lead, but with such an extreme surface change to the track since qualifying, all fuel strategies will no doubt be out the window, with every team erring on the side of caution. Happily for the leader, he makes his first stop. Smooth and no cars pass. A great start for the young Italian, who will look to extend his lead. But a mistake on his outgoing lap puts him back in the sights of car 2 Stocko again. But Stocko inevitably makes his first stop, so Barufalo gets a bit of breathing space. With a quarter of the race down, car 1 Barufalo has a good lead on car 4 of Stocko, with Jürgen Trieb in third, with Maggi in fourth, but with Oscar Baldo looking dangerous to him. And as Maggi begins to lose pace, with Baldo passing for fourth, Jürgen Trieb, seen here in third, has a good 9-second lead on him. But the track's not getting any kinder to the drivers, with sticky and slick and loose patches. And it's taking its toll on the marshals too. And even the cameramen are having a hard time of keeping track of everything on this track. It's been pretty hard to explain this weekend just why this track is so hard to drive on. And now it's wet, it's even harder to drive on. And to explain, I suppose, in my case. However, the one man who seems to be coping nicely is the leader, with a solid 10 seconds on Stocko. Every mistake the field makes behind him in its desperate panic to catch up is helping him increase his lead. But not as much as he'd like. Barufalo pits and Stocko passes into the lead, while Angaro has flamed the young star down in 8th position. This really has not been the fairy tale end to the weekend for him. No one, and even in this final, no one can really do a faster lap than him on this track. But since the semi-finals, things have taken a turn for the worst. So back out front, Stocko from Barufalo. Stocko is said to be planning on taking one less fuel stop. Now that remains to be seen, but Barufalo, no one has really looked as smooth or has adapted quite as well to this track as him. So, yes, you could say just a matter of time. Approaching the halfway points, Barufalo from Stocko, from Jürgen Trieb, from Oscar Baldo. Stocko continues to make a few errors and coming out from refuelling. Third place, white-ish, car 5 of Jürgen Trieb is challenging him for position. This European-style track looks flat compared to the US facilities, but the myriad of mini bumps and odd angled ruts must be sending these drivers loopy. Nose to wing, they go. Incredibly, Jürgen Trieb up to second. Stocko passes Ongaro. Back out again, but way back. Trieb also handles the track well. But Barufalo's lead of 19 seconds continues to grow, while Stocko continues to fall back. Whilst Spanish Oscar Baldo is up to third. A brief panic now for Jürgen Trieb. You can see his crew behind David Ongaro's. He's flamed out in the pit lane, but he's back out before long. But it's just long enough for Stocko to get back out into third. And it's side by side on the jump. David Ongaro's into the mix, but he's on lap 30. These guys on 31. Stocko's got the pace, but has he got the control? No. I thought that was the perfect moment for Jürgen, but he seemed bizarrely magnetised to Alessandro. Not the best throw there, and Stocko flames. Well, he did flame and started his semi from the back and did well then, but with the remaining time in this race, I really wouldn't be hopeful now. Such a shame for the young Italian. Well, the final third of the race, positions don't change an awful lot, and Barufalo has a 30-second lead on Oscar Baldo, with Jürgen Trieb in third, Jimmy Wyman in fourth, who does have some issues and falls to 7th behind Tony Truman, with David Ongaro finishing a very respectable 5th. So, of the top 3, 1 and 2 ultimately finish in grid order, and Jürgen Trieb, the Austrian, climbs from 5th to 3rd. But an amazing performance from Marco Barufalo with his RB-powered RB. A fantastic result for both him and the team.
Grazie innanzitutto, è stata una bellissima gara.
It was a wonderful race. I mean, it was a battle since the very first laps. Then he managed to get a small gap, and thank God the rain didn't come during the final. Yeah, he had to change tires because of the new bumps and holes that came out in the track. It was even more slippery, so yeah. He's very happy actually, because it's the first race he manages to finish without any problem. So bad luck for him this year, but not for this race. He's very happy with everything.
Very difficult, very difficult.
Yeah, we have a good setup for qualify, and now even in the semi-final we were really good. But the problem with the water, we have a little bit problems with the tires and with the setup. So, but he did really well.
Were you happy with the pit stop, the fuel strategy? Did that all run smoothly?
Yeah, we don't want to take risk. We can have 9 minutes, but because the mat and everything, we don't want to take risk. So we decided to make 7:30 and just finish the race.
Jürgen, congratulations. Are you happy with 3rd?
Yes, I was very happy. Yes, it was very difficult. The tires was not so good. The track was
very slippery, and before the final we changed the tires because of the weather. Yeah.
There you go. That was an extended blast from the past.
Classic Hungaroring moments there.
Cool to see the Oscar Baldo. Baby Baldo.
So many baby racers there. So many. So we're just waiting for our next special guest to come in, and we're hoping to have a multimedia presentation for them and for you, our viewers.
The case. Peter Arder answers to the case against his final. Shall we have a look at it just to confirm we're not making a mountain out of a molehill? I mean, this was cool. What we got here?
So this is the full speed last lap moment, and this is the pass attempt. Another pass attempt here over the bumps, the double coming over the final timing line there. So that was the moment in the last lap, last corner pass for Peter Harder.
For position.
For 4th position. There he is.
There he is.
There's the man himself. So
yes.
we can potentially show Peter this again. If you watch your screen, Peter, I think you'll be able to see this. There we go. So this is your moment right here. Hopefully you can see that. Boom!
Wow!
Boom! And over the line.
That was a moment, right?
You need to have fast reactions to do that.
The last corner pass of a legend.
That must have been a thrilling race for you.
Yes, it was. It was really, how should I say it, down and up.
Yeah, it was. I mean, quite tight. We've had so many really tight races here as you know, racers attempting to get into that bump up spot. You managed to get into the 4th spot there to claim position number 12 going into the quarterfinals. And then what happened in the quarterfinal?
Yeah, I had a good start in the 1.8. I was dead last and made my way through. But in the quarterfinal, I had a good start, and I was, I think around 6th position, and I ran out of fuel. And Daniel, my friend who was pitting me, is really sorry for that, because he must have not made a full tank on the first stop. That's racing, and it happens sometimes. It was so close, so we knew that we had to make a fast fuel stop, and it was a bit too fast, maybe.
Okay.
Yeah. That's but I will live on the passing in the last corner on the 1/8 final.
Yes, you will always have that highlight clip, just ready on your phone. So your friend Daniel, is he going to owe you a beer or two later, maybe?
No, he's doing up some tires for me for the plus 40 final. That was to make it even.
Right. Okay. Do you know your starting position for that already?
I'm starting fourth, so
Okay.
Zach from Spain will have a huge advantage starting in pole position. Yeah, but we'll see. It's 20 minutes of racing, and we know all of us everything can happen. So
Yeah.
I look forward to that.
That's
And-
the great
and
joys in. Sorry, you were saying.
No, it's all okay.
Yeah, no, I was just going to say that that's kind of the joys and the ups and downs of Nitro racing. You have so much that can go on. It's 3-dimensional racing with all the jumps and stuff like that. Everyone else is, obviously you're going into a 40-plus final where it's going to be for podium position. It's no longer for 4 positions to bump up. It's for 3 positions to be on the podium and hopefully get a trophy or a plaque or whatever they're going to be handing out later on. And, it's for all the marbles now, really. So it gets tighter and tighter. But you have pit stops and fuel and strategy and tire choice and everything. It makes it really, really intense.
That's what I like about it. It's Nitro electronic, but glory of what they're saying.
Exactly.
Peter, you watched the football yesterday, I hope. You said...
I did watch football, yes.
Yeah, you said England needed all the help they could get, and we got lucky, right? We got lucky.
Yeah, and so did I in the 1/8 final, and I also hope to have luck on my side in the plus 40. So, yeah. And the funny thing on the 1/8 final was that Daniel was screaming at me as a mechanic. It's saying to me in the headset, "This is your last lap. This is your last chance. Push."
Fabulous.
And I mean, I was, I didn't know what to expect, and I knew I could not run or do any stupid things. So it's that's what makes this racing so fine, and it's so cool, and I like it. Yeah.
Well, we love to see it, and especially when we have action like that. And initially I was asking if there was any sort of protest or anything like that, and you were like, "Why? Do you think it was a legal pass?"
I didn't even think about it.
Really?
I didn't even think about it should be on. I felt it was really a clean on pass. I knew coming down to that double before the straight, I knew I had to go tight on the first corner, on the left corner, to be inside to win. That's what luckily, he went a bit too wide. Yeah.
No, so just on the passing, you were telling us yesterday that the racing line is only maybe a meter wide in most places. Is it still like that? Do you think is that why it was you had to make 2 attempts there? Even in that one clip, you made 2 attempts to make a pass. Is it still going to be really, really super tight going in, for the 45-minute finals?
Yes, it is really narrow. I think where I am right now, I can try and turn the phone around.
Yeah.
And maybe you can see. I don't know if you can see it.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, wow.
Can you see the corner here?
Yeah.
And it's about 1 meter. And
wow.
And that's how it is many places. And that's where I also try to pass him. And if you just go a bit too wide, you are out in the dust, and it's so dusty outside the line today, more than yesterday.
Now, can I get a racer opinion on what you think about this particular event? The club is not asking the marshals to sweep their sections, and normally that's kind of what we see at these dirt events. Is that do you think that's a good thing or a bad thing?
I think the main issue when marshals are sweeping before a final or a heat is because the driving line is a bit dusty, and here the driving line isn't dusty. And outside the line, I think it shouldn't be swept or anything. So I think what they're doing here is correct. And I think it's great fun. And I hear most people saying that they like the track and everything. And yeah, it's super cool.
Amazing.
Awesome.
Amazing. Thank you so much, Peter. Good luck in the
You're
40
welcome.
plus. We'll be rooting for
Thank
you. We
you.
have no favourites, but we'll be hoping that you can elevate yourself into the podium positions.
Thank you very much. I need the
Thank
luck
you,
of
Peter.
the UK team yesterday.
Yeah. Cool.
Fabulous. Thanks, Peter.
See you. Bye.
Thank you. Bye.
Well, there we go.
Last lap, he's definitely running Associated. He's wearing Associated shirt there, you can see. So
there you go. Cool.
Great stuff from Peter.
I think we have
semi-final
9 minutes.
Ooh, this is pretty stacked. Looking at the Eric Likey
semi-final.
That's practice.
Yeah, this is the practice for the Group B.
Semi-final A kicking off in 9 minutes. So that's going to be good. Are we going to get our next guest on? Yeah, let's try. Let's try for it.
Let me
We
try.
may as well try.
We'll try.
May as well try. What we'll do, we'll try and get one more guest in before we resume the racing for this afternoon. And in the meantime, we'll spend a moment thanking our sponsors. They are the associate members of EFRA, but of course, we want to thank X-Ray, Hot Race Tyres, Mebo Sport, your all-in-one-place e-shop for all your RC needs, Techno RC, T-Works, and S-Works. These are the brands who decided to support us and help make this happen. And we're doing our best to give them good value for money. So if you could give this a like,
a subscribe, a like,
share, comment,
everything. Join. Go to rcracingtv.com for merch.
End of the day, yeah,
all sorts of things.
All sorts of things
to help us bring you this amazing content for free from around the world.
Indeed, indeed, and also No Name RC podcast. Need to give them some love.
You may have heard of it. You may have heard.
Yeah.
There's a guy that you may have heard of that you know. We didn't get Lefty a hat and some stickers.
We are not PC, so that's let you know that. We are like the complete. We are not PC, but go check us out. It's good to be here with you guys. I'm ready for these semifinals and my favorite race, the LCQ.
Oh yes, oh yeah. I think the 40 plus is going to be pretty frantic. I think the 40. Those guys really take it seriously.
Yeah,
the juniors are just like do their best, but the 40 plus guys are just like they just go for it. Oh. I hear the sounds of. Here we go.
Hey, there we go. This is the man right here. This is the man with the man.
How are we doing?
Lewis the Legend. That is your new moniker. How many races? How many subfinals did you end up running today?
So which qualifier did you begin in? 164? 132? 132. So 32 and then bump into 116.
After
1.8.
1.8.
quarter, and then in the quarter. So
wow,
1 hour 20 minutes on track.
1 hour 20 minutes. Yeah.
Plus the in and out and the warm up and this. So
yeah.
That was pretty intense.
Yes, quarter just absolutely dead.
Yeah, understandable.
Yes.
That was really cool to be following your progress as you're moving, just moving up from race to race to race. Obviously, it's very extremely difficult to do. So how did you manage it? What kind of wear on the car was there?
For my first final, I changed the front shocks, so I reduced the oil to have more motricity and at the corner. So I think it helped me for my first final, and so I think it's good training for and it can improve my driving.
Yeah.
And I think my sponsor helped me a lot to improve for the 1:30 and 1:08 and quarter. So and car working good. During 1 hour, we have no problem and it's very consistent. So I've changed nothing because we haven't the time to change.
No, the time or the need. Yeah, whether we wanted to or not, it's not happening. There's no time, so we just had to
just charge the battery and go to run.
Have a drink, maybe the toilet, and go again. Yeah.
I guess are you sad to be out now, or are you just happy with how far you've got in the ride that you've had today?
Yeah, we are happy of the result. It's just amazing to have 4 bump up. It's just so fun because the track is amazing and the car is fabulous to drive today. So it's just a good day, and thanks all my
the quarterfinal is tough.
Yes.
The level here I think any Spanish track is really competitive. This area here is feels like the European capital of RC. You have RC Redovan, very close. You have this amazing track here, RC Sachs. The level is very strong.
It's my first race in Spain, so we are so happy of the result.
Yeah.
Keep going for the next.
That's it. Keep the energy going.
That's amazing. It's been awesome.
To all my mechanic and my dad and friends.
Yeah, watching. We've been messaging him, and he's been watching from the sidelines. Very proud.
And Jerome, because
helping as well.
He helped me, and he told me after all of my runs.
Yeah.
So thank Jerome.
He's watching along.
Yeah. Always.
Yeah. No.
And Seb and Celine is just fabulous in the pit.
Yeah.
I take a lot of time in the pit. So,
so that's Seb Leonard and Celine Leonard from Six Mick Racing. So they've been pitting and helping with the mechanics for Louis over the weekend, which has been clearly very, very helpful, appreciative, and it's good. It's good.
Amazing.
Yeah, it was a fantastic run, and thanks for coming and chatting with us. I'm sure there's going to be some really good racing to watch for the rest of the day for you guys.
No worries at all. Right, we'll leave. Looks like they're getting started. We don't want to drag it out too much. And if I have Carlos Gomez come over and start doing another tour with me, we're going to miss the main final. So we'll leave it at that.
Okay. All right. Thanks very much, Lewis.
Guys. Nice to see you.
Best of luck for the rest of the day.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mark. Yeah, Carlos commandeered Mark yesterday for like 10 minutes.
Yeah.
Here, show
Carlos
this.
is
Show
everywhere.
that.
He's out there with a broom.
Yeah. He's a busy guy.
He pitches in.
Yeah,
he certainly does. He's obviously. Peter was saying you don't need to sweep the track, but
Carlos is.
Just to be sure. Oh, wow. Okay,
we still have to look inside the bathrooms, or have we?
No, we haven't had a look inside. No one's dared to take the live stream inside the bathroom, and I think that's probably wise. Let's get some ambient from trackside. Javier Garcia is surveying surveying the runners and riders for the semi-final A, making sure everything is as it should be. I guess they're going to release the cars soon.
Some last second instructions to everybody. So 20-minute semi-final A, followed very closely by the semi-final B. The top 6 drivers from each of these semis going into the main final and will be sorted by, I believe, by fastest finishing time or best finishing time. And then the last chance qualifier, which comes up in a race or two's time, will decide the 13th driver that will be on the main final grid.
Awesome. Well, whilst the warm-up laps are happening, you're not going to miss anything, but you are going to find out about one of our key sponsors, Motorsport. And we're back.
Alrighty then. So I guess they need some more warm-up after their 10 minutes practice. Well, it's been about 40 minutes since they won the practice, 30 minutes. But up first is Group A with Iker Umpo, who took this TQ to a tiebreaker when he set that first round, flaming first round TQ, as we heard Langaro said, the track. They must have watered the track throughout that heat, or did they just do that? Did they water the track through the entire first qualifier, or just
no,
in the
just
beginning?
before
Well,
each qualifier one.
Okay, so what happens is, being as it was so early in the morning, without the heat being there, the water must have stayed in the track for the entire round, probably.
Yeah, and
That's
it has
what
been
Tom
cooler
said.
today, right? It is cooler.
Yeah, a little bit cooler so far.
Yeah, I was talking about yesterday's qualifying because Iker set on that flaming. He had, and I mean that his first qualifier, he was 5 or 6 seconds then faster than the final fourth qualifier.
Yeah, it was a lot faster than all of the other qualifying runs. But yeah, 29
Absolutely.
degrees right now.
He still
Some
has
comments?
to bump up into the final.
Yeah. It's not a guaranteed spot to be TQ in any of the rounds, so it's pretty important. So you can't slack off in the semis. Still all to play for.
We have a couple of comments coming in. Keep interacting because your comments and your feedback and your thoughts and knowledge and corrections help drive this live stream forward. And Chewy RC very wisely says, join the channel, worth it just for the stickers. And they are very good stickers. I have some stickers somewhere around here.
But that's become a hero,
We
right?
got them on the cups.
I've got them on the cups.
And on the laptops.
Hang on, let's do this.
There we go. Yeah, you can see
this.
some of the there.
How about this is sheet?
There. And there.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, the
Okay.
race is going.
Back to business.
All right, there's Iker's dad getting ready.
7, 6, 5, 4.
The last drops of fuel going in.
All righty, they are off. Let's go. There is Iker in that green and white Techno car number 1. Ooh, somebody
I think
getting some
Angaro
mic
was pitting
feedback.
for Iniesta in the car 3. You mentioned Iniesta.
Yep. Oh, Iker getting it wrong. Grinding down the pipe. No. But no harm, no foul as he keeps his position in that first position as he goes up over this short double, little off-camber double. And let's see how it all feathers out as they come across the line. So it's going to be 1, 2, 3, 4. Navarro up to 6 from up to 5th from 6th. So not too much change. It all kind of stays the same besides that one. So top 6 will go through to the final, and then they will take the 2 fastest after that, and then 2 bump up to the... No, 1 bumps up from the...
Last chance.
No. So it's 12.
One bump up.
So it'd be 5 and 5.
No, 6.
No.
Yeah, on the schedule. Yeah.
So 6 and 6 will bump up, so that means 12. And then no fastest. Okay. So they're going to have 13 races?
That's my understanding.
Okay. Usually, I thought they would have did 5 and 5, then the next 2 fastest, then LCQ. But I'm not in control of this ship. So, Upper Wells, go Bradley Baird, all the best. Keep it rubber side down. Yes, he is going to want to be in that top 5. He does not want it to go to a LCQ. Right now, here's our battle for 2nd and 3rd, 4th, 5th right there. So right now, these 2 cars, plus the one in front, plus these 2 have secured their spot into the A final. But with 17 minutes to go, and we are seeing people do 2 fuel stops, lots of racing left to go, lots of time for others to make up time, and lots of time for these guys to make mistakes and not bump up to the A final. But Iker is already pulled out to a nice lead, 3.3 seconds over Hugo Ibanez, who we were told to look out for by Robert Batier yesterday, and Manuel Iniesta, followed by Eric Berkerin, Ivan Navarro. That's your top 5. Roca Martin is now 2.1 seconds back. 7/10 behind him is Nacho Sanchez. Gabriel Castellano, one of our bumper uppers, 1.4 back. So it's spread out from 1st to 2nd over 16.7 seconds, but everybody's relatively close to each other. Biggest gap being between 1st and 2nd of 4 seconds. And First just made a mistake. All that gap has disappeared as he finds himself now in 3rd. And he just needs to keep calm and don't get frantic. He has plenty of time. He is faster than these guys at the moment. He doesn't want to wear out his tires or his car or make any drastic mistakes that will cause imminent failure to his process of making the A final. So I assume Hugo Ibanez has made his way up to 1st. Iker getting that position back into 2nd. Now he's going to chase down junior driver Hugo Ibanez, a fellow Spanish driver. I'm sure these 2 have raced each other a plethora of times in the Spanish Nationals. Iker now 4/10 of a second back of him. Bradley Baird, you had somebody cheering him on. He is currently on the move up from 11th to 9th. And Iker is all over the rear wing of car number 2 of Hugo Ibanez, applying pressure, waiting for him to make a mistake. Iker definitely has a bit more pace as I think he got lucky just now over that curb. We've seen that curb reach up and grab you and make you make a mistake. There's the pass by Iker onto 2nd. And I think Iker has got, nope, still in 2nd. So he made a mistake. He is flying through that chicane, just getting a wheel up on that curbing. Doesn't want to get too high up. We've seen countless cars get flipped over by just getting a little bit too tilted off that very high concrete curbing. So Iker frantically trying to get back in front and put some space between these guys. And while these guys are battling for 1st, 2nd, and 3rd, we have Navarro, and Gabriel Castellano is now up to 6th. And he's 4.1 seconds back. And Bradley Beard now up to 7. So Bradley and Gabriel are 2 bumper uppers, definitely making some inroads in this as early for a few minutes of the finals. We have 5 minutes and 30 seconds down. 14:30 left to go. And as you can see how hard, that was very close.
It was a tight battle for the top 3.
Absolutely. As Peter said, this is a very hard track to pass cleanly. And of course, the referee Stitzen has been on it. So these drivers know if they do get aggressive, too aggressive, they'll either have to give the position back, or maybe even incur a penalty, which they do not want. We saw penalties dictate a race early, as the guys who were in position to bump up had to drop out. But Eicher's still looking a little bit too shaky right now, as he's pushing extremely hard to catch up to Ibanez. Ibanez looks very calm out there. I think he is on an X-ray car, if I'm not mistaken.
I'll check that.
His pitman wearing an X-ray shirt. But Eicher able to get that car. Oh, early pit stop there for Gabriel Astoriano. So he is in, no, is that Gabriel? Car number... No, I can't. I think that's Gabriel. I think that was his dad. The pit stop's starting to come around. That car, that is Gabriel.
Eicher is running a Techno with a Corsa Tech engine.
Okay. Who's that, Eicher?
Yeah.
Oh, I know that. This is car number 4, actually. So this is Eric Berekel. He's in our 4th position. And here comes our leaders. There's first and second. That was close. And our leader is going to be out of pits with Eicher right behind him. So this battle continues, and Eicher gets a little bit more of a run coming out of the pit lane. And right behind him, I believe, is Manuel Iniesta.
Ibanez is running an X-ray.
That's what I figured.
Iniesta, I believe, is running an Associated, because that's who I think Ongaro was pitting for.
That's who he was talking about. And here is car number... is that Eicher, or is that car number 4? That is Eric Berekel, who's currently scored in 4th. Ivan Navarro is now up to 5th, and Bradley Baird is knocking on Ivan Navarro's door 2 seconds back as he's trying to get into that 5th bump spot. He does not want it to go to LCQ. He has a very fast Astoriano Gabriel behind him. 11 minutes. Wow, the time seems to go fast in these 20 minutes that we're racing.
Yeah.
I swear it was just 13 minutes. But long laps, I think. The long laps, we got caught up. We're watching the race, and then people are pitting. So
yeah, for sure.
It's been quite a while since I've called a race with almost 50-second lap time. So
yeah, and I have checked Lefty, and it is definitely 6 racers from each semi to bump up, and the 13th to position filled by the winner of the last chance qualifier.
Okay. So they've done away with the, you know how they usually do the 2 fastest from either the semis, the 2 fastest time after the top 6 or whatever it goes to.
Yeah, I can't remember if this category had it or if it's a different category.
Yeah, they had it at the Royal Nationals because they didn't have an LCQ. So they just took the top times, fastest after the guaranteed bump ups. But Hugo Ibanez just who was that? Was that
car
Hugo?
That's
that
car
was
2,
Hugo.
Ibanez.
He just threw on the fastest lap of the race and then makes that mistake. And Eicher has that breathing room that he most desperately wanted, and he has put the afterburners on. He has hit the turbo button as he comes across a 46.3 for Eicher, almost as fast as Ibanez 46.33. So Eicher got lots of pace out there in that Techno, powered by Corsa Tech. I believe he runs hot race tires, if I'm not mistaken. And here is our 4th place car, or was 4th place car, of Eric Berekel. But I think the cameraman don't understand that it's 5th place that we have to really be watching at this point, which belongs to Ivan Navarro. And Gabriel Astoriano is 4.1 back, and Bradley Baird drops 6.1 back. So those guys have a lot of work to do if they want to get up into this top 6. So right now, Gabriel is there, and Bradley Baird is 6.1 seconds back of him. He's currently on the bubble.
So we've got Tellez, Iniesta, Ibanez, Becquerel, Navarro, Astorino. That's your top 6. Bradley Baird, 6.7 seconds back from Astorino in 7th position. Being chased very closely by Martin Roca. Top 5 positions occupied by Spanish racers, and Astorino, the lone Italian in this race. Bradley Baird, the lone British racer. So Tellez with the fastest lap so far, 46 flat, 46.008. A couple other 46s coming from Iniesta and Ibanez. Last lap from Tellez was a 46.2, so backing that up, and then a 46.8. So stretching out his lead.
8 minutes left.
And you heard it there, 8 minutes left in this one. So we're going to start approaching the last pit stop. Ooh, a little wild there from the car 9 of Astorino. This is our 6th place racer, the final bump up spot for going into the main final.
And Gabriel is one of our bumper uppers as well. Yeah. So showed incredible pace. Ran away with it in his 1/8 final, 1/4 final. But Bradley Baird is the man looking from the outside in right now, 6.9 seconds back. And Iker Tellez with 2.3. Up next, the next one is one of your favorite racers, Frank, David Todd. You're very impressed by him. I don't know, maybe he's been replaced by Messi, Frenchman.
Yeah, I mean, Messi doing a fantastic job. Great to speak with him earlier. Running his Agama for 80 minutes of racing today, and just missing, well, not just missing out, but finally his run coming to an end in the quarterfinals. But doing a fantastic job, and very happy to get out of the 132 finals. But yeah, David Todd in the next group of semifinal racers. And himself only really just missing out on 2 different TQ runs with just, I think it's just a single mistake in the qualifying run 3 and run 4. But obviously very costly mistakes, but that's how close it gets when qualifying is that tight.
Absolutely. He's been very fast. I mean, I remember when he was at the E-Buggy World Cup. Guys were amazed at how fast he was,
Yeah.
And moving on to the E-Buggy Euros, I mean, I think it's just one position out of directly qualify, or a couple positions out of directly qualifying to the A final. So
yeah,
and
he won the junior final for the E-Buggy Euros as well a few weeks back at Montpellier.
So very good. But Tellez now, Tellez must have came in for fuel because Hugo is, and others Tellez, nope, that's Iniesta, no, not Iniesta, Hugo Ibanez, sorry. So let it all cycle out with 5 minutes left to go in this class. Hello, Cal. Unfortunately, first off, they don't do any follows during the mains. And second, we couldn't follow him anyway because none of the RC Racing TV crew are there manning the cameras. It's the Spanish Federation crew, and then we have no communication with them. And the rule is no following requests during the finals. Unfortunately.
Yeah,
let's see where Barrett is, though. Barrett is now, yeah, Barrett is now dropped down to 10th. So Barrett is going to probably have to go back, get his car ready, and focus on that LCQ. But that LCQ is going to be extremely stacked with a bunch of fast racers.
Yeah. Crunchy DA asking how long is the main final? It's 45 minutes, just like all of the EFRA Nitro Buggy finals.
So Roar does it. If it's a world year, you do 60 minutes. If it's a non-world year, you do, I don't know. They did have a 60-minute final for Buggy with 10-minute qualifiers this year. And they did last year as well, if I remember. So I like 60-minute finals. Let's get back to doing that. All right, let's see who our eagle-eyed cameraman has picked up now. That is car number 3. That is our leader, Manuel Iniesta. So he might be coming in for... No, let's see. He might be coming in for fuel. Well, this might be his fuel out lap, actually. Let's see. Yep, I think this is his fuel out. No, he's not showing any. Okay, no, that's a 47 flat. So he's got a 1.7 second lead up on Hugo Ibanez, and RTQ Iker is currently down in third, 0.3 of a second back. So there's Iker right there. I wonder if, you know, he comes off some great runs. He gets a TQ. He wants to win this race and start on pole. So he cannot let that defeat him mentally, because he still has a good chance to win this race if he makes it to the semi with 2 minutes and 45 seconds left to go. It's Manuel Iniesta, Hugo Ibanez, Iker Tellez, Gabriel Estrellano is up to 4th, Ivan Navarro, and Paco Flores in 6th. Those, if it stops right now, those 6 guys will bump into the finals. Roca Martin is 1.3 seconds back of Flores, Paco Flores. So he cannot relax, cannot make any mistakes, because Paco will be there to chomp him up like Pac-Man. I noticed there's no American flag in the background. It don't matter. That is the Euros. Yeah, I mean, there will be one at the Worlds, though, Rory. No Americans at this race. Just like there's no Europeans at the Nationals 2 weeks ago. So, but plenty of flags there, Rory. Plenty of flags. No Canadian flags either there for Bob's RC. So, I wonder if Bermuda probably falls on the EFRA as well as a British colony. It's probably like the Isle of Man and Wight in all those countries that are there's islands just off the coast of
That's a
UK.
Curious one. I wonder if a Bermudan or if a Jamaican racer wanted to race, what would they?
They would be Jamaican racer would be on the Famar,
right?
Because Bermuda is still British sovereignty, like a British territory.
Oh yeah, I think was it Jamaica sort of took. Ooh,
they got independent.
Wow, that's not a way to cross the finish line there.
Yeah, we got a replay. Ooh, that was. Yeah. I don't know who that was, but
hopefully crossed the finish line using the momentum from the crash there.
And Paco Flores still holding off Martin Roca, but it is now 8/100ths of a second.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I just noticed that. That's a very close battle now. Hopefully we start to focus on that with these last half a minute.
I think this might be it. No?
8. No, we need to move forward a couple of cars. That is car number 8.
That is Nacho Sanchez, who's down in 8th. So 8th is currently in 8th. But no, he's currently in 6th. Sorry, he moved up.
Yes.
So,
and it looks like Paco Flores has crashed or something, dropping down the order.
He dropped quite a lot. Oh well, it's going to be all over for Paco for this race. He's going to have to try to attempt to do it in the LCQ. It looks like it's going to be Nacho. It's going to be your last bumper upper to the final. It's going to be Manuel Iniesta, Hugo Ibanez, Iker Tellez currently, Gabriel Estrellano, Ivan Navarro, and Nacho Sanchez, your unofficial top 6 going into the semi. Remember, anything can happen. These guys can get disqualified, DQ'd in tech. We can have oversized fuel tanks. We can have underweight. What? Did he run out of fuel right there? Or power?
Battery may have died just then, or maybe just relief at making the main.
Maybe he needs to
lose all
that
control
battery.
of the fingers. But yeah, that's okay. So that's our first semi-final. And there we go. The top 6 drivers you can see there: Iniesta, Ibanez, Tellez, Navarro, Astorino, and Sanchez. Those are the first 6 drivers to go into the main final, coming up at 4:20. And I believe this is going to be Iniesta. Yes, running the Associated, as we got the name drop from him from Mr. David Ongaro when we talked to him previously. And I'm sure he'll be giving him plenty of support and guidance out on track before he takes the controller off him and says, let me get out on track finally.
Davide sounded a little bit frustrated, didn't he, at the beginning of the call? Like obviously he wants to be racing. He doesn't want to be just stood there, but also a little bit frustrated with he's trying to tell them, but he just wants to show them.
Probably knows how his dad feels now.
Yeah.
Yeah, we had Mauro Ongaro, is David's father, in the chat yesterday, dropping a bit of Italian on us, and he hasn't appeared so far today.
No.
But,
I think he's got a lot of work on at the track.
Yeah, he's going to be a busy man.
I was going to show you these before we got rudely interrupted by an actual race, but these are the RC Racing TV sticker sheets. Oh, one's gone there. So if you want to get these exclusive stickers, there's only a few of these left actually.
Yeah, it's a very limited run at this point.
Extremely limited availability, but we are going to get some new ones produced. So the new versions will be out very soon with some new designs.
But don't worry about that. You can still join and join the RCTV channel. Go to RCTV. Search for RC Racing TV on YouTube and find the join button on the channel, and you'll get a set of those stickers mailed to you by this guy right here.
I'm not doing it. You do it.
Well, you've been doing it.
Yeah,
why stop?
Because, we should share some of the work, some of the joys. We should share and share alike.
You also get a one-time 10% discount code on RCTV merch on rcracingtv.com. You get to see videos or longer form videos like RC Autopsy literally weeks ahead of everyone else out there in the world.
This is a pretty cool design.
Here's one of our new designs right here. It's quite cool. Here's one. This is one of my favorites. This is also another one of my favorites, the RC Shield design. Got the trucker hat. We got some new hats as well coming out. The fitted flex fit type hat. Quite cool.
Yeah.
I have a question though. I love Matt's shirt. I want a 3X or 4X American size, not European size.
So what's that European?
No, European size
4X. Don't know.
There are size guides on the shirt listings.
Well,
in metric and imperial. I made sure.
I'll measure you up. We'll get a tape measure out at Redovan, and I'll measure you up, Keenan, and we'll see what the most appropriate T-shirt size will be, and then we'll get one ordered.
It's too big. That's what it is. It's just I'm too big. They need to get in shape. I was losing some weight. BJ says that Little Bump got DQ'd for being underweight in Truggy at the Raw Nats final. He did. He said the weights flew off. His dad was telling me about that. But I remember even more famous was Ryan Lutz got DQ'd from the 2019 Nationals at Thornhill and Truggy because he didn't factor in the wear on tires. Yeah. Wow. So he I think he might have won the race, or it was a semi. I can't remember what it was. He might have won it. And the tires were bald, completely bald when he finished. And they were bald enough where they actually put him underweight from what he went out there in. And then, of course, in 2021, we saw Cole Ogden and Ty Tessman both DQ'd out of their semis for oversized tanks. And, of course, that's where the whole conspiracy theory of the pump that they use to push the fuel out of the tanks. They said that the theory was that basically the pump, and Miguel Matias has said this too, that when the tanks are really hot and they're hot and they're going to be pliable, that pump pushing that out at that certain time expands those tanks just enough to be over the limit. And I could see, tanks expand with heat, right? So I could see that being a part.
Plastic gets malleable and soft. But I was wondering, because Peter was telling us yesterday he was DQ'd for an oversized tank. But there must be a way to mark the tanks, like measure them and then mark them so that they're permanent, just like the bodies and wings and chassis are marked in all the various categories. There must be a way to mark it. I know that like there's nitro oil and stuff like that gets coated on it, but you can clean the plastic. You can put a sticker on there, you know, like a holographic sticker. There's Peter there,
enjoying an ice lolly.
Yeah, as you do when your racing's done. But yeah, there must be a way to do it. But anyway,
well,
it's
my theory on that whole situation was Cole Ogden completely forgot about that, and because this was the hottest day of the event. It was on the Sunday, so it's really hot. So I think Cole Ogden kind of forgot about it and probably was good to go. But when that expansion happened, it DQ'd him. And I think when I was talking to Tasman, you can see like the Tasmans were like probably had that thing at 125cc exactly, right? I know because that's how they used to dot all their I's across their T's. And he was quite calm about it. But where Cole was making off and doing donuts on a scooter, holding a bear, and it was entertaining to say the least. They were fast. They were very fast. I always reckon I compared Cole Ogden to James Hunt of RC.
Really? You should get him on again before he retires. If the rumours that you just started, you started the rumour that he's going to retire soon. You should get him on because he's good fun. Huh?
He started it himself.
Oh, okay. So it's true then, I guess.
He's saying this was probably my last Silver State. This is going to be my last Nationals. Well, he's not saying it is going to be. It probably is going to be.
Right. Okay.
That's right. Jonathan Volk says DQ. I remember when Igon was DQ'd in 2004 at Jessica Paulson's track when her dad used to race.
Really?
Jessica Paulson probably wasn't even walking. I also remember Quartz wanting to fight Jessica Paulson's father at that race too. And they were on the same team.
Wow.
Yeah.
So big ups to Connie Svensson saying, I love those stickers. I have them on my car every time I race. And Jonathan Wolf, one of our heroes, saying, I have some of those RCTV stickers. And also RC Autopsy is a brilliant series. Must be hard to find for cars for it, though. Yeah, I know. Well, you can join the channel, man. What you doing?
Ooh, what do we have here? A Messworks?
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5.
So as Andre Bento.
All right, hurry off. There's your guy. David Todd, his dad doing the pitting. All right, Todd taking that lead, but right behind him is Hugo Tabaron, Q2 TQ. Matisse Perret right behind them, and Lewis Jones, it looks like. So Todd already putting a little bit of space between him and Hugo. I think we might be in store for a great battle between these three, Frank.
Yeah, I think it's going to be good. I'm just enjoying half of a Kit Kat bar.
I know. My wife just bought me some toast.
So you want me to talk now? David Todd stretching out a lead over Hugo Tavernon. Both of these guys TQing around, as we said. So we had 2 round TQs in the previous semifinal and 2 more round TQs in this one. So Todd, Tavernon, Perret, Jones, Eric Likey, I should say, who's, I believe, is 15. His brother Holger, also racing in this event, but done for the weekend. Todd is really stretching out pace here. Tavernon also a good gap to Perret. So 2 seconds and another 1.7, then 3.6. So the top 6 bump up. Mark de Zwart is the final bump up position at the moment, but just not even half a second behind is that number 9 car we were looking at earlier of Andre Bento. And again, about half the field running as junior racers in the semifinal B. Top 6 going to bump up into the main final. 45-minute race kicks off at about 4:20. It's going to be the final event, final race of the day. And so we're going to have 6 from the semifinal A, 6 from the semifinal B, and then the 13th spot on the grid will be taken up by the winner of the last chance qualifier, which is a 10-minute all no holds barred all action finale for comes up after the junior final, I think, or is it the 40 plus final? So Todd still stretching it out. We're with the car number 2, I think, of Hugo Tavernon from France. The semifinal A seemed to be mostly Spanish racers. This one, a much more mixed grid. Got 5 French racers, a couple of British racers with Lewis Jones and Eric Leike. A Portuguese racer with Andre Bento in the 7th spot, trying to chase down Mark de Zwart. See who we're with now. I want to say it's the car 1, I think, of David Todd.
There is David Todd right there as I just finished scarfing down my toast. Thank you, Frank. And
you can eat slower if you want. You know, it's healthier for you.
Do I look like the type of guy that eats slow? I don't think so. As we're following David Todd as he comes through that section, not going to do there as wild as we saw. PQ Eicher was coming there, putting the front wheels up on that curbing. He is where David Todd is driving smart, avoiding the curbing because they will reach up and grab you. And Jonathan Wolf, I don't think that, if I remember correctly, Igon didn't make the final. I think it was his semi that he got DQ'd in. Because I remember Guillermo Ray won that race. Ooh, that was a long time ago. 20 years ago. All right. So there is Hugo Taveron, and behind him is another Frenchman, fellow Frenchman. No, Hugo is... Oh, so it looks like it's two... I don't know. I think that that guy might have got around Hugo, because that's Hugo right there in that white car, unless that's lap traffic. So we shall see. But I think it's a race, because that guy is not letting Hugo by. I believe that is Matisse, exactly. So with 15 minutes left to go, we have 2 Frenchmen battling out. Right behind them is Lewis Jones in the WIRC and Eric Leike in the Agama. I will say that it is absolutely really good to see that this man is full of junior drivers, and I'm sure there's like Lewis Jones isn't that old. He may be in his 20s, I guess, early 20s. It's good to see a lot of the young drivers coming up and are not old guys like me. And probably there's some old guys in there too, but older gentlemen, racers. But Hugo is all over the rear end of his countryman Matisse Perez's car, and right behind Hugo is Lewis Jones, actually. So Lewis just waiting for them to make a mistake, and Eric Leike just hanging out back there in 5th, and Mark de Zwart in 6th. So your guy there, Frank, he has pulled out to an 8.3 second lead over the field. So I don't know, man.
Great,
I will be hard pressed to bet against David Todd going into this final, but we shall see. He just has a little bit more collective driving style.
Yeah, I was just checking the final result of the semifinal A because Manuel Iniesta Hernandez got 25 laps in 20 minutes and 40 seconds, 0.0. So that is the time to beat if you want to be literally on pole for the main final.
And Todd just came in for his first fuel stop and out very clean. Let's see how fast this was, because it was pretty good. So this young man has definitely been working very hard. I think, where did I first meet him? I believe he came to an RCGP or IBC, one of those two, because I remember meeting his dad first, and he was still a little skinny and a little short, but now he's gigantic. He grew about a foot. 53.5. What a great pit out lap for David Todd.
That is really good.
So
I think that's about 2 seconds, a second and a half or 2 seconds faster than I've seen other pit stop lap times. And here's all the other cars coming in, the 5, the 9.
This pit lane is also very narrow, too. I guess they did that on purpose, but very narrow. I could see how that Techno car, we saw a break with the Eagle Eye Chewy RC picking it up. But we are back on board with David Todd. We were talking about a car that actually was broken by a pitman lifting up in pit lane back in the 1/16th B final. We did some replays of that. Probably caused a friendship by doing that. But, somebody getting a stop and go. But you know who's not stopping and going right now? It's that guy, David Todd. And here is our battle for second. Matisse Prier and Louis Jones now battling it out, actually. Louis right behind him at that white and orange WIRC. So it's going to be David Todd, Matisse Prier, Hugo Tavron, Eric Likey, and Louis Jones. I thought that was them just now. I think that might be Eric. Nope, that's not Eric.
Lefty, just looking at the outlap times coming from the other drivers who have pitted. David Todd's lap time was at least a second faster than everybody else, and in most cases, a second and a half faster.
That's why he's 11 seconds up at the 11-minute mark.
Yes. So, I mean, that is going to be a major factor in a 45-minute main final where they're going to be pitting, at least 3-4 times?
Yep. He is very impressive, man. I can't say too many good words about the young man. We did interview him at the Buggy World Cup, too. He was very candid. Very candid.
Yeah, well, we used his clip for the whole the argument of is it European drivers or American drivers who are faster, and it's a common topic nowadays, and obviously we heard from David Onguro about it, but David Todd has his own thoughts about it as well.
I might know somebody that kind of threw gasoline on that fire. And then threw some dynamite in there, too. Car number 9. So that is Andre Bento, currently in 6th.
Yeah, this is our 6th place racer. So just the gap between Bento and Chaffardon in 6th and 7th, respectively, is just very slightly growing. See how that develops. David Todd, the only one consistently doing 46-second laps.
His car looks great.
And just so anybody, in case anyone's curious, he's running a Mugen.
Yeah, a Mugen. I think he's on Pro Circuit tires.
I will check that. I'll have that
I think
for
he
you.
might be.
He's on Pro Circuit running an Ultimate Engine and Nitrolux fuel.
Very good. Shout out to Roger. I was talking to him the other day. I'll be in Ultimate Country here next weekend up there in North Carolina. But David looking very good right now, man. His car looks good. He's driving well. He has probably got, I think he has the best package at this track. Yeah, when I mean package, Pitman was good. His dad was good. Fast pits. He's out there driving very smart, looking very good out there, and good job.
He also does have He also
Go
does
ahead.
have the luxury of not having any competitors around him. Telleth had, I think he got passed, and Telleth actually finished second or third, didn't he? So the top three drivers were running very close together for about half the semifinal A. Todd is running on his own, just able to time trial and almost treat it as a practice, maybe.
Pretty much. But we have 7 minutes and 56 seconds left to go. Anything can happen. Anton Berger says, "What happens to Julius Scalodi?" To be fair, Anton, we don't know because we're not there. None of our crew is there. We have no boots on the ground here in Spain, unfortunately. So we do not know what's going on. Maybe you can find out for us and let us know. We're virtually there. We're there, but we're not. But right now, this battle is between Matisse Hugo. Where is Hugo Tavaron, by the way? Is that him?
Running third in car 2.
Okay. Well, so we have Spain, France, UK, Portugal. So quite a mixture of countries in our top 6. I think that's what makes the Euro special. To me, that's what makes the world special. The country pride. That kind of overcomes the brand pride to an extent. I'll never forget when Boots won his first Euro A in Sakhia in 2015. You had Lee Martin and Neil Craig. They were waving towels, and I think Bloomfield was there too. They were waving towels every time he came by.
Yeah,
and everybody was celebrating because it's only been really 2 guys from the UK who have ever won a Euros A, and it's been Boots and Bloomfield. So
yeah. Bloomers and Boots.
Yes. And you know what? Boots can join another elite group this coming Euro A if he can win it. And he'll join Robert Badier, David Ronefalk, and Renaud Savoya as 3-time European winners. It might be some other European winners who've done it 3 times too, but I know those guys have done it. And he said he almost did the trifecta like Savoya, who's won it 3 times in a row.
Indeed, yeah. So it's 3 cars coming in together. All together, there's 1, 2, 3.
Oh my gosh, that was hectic.
Very close.
You know what they probably need to do? They need to put some speed bumps in the pit lane, I think.
Well, they have that big thing of mesh there. So, it's... I was mentioning earlier that some tracks use speed bumps, some use chicanes and big pipes, and these guys just have a gigantic sheet of mesh that stops the cars leaping or using the up ramp as a jump, basically. I think David Todd has just come in for a pit. He's just had a 53.7 second lap.
Wow, he's on it, man. His package is good, man. It's going to be hard not to pick him.
He's one of those 3 that just pitted. So Todd, Perret, and Tavernon. Perret actually just had a very much closer, a shorter pit time. But Todd backing it up with a 46.2, which no one else is doing.
He's flat, so he's got a 4.60. I was about to say one of the coolest things I've ever seen was Southern Indoor Championships 2018 in West Monroe, Louisiana. Cole Ogden and Adam Drake were racing, and Drake kind of pushed him wide coming up to the straightaway, and that was the entrance for the pit lane. And Cole Ogden just went full chat through pit lane. Like there was nobody fueling. Everybody was kind of standing back. And he did not lose a beat. I mean, he jumped up into pit lane, went full throttle down the straightaway, and jumped off and was right behind Drake right again.
Something tells me that that wouldn't fly with Mark the Eagle Stetson.
No. Not at all.
Also, are speed bumps and bars over the entrance, that sort of thing? Are those aren't common in the States, are they?
Yeah. No, they use them. What they also try to do is do it where it's like kind of a chicane or speed bumps.
Right.
But yes, we did have there was a big argument after a recent big race about putting some bars up on the straightaway. But at the recent Raw Nationals at HRCR 2 weeks ago, you had to jump into the entrance of pit lane off a jump.
What?
Yeah, so it was like a step jump. Yes, like So it was a step. So it was like a stepped-on jump where you stepped and went down into the straightaway. So you have to jump off to the left to go into the start of pit lane.
Wow.
So like
We've
literally
got,
jump into it.
Yeah. That's pretty intense. We have a very close battle between 6th and 7th places. I think our other camera angle was showing it, but now at the moment we're not. Because they're only, when they crossed the line last time, they're only 0.3 apart.
And that
on a
is
different car now.
actually, that's actually the battle for 6 and 7 between Tristan Rayner and Andre Bento. Well, right now there's car number 5 of Hugo Taveron.
I think this is it. Okay, now I think we're back on it. I think this is our battle for 6th place, our final bump up.
Bento's that car right there, the white wheels.
9, yes. So this is it. So the 9 and the car immediately behind, I think.
Mm-hmm.
The 8. Yes, this is them, the 9 and the 8.
Yeah, is that a car right behind him, Mark de Zwart? Yes. There's actually a 4-way battle on for this position because you have Tristan Rayner 7 tenths back.
Last
Mark
2
Zwart,
minutes. This is it.
Yes. They're flying. This guy has all the pressure because that's actually for positions right there.
Yep. Well, bump up position to get into the main final. So at the moment, the yellow and blue car is the leading car of these 3 is the one that's bumping up. But obviously, holding up and trying to make his car as wide as possible on this very narrow racing line. Super dusty and marbles off the line.
We've seen it. It's been very hard to pass. So it is fairly easy to defend. If you just make a mistake, that's when it's going to happen. As you see, Bento just slightly pulls away, and I think somebody else has joined the fray. That's Tristan Rayner, Mark de Zwart, and Axel Constantine all battling out to chase this racer down with 1 minute and 12 seconds left to go. Those 3 cars are all trying to catch him and get into that final bump up position into the A final. And Bento puts a little bit of breathing room between them, and it's now 1 second, just over 1 second. Between him, oh man, these guys are flying. 51 seconds. We might get this lap plus another.
Oh, who was that just got knocked over? One of those challengers.
I think it was Mark de Zwart because I think it was the first car. So now that fluorescent car, which I assume might be Tristan Rayner, we shall find out here shortly as they're going to get one more lap. But Bento can breathe somewhat easier now.
One more lap. Another minute or so of breathing, holding the breath, not blinking.
Car is flying. That is Axel Constantine, the junior. He is on it. Let's see. Are we going to have a lap? Dude, that fluorescent orange car is flying right now, Frank. He is on it. Look at him.
Yeah, he's getting closer with every corner as well.
Oh my! I think we're going to have it. You might see something better than Peter Harder's pass.
Who is going to out-legend that last corner pass? Ooh, this
man, that orange car is flying.
Yeah, get closer with her. Oh no!
Oh,
is it? Oh my gosh! He did it! Whoa! Another one! Another one!
See him protesting down there.
Here's it.
Look,
we'll get James on it. We'll get James on it.
I did press the 30. I did press the 30 before, so so we will be able to watch it back if James can get it off the 30 that I did before this one.
Apart from that breathtaking last lap, can we just say David Todd with a 26-second lead over Matisse Perret. And he's finished with a 25-20. He's starting on pole. He's starting on pole because Iniesta has a 25 laps in 20 minutes and 40 seconds. And
he's way fast.
Yeah, he's 13 seconds faster than Iniesta. because he didn't have to battle anybody in that semifinal B.
He's going to have some pressure on him right now.
I think we've got it.
There we go.
Yes. So here's the last couple of corners. Look at that.
He was just going so much speed through those corners, man. Look at him coming there. He comes through her.
Oh, just bang! Touring car style. Whoa.
You know what? I think it's going to stick.
Is that all right?
Because he had.
Is that all right?
I think.
Is it all right?
I think he's got it. I think he's got it. I think he's got it.
I mean,
and he tried to hit him as well. NASCAR level action. Jeez.
I mean, if Peter got away with his, which was a clean pass, and we don't dispute that. Was that clean? Was that okay? Was that fine?
Well, we're rewinding it. Rewind. So we're doing like the super slow mo.
How do we get that?
The shuttle rewind.
I want to see that again.
Press buttons. Okay. We're back in the main.
Back in the main. Right.
Bang.
Keep it clean.
Look at this.
That was clean. Perfectly clean.
Keep an ear out if team manager from who even was that? That was Constantine. So the French team manager. Keep an ear out for an announcement for the French team manager.
I think.
And look, he tries to come back at him. And there's David Todd getting interviewed, obviously in Spanish, which he lives in Spain. I think from Northern Ireland. I can't remember. Definitely from the UK.
Yeah.
Very fluent Spanish English.
He lives in Spain.
Yes.
I think it's fair. I think as you can see, it got on the inside of him, and then as they went over the jump, they both went a little wide, and then the outside car kind of turned into him ever so slightly. And then it was, I think at that point, as JC3 would say, it's 50-50.
50-50.
But,
wait. We just had an announcement from Javier.
Hang on.
Not sure.
What was it?
I don't know. Something position.
Yeah, but he was saying something about Marshall. Marshalling.
Was it? Are you sure?
I think it was just a run-of-the-mill Marshall's gets your position.
Frank is on it. I said it's not fully clean. I said it's 50-50 at that point.
I mean, the chat, the comments in the chat
yeah, are they?
He did it. Rewind it. Let's have another replay. I want to see it again.
James, can we have another? Can we go again?
Because they're saying he used them as brakes. So he comes in here. He doesn't touch them. He actually makes the corner. He does. If they touch, it's ever so slightly. Because watch. He comes down. He's coming through.
I think they obviously touched. But look at this.
They touched going over the jump.
Steering.
They didn't touch
steering.
You think they didn't touch here? There was a nudge there.
They had to have touched.
No. If it would have been a nudge, the car would have went further. He would have went out. If they touched, it was their wheel nuts.
I think the car on the outside was steering towards. Yeah, this is clearly clearly aiming for a T-bone there.
I don't know. Whoever's got to make that
at the last moment.
I mean, there's a legendary Australian V8 supercar clip where a street race where I think it's a Volvo, the silver and blue Volvo is like steaming in, full locks on all four tires, smoke coming off, and just steams in, and he did almost the exact same thing, but obviously closed wheel racing. This is open wheel racing. But it depends if the referees or if there was a protest or I don't know. It's up to them. It's not up to us. We're just showing it.
You're not. He says, if you stop shooting for the gap, you're not a race car driver anymore. That kid did exactly what he was supposed to do in the last lap of that race. The last corner.
It's a last lap thing.
The guy in front left it open. He should have. Well, so if you go back, you see he comes off that little jump. The rear end of his car gets loose. So he has to slow down. He isn't in position to make that turn to go keep it tight on the pipe. And that kid, the other kid's coming in the orange car so fast, carrying the speed, he gets in the brakes. If they touched, it had no effect on that car when they were in the middle of the apex of that corner. When they touched coming over the jump now, that was different. But by that time, they were neck and neck, and it wasn't no difference. The front car let the door open.
If you look at the front wheels on the car on the outside, it was steering full left, so to do a block, and that's what caused the touch.
Exactly, and I just had people messaging me saying that was a clean pass completely. We were watching. So,
I like the way you break that down. That was a nice breakdown.
You can see it when he goes back. If you see it, there's a little jump, like a little lump, and he gets his back of his car comes up slightly, so he loses traction, and he tries to get. He does not have time to get on the brakes to cut it off, and that clean. Was it a clean pass? Yes. Was it a clean jump? No. But I think that the who was in front? What was his name? He was trying to prevent him. He turned, like you said, Frank. He turned him.
Yeah, it was Bento that had the 6th place, and then he was passed on that last double by Axel Constantine. Both junior racers.
Clean. The car flying was not the fault of the car passing. The car flying was the result of the car that got passed. It's a difference. No. He did not hit him in the corner. Play it again. I want to break it down for you. Slow motion, James. Slow
went
motion.
Super slow when we get to that corner.
So who we see him? We see Bento, right? Bento, right here. Stop. If you grind it back, James. Grind it back just a second. To this.
He can't wind it back.
He can't. He can't.
You see, where's Bento going? Bento is going straight towards that yellow sign. He cannot close the gap. This is where it goes wrong for Bento right here. Watch. You can see his car's just settling as it comes past the concrete curb in here. And this guy's car is settled and ready and carrying all the speed. Bento leaves that 1 foot gap open, and Constantine's carrying enough speed and momentum. They do not touch her. If they touched her, that car's over in the dust, and it isn't. They still aren't touching. This is when they touch. You see, look at the orange car. Wheels turned, still turned. Look at the other car.
On the outside is steering towards him. Yeah.
Oh, so then whose fault is that? Yeah. Okay.
So
and then that's when the wheels go over each other.
So number 6, Bento left the door open by getting squarely coming off that little bump there. And car orange did exactly what he was supposed to do. They do not touch where it affects anything in the corner. They do not, if they touch in the corner, it does not affect the momentum of that car. The touch and the crash comes as that car turns into that car going up the face of the jump right there. So it's 100% the fault of the driver on the outside.
Well, you know
what?
Half the chat agrees with you, half of it disagrees with you.
Yeah,
and I think that's fantastic. That's the sort of thing I love.
Well,
I'd be interested to hear from the drivers themselves.
Yeah, it would be great. That would be a good interview.
Yeah.
Because I tell you, Bento is not a happy guy right now.
No.
But we'll see. That was great, though. That was great. That was awesome. I enjoyed that. Anybody who says that's dirty racing and all that type of stuff, you guys don't even know what racing is. I've seen way more.
Jonathan Wolf, I can't see Stetson letting it stand.
Race. I've seen Australian supercars race. They go up on the carbs, they hit.
There's our mate Lee. Where's the seagull?
You can see. Exactly. See, where everybody's saying they made contact was in the apex of the corner. It doesn't matter because the car was not affected in that. The car was affected as the driver turned into the other driver going up the jump, trying to take him out. Well, Danielle, you sound like you don't like the guy because you've been talking bad about him in the chat the whole time. He says the orange brat was drifting outside into the. You must have some. You must not like Constantine or something because he's been talking bad about him this whole time.
This is all getting very No Name RC podcast.
We've got a 40-plus main final.
I love that type of stuff. That's what makes it exciting.
The originator of that pass, Peter Harder, starting 4th there. You see the yellow wheels in 4th place.
That is a long dawn and quiet.
Well, you know, I think it should be randomized, like in MotoGP and F1. It's a random length of time that's anywhere between 3 and 5 seconds, or sometimes 1 second. So, Villalba, Villar, Benito, or VR, I should say, Benito Harder, Bugayo, Laurent, Hayden Ball, Mr. Muscles, Ferreira, Shed, Bola, Pardiente, Butler, and Brennan are the 13 racers in this 40-plus final.
No, I'm positive about my opinion. I've watched enough racing in my whole time of RC to know that was. I'm answering the chat. Let me leave the chat alone. I've rewatched it 5 times now in slow motion, more than probably what Stitson's looked at it at this point.
Yeah, they don't have VAR. They don't have video. Sometimes they do ask. We had Javier ask us at the 12th Euros this year. They reviewed and not even just the actual live coverage, which is at 720p. They reviewed the 4K footage straight off the camera of one of the last lap passes that Alexander Hagberg did, and decided to give him a 5-second penalty. So they do video reviews when there's a significant enough protest.
Here's my thoughts on that. If that pass wasn't allowed, then Peter Harder's was definitely not allowed, because Peter Harder's ones was a lot worse than that, in my opinion.
I think Peter's was more in the air when they touched. It wasn't quite. It was a bit later, if I remember right. He actually passed them going over the jump. And I think they may have bumped in the air, but
I literally
like
have
you
people
say,
messaging me saying the same thing that have. Chill out, Lefty. Think of your blood pressure. Oh, hold on. Speaking of blood pressure, let me take my weak blood pressure medicine while I'm here.
Take it with your coffee. Why don't you? I hope it's decaf.
Exactly.
So this is the 40 plus.
I agree 100%.
This is the 40 plus final, 20-minute final, 17 minutes left in this one. So we're looking at another 20-minute final. It's going to probably have 2 pit stops in it. These guys, we're going to say wiser, calmer, older heads, but
I wouldn't necessarily say that.
No, these are racers, aren't they?
I've seen 40-plus guys lose their stuff.
Yeah. Oh, you were talking about Barry Baker yesterday. I've seen Barry Baker lose his stuff at just club races.
Oh, I'm sure.
He's legendary moments. I'm sure he has, but yeah, it was quite funny at the time.
I don't think they can use the footage though, Crunchy. They should. I think that they'll see that the orange car was in the right.
To be fair, they have, like I said, at the 12th Go European Championships this year, Javier, who is the race director. He's not referee this time, but he is race director. But he's not involved in any referee calls. It's purely down to Stetson and the other the Spanish gentleman that's with him up on the stand. They're both EFRA referees, so they're the ones who are making the calls. So it's not even really down to Carlos.
Let's see what our final looks like then. We'll know by that how it all starts. But 40 plus up now, and Villalba is out front, followed by Benito and Christian Villar. Christian Villar just missing out on making the semis as well. And shout out to Mike Fuller, who's out there watching this at the same time. It's early out there for you, Mike. Team Fuller. All right, semifinal A.
I'm looking at the final results for all of the previous finals so far. So far, there's nothing at the bottom of the results screens that says anything about protests or penalties.
But they probably have to all get text.
Actually, no, there is one. One driver was penalized in the 132 finals group for a technical inspection, which I imagine is going to be a fuel tank. So they are giving them in the finals. There's nothing yet listed for the semifinals.
We shall find out. Maybe we'll have some DQs too as they go through tech. That would definitely throw some gasoline on the drama.
Yeah, I was going to say at the electric buggy Euros earlier this year, the way the Montpellier track is set up, the mechanics bring their cars to the far left end of the pit of the rostrum and hand their cars over, and they will check, make sure that your driver is such and such name, so they must have the correct car number on it, and then it goes through technical inspection. And then it goes into a closed room for technical inspection, and then comes out a window at the other end, directly underneath where the actual pits are, where they do the refueling normally. So basically, they're pre-teched. Whereas in most other tracks, it just depends how the track is set up. Most tracks have it set up that like at Radovon, the cars go into tech after the race, and then once they're checked and legal, they get put into like little IKEA Kallax type cubby holes where the mechanics or the drivers can grab them. So it depends. So obviously, you some tracks you'll know ahead of time whether your car is legal or not. Others, you do your race and all your competing and everything, and you find out afterwards.
Yeah, it's. I think there needs to be a standardized tech between all federations, so everybody's on the same page. Because, I hate to see racers not allowed to race because maybe their car was too hot and the tank expanded or something like that.
Yeah,
but the flip side
and that's
as well,
that's what I was saying. If there's some way to put a tag on a tank, there's all sorts of customs inspection tags, plastic snap things that you can get. I'm not explaining it properly, but you can put a tag that on a tank and just say, okay, we have checked this in temperature controlled conditions and we know it is this. And that's just, and that way you can avoid, I've raced all weekend long and now for the final my tank is illegal, but it's the same tank. You know what I mean? So there must be a way to figure that out.
Alrighty. So the main final is set to go off at 4:20 Spain time, which will be 3:20 UK time, I think.
Yes.
So we have the junior final LCQ, and then they should do the LCQ now after this, to be honest. But
yes, it should be, yes. And then the junior, and then the main final 45 minutes. This is a 20-minute race, then we have a 10-minute last chance qualifier, and then a 20-minute junior final, which is, of course, we have loads of juniors in this race, but if you're in the top 20 positions, I believe, you're not allowed to race in the junior final. So it'll be a different set of juniors.
That's to keep it fair. And I can't wait to screenshot that pass and put it up on my socials later on and let the debate ensue. It's so good, I might even make a whole video about it.
Do a 4-hour breakdown.
It'd be 5 minutes, 10 minutes.
I mean, another thing to throw into the mix with that is that the viewing angle that we have from the camera is to the extreme left of the driver's stand. Remember, so the drivers are actually seeing it at a much different angle than what we are actually seeing it. This angle right here. They're seeing it. They also aren't seeing it zoomed in like we are. obviously they have much younger eyes because those two particular drivers are junior racers, but they're not. No one is as zoomed in as we are right here on a big screen with the the camera and all this. So we're at a significant advantage, really. But as far as we know, there's no penalty or anything happening with that. And maybe the driver on the receiving end of the pass there maybe just puts it down to, well, that sucks.
I think it's going to come down. If you're Portuguese, you're on Bento's side. If you're from France, you're on
of course.
Side.
Of course. That's the beauty of the European European Championships, right? Isn't it?
Mm-hmm. And
you got the teams, you got the mechanics, and the countrymen, and all this. So yeah.
Crunchy lefty. What's wrong with your left arm? No, it's 75% paralyzed. Hence why I have the name lefty. Self-inflicted motorcycle accident. 2005. But this
race
race
to say you were defending a group of nuns from some bikers or something like that.
That would not happen. So so this race has turned out to be pedestrian.
Mr. Muscles up to fifth position. Our mate Peter Harder down to seventh from starting position of 4. Mick Butler and what's the Colin Brennan? Unfortunately, not. No, Colin's back out there now, but Mick Butler pulling off the track.
Zacharias Villalba has a 10.2 second lead over the field, over second place, and then behind them is Christian Villar. They cannot take the tank out of They do not take the tank out of the engine. The car has to stay as is as it comes. They should give it a cool down. They should give it a cool down time. But as far as I know, nothing comes out of the car. Drivers can't touch the cars. And the only thing they actually just check they measure the fuel by pumping the fuel out into a not a beaker. What is it called? A measuring.
It's a graduated cylinder.
Fancy. A graduated cylinder. Is that what you said?
Yes. One of those chemistry things.
But the meniscus can be wrong too. There's a meniscus there, right?
Yeah, you have to measure at the bottom of the meniscus.
Yeah. All right. So 6 minutes and 44 seconds. Last round of pit stops coming in. Villalba is out there on cruise control on a Sunday afternoon drive while having a cerveza. Yeah, they don't. I know in the States they do not take the tank out of your car.
Yeah, well, I'm just reading. It's EFRA Rule 5.2 for this for the buggy category. So the fuel tank capacity is 125 cubic centimeters, including all piping tubes and filter up to the carburetor.
Mm-hmm.
The tank is measured using the official EFRA measuring cylinder, or in the event of a damage to the official cylinder, a cylinder to DIN standard. The capacity of the fuel tank must not be adjusted by insertion of any loose object. So you can't put in a bolt or a nut or something like that to reduce the capacity. Any tank found illegal, as in greater than 125 mil, after a heat or final shall be removed from the car and expected for a second time after an initial cool-down period of 15 minutes. This period of 15 minutes is only necessary in case the track air temperature, which it is right now, is above 20 degrees Celsius.
See,
so
if you got good racecraft,
yes.
If you have good racecraft, what you do is have your fuel bottle in ice, a cooler. So then when you do put it in there, it cools the tank down right away. That's how JQ got disqualified from Silver State one time because he was over. It was in Truggy. He gave him it was over. Then Greg Degani came running Greg Degani in his infinite racecraft throw some water into the fuel, cold water into the fuel bottle, and they put the fuel bottle in there, and then Mayfield and 4:20 Spanish time, and then Mayfield and Drake were there because Drake was on the bubble, and then Mayfield goes, "That doesn't look like fuel, it looks like water," and then he tasted it. It is water, and then they DQ'd. It wasn't nothing to do with JQ because JQ wasn't even around. It was Dagani doing it. And, he got DQ'd for that. But yeah, I don't know if you can take the tank out because I think the cars have to stay untouched. And
yeah, well, no, the racers are not the as the cars come off the track, or as they go onto the track. In the case of what I was just describing from Montpellier, as the cars come off the track, they go straight into. They're not allowed to go into the pits or be meddled with or anything like that. They go straight into the technical inspection. And that's a closed room with the club, volunteers, and EFRA people. Generally the way it works, I believe, is if one of the club workers goes, "Oh, this car is illegal. It's too wide or it's too whatever. The tank is too big." Then they call over an official and they go, "Okay, well, we need to remove the tank, and now we're going to let it sit, and then we'll measure it again in 15 minutes."
Yeah.
So there are procedures and everything.
There's only supposed to remeasure it once, but I've seen them. I remember that same race. Another famous racer was on the bubble, which was Ryan Mayfield, and they measured this tank like 4 times.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's however that is. That's raw rules. This is EFRA rules.
But I believe we're on board with car number 7, who is Christoph Bowler.
Muscles.
I don't know why we're on him, but
Darren Hayden Ball.
Is it Darren Hayden Ball?
Yep.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought it was. I got my numbers mixed up. So, Villa Lobos though now 22. Villa Alba, sorry, now 22 seconds up. He's putting on David Todd gaps on these guys. The rules say, okay, the tech guys can remove the tank. Okay.
Yes.
I thought that.
Yeah,
I understood what the comment was. I thought they said that the drivers can take it out.
No, they're not allowed to do anything with the car. They're. I mean, to be fair, they're quite strict. They're quite strict about it. And I've been in events where the technical inspection team, which is almost always the club people of the local, the people who are members of the local club that are hosting the event. Usually they're the tech inspection team. So I've been at some events, including this year, where the racers are saying they're not really inspecting these properly, or they need to be doing this properly because we can get around some of these things that they're checking. They really need to be doing a better job. It's like, well, you should be telling me.
Yeah, but I don't know why they would take the tank out. Why would they take the tank out?
Because it fails. If it fails once, they take it out.
Why would the? Oh, they okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So if it fails, the inspector takes it out and gives it a cool down period because the air temperature is over 20 degrees. Oh, Hayden Ball goes over.
I do apologize, Lucen. I do apologize for that. I misread your comment. Matt should message Carlos and see what the ruling was on that pass. I really am eager to know.
It looks like if he's refereeing right now, he might be giving Stetson a break because obviously Stetson has been operating at 150% eagle eye awareness all weekend. 360-degree cameras on all the cars.
I mean, to be fair, the racing that I've seen at the front has been fairly clean.
Yeah.
So the job has been done by Stetson, and he's still calling out drivers. So
yeah,
we shall see. 24 seconds left in this race, and Villa Alba has a 25.9 second lead up on the David Benito. Christian Villar is in third. Darren Hayden Ball, who we're following now, is currently in fourth. Peter Harder has made it up to fifth. So Peter, a top 5 is probably on the line here. So I think you'll be happy with that. Not a podium, but a top 5 is just as good. He needs a break for the A-man. No idea who you're talking about, Crunchy.
Oh, he's talking about Stetson.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, that's what I meant. Carlos is probably giving him a bit of a break for these exhibition finals as
Now, does Stetson have a real job? Because he seems to be at a lot of these races.
I don't know. He might be like a FIFA football referee or something like that as well.
I wonder what he does for real work. You know?
We need to sit down and have a inside track with him.
I think so.
I think you need him on the podcast, Keen.
Yeah.
You know what? That's a good idea. I'd be like, so when was the time where you felt most threatened after making a decision?
You know what? Carlos is Harvier is a great one to talk about. What's the most contentious call you've made? Because he's made 2 on Alexander Hagberg in just the last couple of years.
That ended his reign.
Yeah.
They were pretty big. They were pretty big moments, weren't they?
Yeah.
Very controversial. That's not Peter Harder.
No, that's not Peter.
That is.
I don't know if that's.
That's got to be our winner. If it is, congratulations to him.
So, yeah, of course. Huge
congratulations. After all this discussion about the pass, capital T, capital P, on Bento in that semifinal B, Bento is pole position for the last chance qualifier. We just saw the name on the timing. So he's starting in number 1 spot.
And that's who was passed.
Yes.
So he would just be already in the main. If.
Yeah. But he gets another 10 minutes of practice on the track and he knows exactly what it's like. I don't know. Or is it 10 minutes more of wear on the car and all this stuff? I don't know.
People asking about timings. Well, here's your menu for the rest of the day. 40 plus is done. Last chance qualifier, 3:30 local time. 3:50 local time is your junior exhibition final. And then the main event, the main final, the 45-minute, is at 4:20 Spanish time. That's 3:20 UK time. And brunch time or something over in DRC.
Siesta time. Do you have siesta?
You're reading the sticker on my. That's what you're reading. DRC.
Oh yeah, DR, not DRC. DR. What's DRC?
Donovan Racing. He makes leads. Really nice guy. Makes really good charge leads. That's what he does full time.
Good stuff.
All right. So
we have.
I hope to see some more exciting racing like we saw in that semi-final coming up. More controversy is what I want. Things are lively now. No, I mean, we want good controversy. Like, that's good controversy. You know?
Yep.
In my opinion.
In this last chance, this LCQ, there's only 3 juniors in it. Everyone else is not a junior.
Any 40 pluses in there?
There's no 40 plus. This is way too fast for 40 plus.
We've got Tom Sartell at the back of the last chance. Bradley Bird.
I think Bento could win this.
Yeah.
He was
Stitson's back. I can hear his voice.
Who else have we got?
I guess if there was a protest or if there was a decision to be made on that pass, I guess the referees kind of agree with me.
Maybe they've been watching.
Just saying, Andre Bento is LCQ, top qualifier of the LCQ.
It'd be interesting to see what Peter Harder thought of that pass. Yeah, well, we've had some fantastic moments already. I mean, you know, we're looking forward to the A Euros, but the B Euros are
action-packed.
Action-packed. Action-packed. They have everything going for them. Okay, we're going to be back in just over 2 minutes, and at that point we'll probably be having the warm-up for the last chance final, so we'll see you in a moment.
This is my motorsport.
I put everything into this.
It's given me so much more back.
The best friends
The best moments.
The best skills.
and experiences.
I put hours into tuning the setup of my car.
From camber to toe.
To differential,
The shocks, tires,
body and wing.
Adjusting everything in search of perfection.
Lap after lap after lap.
I practice endlessly on track.
And then it's time to race.
We are in for a barnstormer.
Wants to make the move. He makes a move stick.
Ronald has a look down the inside. Can't find a gap there.
What's it going to be? It's a race to the line, and Skidmore takes it. Killick gets a kick down the straight. Oh,
Walter's going for the lead.
Through for the third spot. It looks like Newman's got it.
Bruno gets the jump off the start. And Ronald Volker, it's all gone wrong for him.
Your European champion, Dario Balestre.
Racing at every level is hard.
And it doesn't always go your way.
Letting Newman. Oh, Newman's had a nightmare.
Oh, and that's figure eight, rolling.
Spot on the pony. Oh, Garo's over.
Oh, Ballestri's flamed out. They can stop. Oh, Cracksnick has just gone. He's taken out the fence.
Oh, and he's got the cone of justice.
Oh, he's broken. Valkyries is broken.
Sometimes you lose, but you'll never forget the important things you win.
I've made the best friends through RC.
I joined the team through RC.
I traveled the world through RC.
I have a career through RC.
I have a business through RC.
I have a family through RC.
Together we race, and together we win.
Whoever you are,
You can race with us.
RC is the most accessible motorsport on the planet.
RC is my motorsport.
I put everything in.
it's giving me so much more back.
Thank you.
Oh, Matt. Get the megaphone ready, Matt.
Wow, it's what?
Here we go. Here we go.
What's going on with this?
You're about to find out, Frank. You're about to find out.
You're about to find out. We have a new hero in the chat. A new RCTV hero. Welcome, Bryn Hall. Bryn Hall, welcome. Welcome to Bryn Hall. And a bonus siren for all new sign-ups.
Thank you, Bryn Hall. Thank you for becoming an RCTV hero.
Yeah, thanks for that.
The RC Racing TV YouTube channel. He found the join button. He read the details and all the fantastic benefits, and he loves RC so much that he...
It could be Nick with the megaphone. Then it
Oh,
would definitely be. You know, he would just.
He would just say,
use like
Oh, he's upside down.
Frank, I think my favorite Nick quote, like scalded cockroaches.
I like when he mixes two sayings.
Yeah.
I can't think of one now. I think of one. But yeah.
Oh, man.
Wow. Thank you, Bryn Hall.
Daniel
We enjoyed that.
Daniel Sasanto, I don't. What pass was that Peter Harder passing? Like the one?
It was the 1/8 B.
Yep.
Final.
1/8
Yep.
B.
The 1/8
At the
B.
very end, he was like in the battle for fourth.
Yes.
Came
He
down
was
to the
in
very-
fifth, and he was
way more than
on
that
it.
pass.
Mm. Look how
Look at that.
dirty that camera's gone.
They-
Here we go.
Refreshments time. What's going on here? What's
He's
this?
doing his own replay. Fantastic.
Muy bien.
All right. This is one of my favorite races of the day, the last chance qualifier. Andre
you like
Bento
this one.
looking to make up for that last lap pass that was pulled on him legally. And everybody go Bento forever. He's got 10 minutes. He can do it. I think he was in the faster heat. He was very fast. So let's see if he can hold off Iago Iglesias, Tristan, Mark Roca, Mark Zwart, Maxim Noble, Matthew Chaperon.
It's actually 15 minutes, Lefty.
Really?
It's 10 minutes. It's 10 minutes on the official schedule, but in the rules, it's 15 minutes. And now we can see it is officially 15 minutes. But on the schedule that we had for today, it's listed as 10. I believe.
I will say this: if you're out there, and if somebody can do me a favor, I would greatly appreciate it. If you could go to the Spanish chat, no offense to us here, Spanish, and get me a replay of that, a screenshot of that pass, and send it to me so I can post it up on my socials after this and let the internet decide. All right, so Bento looking for redemption out in front, and everybody else behind him looking to take that position away from him.
15-minute race, okay? 15, 1-5.
Yeah. So Mark Stitzen just announcing to the mechanics, make sure the mechanics are aware it is a 15-minute race, because if it was a 10-minute race, they might be going, we don't need to refuel because we're going to gamble on a very light throttle finger or throttle thumb. So just making sure everyone's aware it's a 15-minute race, which basically requires a pit stop.
15 minutes, that's
Alrighty, so Bento already pulling away ever so slightly. 1 second lead over Iglesias. Remember, this is just like a real race. It doesn't matter if you finish second, third, or fourth. You want to finish first so you can have a chance at the big enchilada, which is the A final. Somebody getting it wrong coming off that double jump, and that led to a pileup. You can see just out of your peripheral vision. Voting all well for this guy who's probably driving a little bit angry right now after that decision from the semi-B. But he needs to just calm down. 15 minutes. Look at it as 15 minutes of practice. He's going to have time to fix his car up, get it all ready. He's going to get 15 extra minutes of track time. And right now, the way he's looking quite solid, barring any DNFs, with 13 minutes and 27 seconds left to go. As he comes flying down. Oh, look at this.
Yeah, this is the gaggle of cars are just battling. This is what makes it really exciting, because this is literally their last run of the day.
No,
if they don't win it. So yeah, it's for all the marbles.
No, you're definitely going to see some kamikaze diving in passes.
Oh my gosh! If we some last lap, last corner shenanigans going on for sure now.
But Bento is pulled out to a 2.5 second. He's just out there, and he's out there having a good drive. He's probably saying, I shouldn't have done that. I got robbed, but now I'm going to make sure I don't get it. I don't get robbed. But he has to stay calm. He has to drive his lines, drive smart, because he can't make any mistakes. Can't ease up. It's not over till it's over. He's going to have to come in for a fuel stop. I believe this is second, right behind him, of De Zwart. Could be wrong. Yep, that's second, third, fourth. Oh, car 9 has a drive-through penalty. That is Paco. That is Eric Fettersil. He's already in 12th, so he can only go backward. He can't go no further than 12 after that. So, all right. So I think second place is starting to make some inroads. Let's see what it is when they come by. 2.4. Oh, that's car number 11. That's actually third. Julius. Ooh, big move for Julius Scalodi, who had a DNF in his semi. Something happened to his car. Looking to make up for that, this all-white car we're following, car number 11. He is from Austria. There's two Austrians in this race. They're both running running 2 and 3. He is making some inroads on his fellow Austrian right in front of him, which is Mark de Zwart. But I really think there's Bento still in shot, but still just out of reach of these guys. There's you can see Bento still shaking up from that chicane. He still hasn't figured it out. That's where he lost the race earlier. He lost the position. So he's looking to... I think that second place has made some time up on him. Let's see. Second place is now coming into the same shot as him. 1.9 seconds was the gap that time by. 10 minutes and 39 seconds left to go in this race. Down the Dragon's back he goes.
He's made up a half a second.
So he is absolutely flying. Bento cannot make the same mistake he made earlier. That is easing up. Ooh. See, that's exactly what he did in the race. But oh, good. That gap 1.7 seconds to Zwart. The Zwart. I hope I'm saying that right. And behind him, 1 second, is his countryman, Julius, and a Swiss, Tristan Reiner from Switzerland. So we have Portugal, Austria, Switzerland, France. Top 5.
That gap from first to second is definitely shrinking.
It is, most definitely. Bento by, that was a 47.4 for him that time by. 2.3, so this is work. Just losing a few tenths. Just over half a second. That lead is for Bento, but I mean, it looks so much closer on the track because there you see Bento just coming to the shot, and the Zwart is towing his countryman behind him. So the Zwart's on it on this lap. Let's see. So he comes up over this double. He seems to have a lot of pace coming through this section. This next bit of the track seems to be Bento's kryptonite. As the Zwart is on it, as they come, watch, they're going to come through this S section. Very smooth for the Zwart. He's not taking any chances. His car is able to just absorb that bump as well. We will see people coming in for fuel here soon. 8:30 left to go. Usually people will come in at 7:30. 1.9 is the gap. Hello, Juan Carlo. How are you? Welcome to the RC Racing TV A-car production of the Euro Bs from RC Sax in Alicante, Spain. We are currently following our leader, Andre Bento from Portugal. It was a major discussion of debate more or less than 20 minutes ago. Well, over 30 minutes ago. I mean, it was such a debate that we didn't even really call it a 40-plus race. I did.
I mean, there were cars going around, and they were all 40-plus drivers.
Ooh, man, I think Mark is getting closer and closer, so we should see some pits. I hope. Let's stay with these guys. Wonder if they're all going to come in the same pit strategy, or is Mark going to stay out there and try to push it? Can he stay out there and push it and get some clean laps in, take out that front position, and put in a flamer to come out? Oh, we got screen and screen. Ooh, somebody discussing the mechanics and fuel and all that type of stuff in pit lane, I assume, or where the ambient mic is. So Bento should peel in for fuel now. Oh man! Oh no, he ran out of fuel.
Oh, he's run out. He's run out.
Oh my goodness! And he's not going to count. He's not going to count. He's going to have. He's going to lose that entire lap.
Oh,
that is not where he wanted to run out of fuel. He wanted to run out of fuel as he went across the line. Oh no! 7 minutes and 30 seconds. He could not do 7 minutes and 30 seconds. That was painful for him.
Wow.
He was literally a few inches short of going over the line, and that's where he needed to run out of fuel. He's going to drop weight on. Unfortunate for Bento.
And lose a lap.
Yes. Oh man! Wow, that's crazy. He couldn't do 7:30. Oh well. The Zawart is now your leader.
Here's the replay. Here's the replay. Right, yeah, he ran over the fuel as he's going up the up ramp. It looked like.
That's unusual. He must have not got a full tank or something, because that car sucked on some fuel. He wasn't under a lot of pressure. Oh, man, crazy. Well, another man's running out of fuel is another man's blessing. Another race's blessing, and it belongs to this gentleman right here. Mark de Zwart from Austria, and right behind him is Diego de la Iglesia. So 5 minutes and 25 seconds left to go in this race.
So 2, 7, and 4. You are 2, 3, and 4 position. Car 11, you are 1 lap behind.
That's unfortunate for Bento. Unfortunate. He was very close to making the A final 2 times. But this is racing, and anything can happen, and running out of fuel is a part of racing. Wow.
Just 5 minutes to go, drivers. 5 minutes to drive.
Ultimate highs to the ultimate lows. Sometimes that is racing for sure.
Well, Bento's been through a whole bunch of emotions, through almost having it, to being extremely angry, to feeling relaxed, being out in the lead, to utter despair as he watched his car sputter as it came around that corner. He was stopped. Wow.
The shame of it is the track's so big, you wouldn't be able to hear it getting leaner and leaner as it, the last, 100 meters or so of driving.
I'm just surprised that he ran out of fuel so early.
Yeah, there's it's maybe it was just 15 minutes. I can just go 100%, full throttle everywhere and not worry about it because I have a full tank. And I don't know.
Who are we following right now? Is this the second place driver? We'll see when he comes by. This might be second, third, fourth right here. 7. So that is actually third. Maxim Noble, who is 1.2 seconds back out of second. Peter has a 5.3 second lead over second place driver Diego de la Iglesia.
It is just a little. I just checked the weather. It's about 30 degrees now, so it's just a little bit warmer. 1 degree more than it was a little while ago. When we last checked, it was about an hour and a half or 2 hours ago.
Here's our leader.
3 minutes left.
To be fair, he probably would have been in the lead at some point because he was driving very well. But with Bento running out of fuel before his first pit stop, he was gifted this lead, and he's making the best of it. He's not throwing on flying, flaming laps. That's a 48.3 for him that time by. But the gap between him and Diego is now 4.9 seconds. So there's 2 minutes and 35 seconds left to go. I will say this. You do not want to crash on this track because the marshal positions seem to be so far away from where the frequent crash spots are. Like, there's no marshal on that whole back straightaway there. Well, there is, but
just at the very end, yeah. And then the ones that are across the track or on the inside of the track.
Early mark on the whole back straight. That's crazy.
Yeah. They might be using two of the marshal positions to act as runners. I'm not sure.
Ooh, so Maxim Noble now taking over that second spot, but 7.5 seconds back. As Iago has either a lap, either he came in for fuel, without he came for fuel. It looks like a long lap of a 52.4. Might have been a fuel stop. So, unfortunate. Did Bento get back out on the track? He did actually. Yeah. Bento on the track is in fourth. But see, I think that was unfair because his car was carried across the line. Maybe
I don't think he got the lap. I don't think he got the lap. The lap was when he did get back out there. He had a minute and 51-second lap.
Oh, okay.
So it's basically two full laps.
Oh well, unfortunate for Bento. Car number 7, 7.3 back. I think with 41 seconds left to go. These drivers' days might be over. Their Euro B might be over. Unless something happens to the Zwart. Up next will be our junior final. Hold on. Who's that?
I
thought that was
I don't know.
Orange car. I thought it was the Zwart.
Yeah. Almost the same scheme. It was orange and white car getting carried across the pit straight.
All right, so time is done. This will be the last few corners for the Zwart. And barring any problems, he will bump up to the last starting spot, car number 13 of the A finals. So well done to Mr. Mark Zwart. There you go. He will take the victory, and if he passes tech, he will be joining the rest of the cars in the A final. Well done, Zwart. A little bit of sadness for Bento, running out of fuel, but that's part of racing. Good morning, JW Smart. How you doing? Good morning to you over there in Las Vegas. It is 6:30, 7 o'clock. Yeah. Oh man, there's Bento. Here's his dad.
Doing the mechanic thing of measuring the temp of the cooling head, even though it's his last run of the day.
Right, up next we have the junior final. So it will be great to watch the juniors, see what they can do. And then we'll have the main event. And so we will be back in just a moment. Well, there we go. This day is rapidly accelerating towards its climax, but we still have 2 races to go. Any familiar faces? Any picks that you have, Keenan?
Harold Sandaroff. Yes,
there you
I'm
go.
going for my good friend Harold Sandaroff, who started on pole. What's up, Nitro Freak? How you doing, man? Long time no see. 7 a.m. says JW Smart RC. Did you enjoy your time at the Silver Bowl yesterday?
Who else have we got in the junior final?
Let's look. Daniel. I saw Daniel DeSantos, who's the main defender of Bento, saying that he got taken out. I can't go back in the chat on the restream. Why is that not allowed? Like, I can't scroll on to see past chats on the restream.
Just look on YouTube. They're all there.
I'm about to go screenshot YouTube and get that video up.
Just find the timestamp. Just scrub back on YouTube and find the timestamp.
I've been calling a race, Frank. I haven't really had time to, scour YouTube.
Is this going to feature in episode of the No Name RC podcast? This event going to get some airtime, some discussions?
I have all my podcasts pre-recorded for my travel coming up.
Ah, okay.
So I have a couple of I won't have time to record this week. Maybe next week I will do some recording, but I'm not mad, Daniel. I just think you're wrong. You're the one who got mad. You was calling the guy a brat. So I actually have a couple of one-off shorter interviews. When I mean shorter, like 1 hour and 20 minutes or so, of just some guests. I will set off maybe next weekend and record some RC news. We'll see. The week after the race I attend.
Yeah. Good stuff. Thank you to all of our sponsors: X-Ray, Hot Race Tires, Meebo Sport, your all-in-one-place eShop for all of your RC needs, S-Works, T-Works, and Techno RC. And thank you most of all to you guys for watching along. It's been amazing having you with us all weekend. It just wouldn't be the same without you. I was seeing a bit of stuttering coming through from the Spanish stream. Hopefully it's going to behave itself for the junior final and the main final. I have a voice is not going to be in my ears, it's just going to shout across the room. Bear with. Okay. Cool. So where are we at? We are waiting for the junior final, which kicks off 8 minutes ago. But the last chance qualifier was 5 minutes longer than planned. So it's excusable. But yes. Last chance done. Junior next. That's a 20-minute final. And then, yes, we have a lot of action to come. JW Smart RC changed shock oil when I got home. And now there's no rebound in the rear. Not sure what I did, lol. Well, I can't help. Frank, I don't know if Frank can help. Sounds like you need invisible speed. That's what it sounds like to me. But, yes.
Buy the book. Or buy the course.
Yeah, why not?
You need to add some what you call it? Shock oil, maybe?
Add some shock oil. There you go. Have you read it cover to cover, Keenan? Did you write the foreword? Did you write the intro to that? That's a chunky old book, that is, isn't it?
As much things as I've done for JQ, I have yet to make his books. I have not read it cover to cover. I've heard JQ say most of that stuff countless times.
JQ is the audiobook version of his own book.
Been to many clinics and across America, across the world, all through South America. I've heard it in Spanish. I've heard it in English. You take the car like this and you adjust the camber link. You must have the basics done in the car. That's right. You know what's going on, Crunchy. I'm sending this video off to my RD mates to get their opinions.
Yeah?
Oh, yeah.
If you go back about 56 minutes at the moment, that's where we're...
Go back
56
minutes?
Yeah, from the
56.
live feed. Well, because it's still an ongoing video, we don't have a timestamp, unfortunately.
Oh, I got it. I have it.
Adrien's back. Is that the real Adrien? I think it is.
He's got the hat.
Not his twin brother.
I have it. Oh my God! Now that I watched the A-car version, I am even more sure of myself that I am right.
Oh, here we go. Here's Guns.
Oh man, he's got the shirt off.
Blimey.
He's torn it off from the collar.
That's what I look like when I take my shirt off.
Don't we all wish we looked like that somehow?
I just hope he hasn't skipped leg day.
Yeah, same. I hope he's getting his protein while he's on the road. So, cars being carried out.
So this is a 20-minute final for the juniors. So just a bit of detail on this. If you're the juniors who have finished in, well, I suppose either the semis and the quarters, they're not allowed to race in this one. Number 3 car is missing.
Alrighty.
That's Labarth not starting.
There's Harold out front.
Oh, almost losing it. Oh, and he's lost the lead just a bit.
Harold.
Some space, don't push too hard. Into the corner, be careful.
So Sales leading Senderov through the infield. A freight train going through. Top 3 cars starting to gap the next group of 2.
One thing I've noticed about these Mugans that are handling really well, the rear end of their cars looks very low. David Todd and Harold Sanderov's cars, I know they're both on Mugen, look very similar how they're set up. With the very rear low end, high traction. I noticed this at the E-Buggy World Cup as well. So, all good. So, all good. All good. Come on, Harold. You can do it. I know I'm not. You know what? I'm the commentator that has favorites, so I'm good. I can. My favorite is the person who wins. But we have got a very good junior final here. Lots of fast juniors here. These are the ones that did not make the top 20, was it? We said, or top 40? Or
yeah.
what was it?
Top 20.
Top 20. And so right now it's Jose Zales with the Harold Sanderov, followed by Andrea Carioli and Martin Collette. Billy Grinley up to top 5. So these young drivers have a chance here to make a name for themselves, make it an epic race. Let's see what they can do. They can set their sights on trying to get back to that A final next year, or the semi, sorry. So always good to see good promotion of the youth. Ball Cup? You mean Pillow Ball? Pillow Ball is what we call down country. I guess you could call it a Ball Cup as well. But Alice has actually, the race is actually pretty good because Sanderov is only 0.7 of a second back, and right behind him, Andrea Caroli is 0.8 back, and behind him, Billy Grinley, now up to 4th, is actually 4/10 back. Now 1.1 seconds. So we got a good race from these young guys. They're hungry. They don't want to lose. They want to put on a show. And it's great. That's car number 2, our leader, Jose Zales from Spain. Right behind him at the yellow wing is young Harold Sandarov, 15 years old, from Israel. Then we have the Italian Andrea Carioli, and then from the UK, Billy Grinley in the WIRC. Great exhibition of the youth. And Arnold Braun, hello, are there any summary tables of makes represented not available online? He wants like I don't know if you can find that online anywhere. The different brands.
No, not yet. We do have a table. I believe we might be able to get something published about it, but we have a table we can read off, but we don't have like a total number of how many makes of whatever car, engine, etc.
But I'll tell you, Jose cannot relax because he has 3 fast guys coming right behind him. The battle. Oh, and just as I say that, he loses that.
Oh, now it's a 4-way battle.
Oh, Harold gets selected. I don't know. I think, who is this who came out the big winner out of this kerfuffle?
I think it's Sandarov.
No, Sandarov's got the yellow wing. He's in 3rd now.
Oh
man.
Now it's a 3-way battle. There's a replay.
So Zales still maintained that position. Good stuff. I believe this is Zales right here. Going through some lap traffic, it looks like. 15 minutes and 25 seconds left to go in this race.
Jano in the chat is asking if I believe you're asking if there's any Hungarian racers here. There are not.
Bryn Hall wants to know how many Agamas. A lot.
There's many. I'm going to try and count them.
That is Billy Grinley up to the top. So what happened there? Where did Salas come? Salas must have came in for fuel. So Billy Grinley to the top, but I think we're going to see him come in for fuel. I think we're following Billy right now in the WIRC for the UK. Red's engine. Not sure what tires he's on. We hear some cars coming into the pit lane.
7 Agamas.
7 Agamas in the whole race? Or in the...
Yeah. Yes. And they're all pretty much all in the French or British teams.
All right, so Billy. Is he coming in for fuel? Nope, he's going to go one more lap. So it's going to be Billy Grinley, Andrea Carioli, Harold Sandarov, Diego Rivas, and Jose Salas, who had a 50.2. So I think we might have just had a off-track excursion because I don't. That would be a very fast pit stop if it was 50.
And 5 WIRCs.
What is do you know what the most popular brand is there, Frank?
If my Excel foo were faster, I'd be able to figure that out. But just a quick look, it's difficult to say. I mean, there's quite a lot of Kyosho, to be honest. A good number of Techno.
Okay, so that is Carioli, who's now going to take over that spot because I think Grinley just came in for fuel. 13 minutes and 10 seconds left to go. So we're going to see Carioli come in here again after this lap. She should be coming in for fuel this time around, unless he went in early. But I do not know. There's Sandarov, who's now in 2nd. I don't know if he's coming for fuel. Well, it's difficult to say when we're not following the leader or whoever. Ooh, he looks like he's having something looks wrong with that car. Where's my eyes?
The green, this one here.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Okay, in for
he's
fuel.
Running low on fuel. That's what's wrong. No. What are you seeing on it?
No, it just looked a little bit wonky jawed, but it's okay. That's a pit stop for our leader, Carioli. Let's see how it all peters out. Billy Grindley had a 55.3, but he also had a very slow lap going into his pit prior to that, so he might still be in second. Carioli might be in the clear and come out in first, because that was a pretty decent pit stop for him. That is Carioli right there. I think he's under the tutelage of... Is that Carioli or is that Grindley?
Number 4 is Caroli.
Okay.
The only Italian, so I'm going to guess possibly that he's... let me see what car he's running, actually.
Oh, that's Grindley. So Grindley back out to front. Car number 5, Billy Grindley. Out front again.
Yeah,
I do apologize. My scoring is...
I can almost guarantee that Caroli is being pitted by Ongaro because he's running an associated and he's Italian. We do have a question from Crunchy D8 about the EFRA rules. It's for Matt, but I'm not sure that Matt will know. But can a person from Asia, but their grandparents come from Europe, can you take part in the European events? Well, basically, if you're a member of a European RC Federation's, a European country's RC Federation, you have a chance of taking part in EFRA events, basically. Also, if you run large-scale off-road, you have a very good chance, I think no matter where you're based, of taking part in the large-scale off-road European Championships. Just because, main reason being there's no World Championships for that.
Interesting. And I think with no world, there's no B world, so maybe this falls under that as well. Does it? No. But right now we're looking at the battle for second. That's Jose Zales out front, and we have Carioli in third. Billy Grindley has a 6-second lead. Wow, Zales. Woo. That car squeaked on by. Who was that? That was
Caroli.
Caroli. That was Reeves.
Yeah, but Caroli taking advantage.
The car in the back just missed hitting Silas when he lost control there. So right now that's Diego Rivas who's right behind Carioli, and now Billy Grindley has stretched that lead out to 7.4 seconds. He's carrying the WIRC flag as well as the British flag. No pressure for young Billy Grindley. And that's what I was looking at, Crunchy. His rear wing looked off somewhat. So it just had me a little bit perplexed.
Maybe it's like is it a low drag, like dual element rear wing or something like that?
He might just have it down low. Wing is down. So he's got a lot of nice save.
Oh.
These guys are duking it out of her.
Yeah.
And that bodes well for Billy because he's now 8.2 seconds up on these guys.
Oh. And you see how hard it is to pass on this track still.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, there goes Caroli. Oh, right into the path of another car, unfortunately.
That is probably Jose Zales, actually. No, Jose Zales got by. No, Jose Zales is now... You'll see. Yep, Zales moves into that third spot. That's Carioli right behind him. Correa's in fifth. Sandoval up closer. They're down in sixth. So not recovering from that mistake he made to relinquish the lead. And then he got caught up in an earlier kerfuffle with Salas when he made a mistake. But this guy... 9.7 seconds out in front with the green, yellow, and red WIRC. Looking quite calm and collective out there. Oh, man, that was smooth. Well done, Benny. That was a great line. His car looks great. He's driving very well out there right now.
He doesn't like being on camera, but he loves being on this track.
Oh, yeah. He probably should have been in the semi, but not everybody can go through there. So he can set his sights on next year and aim for that. But a win here would give him some vindication.
Yeah, definitely.
Very good. Very solid. 12.5 second lead over second. So he's looking very spicy at the moment.
See how the pit goes. Ooh, little bobble, but okay. There's Mark Rumble pitting for the number 9 of, it's Likey, but I'm not sure which, Holger Likey. They're still on Billy Grindley leading this race. He's got a 14-second lead. It's it's about a whole third of a lap on the second place driver of Andrea Cadaroli. So WIRC leading an associated
12 seconds. Third, fourth, fifth.
Coming through the rollers. Rivas now in second. Cadaroli must have come in for a pit. Let's see. 58-second lap. Yeah, definitely a pit.
A long pit.
Sixth. 7th. 8th.
Alrighty. I've sent my screenshot off to my fellow experts to have a look at that pass. I'll have a verdict shortly. Billy Grindley making this pedestrian with a 9.7 second lead. It was looking good. We thought he was going to have a good battle in the beginning, but as things petered out and the fuel stops came and crashes happened, we have seen Billy just pull out. I'm sure he's happy with it because he wants to be unchallenged and have clean air in front and in back of him. But right now we are on with car number. Who is this, Franklin? The yellow and white.
Swapped it around again. So
yes,
I want to say this is Likey, but I'm not sure.
He's not in this race. Oh yeah, he's in ninth. Older.
I'm not sure it's him though.
No.
Likey's running a black body.
Oh, that's Rivas. Sorry, that's car number 8.
Okay, so this is our second place racer.
Second, he is 9.9 seconds back. He needs Billy to have a failure or a string of bad laps. So
he's got 3.5 minutes to make up that 9.9 seconds.
Yeah, so we've been talking to everybody about the surface of the track. It's very polished, they said. So it's very slip. It's not high. It looks like it's high traction, but it isn't. And the line it's still slippery, they said. Definitely not as bad as being out in the dust, but it's still a very slippery line. So, polished track. I remember Thornhill getting like this the 2017 Nationals and 2019 Nationals. Spencer Rifkin won both of those, and it was like he was able to do full four-wheel drifts going into the cars, into the turns and stuff like that. So I don't know. It reminds me of that slightly, just outside. 2 minutes and 38 seconds left. Ooh. Oh. He falls into the Sarlacc.
Ooh.
10, that's in the top 3. You're one lap in the back. 10.
Second.
Don't challenge the leaders.
Be interesting to see what lap times the main final is going to be able to do. Billy Grinley, fastest lap of 48.5. Fastest lap overall is from Soles of 48.2. We saw David Todd doing 46 flat fast laps before in his semi-final B. Clearly much faster than any of the drivers in the semi-final A. Just going to check if there's an official starting order yet for the main final.
There is our leader, Billy Grinley, who would want to be in the A final, but I think taking home a junior win for him would be a great. Doesn't mean he's the fastest junior here because we have juniors in the A final, but he's looking solid out there. I think he had the pace to be in that A final, no problem. Just probably had some bad luck in qualifying and started on the back foot a little bit and came very close. He did bump up once and almost bumped up a second time, but he can take some positive notes from this go home and reassess where he's got to do some work and just keep on plugging away, right? And make it a goal to make the A finals next year. I'm sure WIRC will be happy with a win in this class as well. Okay. So 4 seconds left to go. Nope, these guys are not going to get one more lap. And it's good. I think that's Holger likes. That's Mrs. Likey. She's out there, man. She is all about the RC life. She is a pit person, terror marshalling, a family that races together, wins together. It's Mark Rumble. I want to know how Mark Rumble's managed to stay so clean when he's doing all this stuff, because if I was pitting people and everything, I'd be filthy right now. All right. Well done, Billy Grinley. Good job. Congratulations. One for the UK. Not only did they make it to the semifinals in the Euro Cup, we have a Brit winning the junior final here. Hurrah for you, Matt.
Yay. Yeah, I'm like a lone Brit.
Where's your flag?
Good job, Matt.
Thank you.
Good job.
Thank you.
Well done, Billy.
Got in
Good job,
on penalties in the end. Much like my...
Hey, a win is a win.
A win is a win. Yeah, doesn't matter how you get there. Just get there. We have one race left.
One race. Wow.
The last says, race. I feel like WIRC doesn't get a whole lot of respect. At big races, it's a good car. There's a lot of cars out there that don't get a lot of respect. It takes time to build that up. Simple as that.
Yeah. I know one thing they could do.
Mark Owen, how are you?
Yep, it certainly one way of building your brand is to get behind media outfits who are publicizing, making coverage of races, whether they're podcasters, live streamers, photo guys like Circus RC. If you are a RC brand and you want to build your profile, then you can spend your money in no better way than putting it behind the likes of Keenan, us, Red RC, Chris Circus, Live RC. Hell, get involved with the media. Like that's what you need to do to build your brand. And we can certainly say that the likes of Techno RC, T-Works, S-Works, Meebo Sports, Hot Race and X-Ray all know that very well, and we're very grateful to them for what they do to help us out, help us pay the bills, help us keep the bowl full of bananas and Kit Kats.
I just got a message from the Emperor of Everything and says there's a ticker tape parade planned for Billy Grinley on his return to the UK.
On an open top bus.
Yeah.
Yes.
fantastic. Good. That's just exactly what he deserves. Exactly what he
So
deserves.
we got our starting order here, Franklin. We got our starting order here.
Do tell.
We got
Do tell.
David Todd starting on pole. Manuel Iniesta in second. Hugo Ibanez third. Iker Tellez fourth, our TQ overall. Mathis Perret from France in fifth. Hugo Taveron from France in sixth, also TQ to Ron. Ivan Navarro, seventh. Gabriel Astriano, who bumped up from the quarterfinals, in eighth. Eric Leike in ninth. Lewis Jones, who bumped up. Lewis Jones bumped up? I'm not sure. But Lewis Jones in 10th. Nacho Sanchez from Spain in 11th. Axel Constantine, who is the man behind lots of debate right now, a junior racer, in 12th. And Mark Zwart, who won the LCQ, is the 13th man at this race. And let's go. We are ready. We've got 45 minutes. This race is going to take place in an hour.
Say what?
It's going to start in an hour, this race?
No.
Who
it's
says-
scheduled for 4:20 local time, and it's 4:26.
Are we behind time? Oh, so we're behind. Okay.
We're a few minutes behind.
We're a few minutes behind.
But we've been a few minutes behind since the start of the day, so it's fine. Just want to point out that remember in the semifinal B that David Todd was throwing down consistent 46-second lap times. However, he didn't break into the 45-second bracket. Iker Tellez did with a 45.859. So even though he ran a slower race overall, because he was battling with two other racers, he actually ran slower than David Todd. That's why he's starting behind. But he had a faster over a single lap. He's got a 45.859, which is pretty quick.
Wayne RC says, I feel like it's bigger over there. Well, that would be because WIRC is based over here in Italy, Wayne, and they've put time into building their team over here over the last few years. So that's why. In America, WIRC has been through a lot of changes. That's all I'm going to say over the last 3 years. And when they started to gain some popularity, when they had Cavallari running them, I mean, they've had chances. They had Ryan Lutz run it for a year. They had Cavallari run it for a year. So they had the chances, but they just had a lot of kerfuffle with the management over there. And that's why they were doing well at one point, and then it all just kind of went away. That's how it goes. It's in this industry, you can be irrelevant in no time whatsoever. Pretty much.
Good intel. Good intel there. Look, we don't know exactly when we're going to get started because there's probably going to be some driver introductions. The pit lane is currently empty, so we're going to take a very quick break. We keep talking about it, but we're all going to Redovan in September, and it's going to be an amazing event, and this is why we love Redovan.
Needs to go over Champagne, and he'll take the win. One more corner, and it's a win for Ronnevolt. What a fantastic performance. And Boots is champion. Boots takes it. Wow, what an amazing performance from Elliot Boots. That is remarkable. Turns around, Burton's going to get it. Burton comes around. Burton is good. Burton is the European champion. What a result. What a race. Come back as a new David Ronnevolt. He's come back as your new European champion. Three-time winner, David Ronnevolt takes the Euros in fantastic style.
Yes, I still know how to win, I guess.
back. Looks like we're doing driver introductions, which is a pretty standard thing that we do for the European Championships. Drivers called up in reverse order of the starting positions. So 13, Marc de Zwart would have been called up first, and then Axel Constantine, Nacho Sanchez in 11th, starting 10th, Lewis Jones, Eric Leike from the UK, another one of our junior racers, starting 9th, Gabriel Astorino, Ivan Navarro, Hugo Tavernon, one of our, I think, second round TQ, starting in 6th, Matisse Peyre, Robert Batier's choice, one of his choices, when we spoke with him yesterday. Iker Telleth, our TQ for, well, overall TQ and first round TQ. Hugo Ibanez, another junior racer, Manuel Ionesto, and David Todd, the pole driver for this race. And yeah, so it's David Todd had a very good chance to take the TQ for the third round of qualifying, but did take it in the fourth round.
Pretty sure David Todd was our pick.
I did pick him for round 3 and round 4.
Yeah.
Based on because he was so quick, but just made that one critical error. I think it was either round 2 or round 3, or is round 3 and round 4. I can't remember, but he was very, very close to TQing 2 rounds. He did TQ round 4, but lost the overall TQ on points. He ended up with a 0 and a 2. A 0 is if you're you get 0 points if you're a TQ. It's a bit like golf. And if you're in second place in the round, you get 2 points. And so he had a 0 and a 2, but Iker Telleth also had a 0 and a 2. But because of that first round run of, I think it was 7 laps in 5 minutes and 20 seconds, absolutely crushed everyone else's fastest run time. And so he ended up with the overall TQ. And the way Nitro Buggy racing works under the EFRA rules, you do not qualify directly into the main final, which is going to be starting in a few minutes. You qualify into the semifinals. So we had 12 drivers. The fastest 12 split up. It's just easiest to say split up across 2 different semifinals. And then the bump up positions filled up the rest. Yes, it's easier if we had a video and all sorts of things. Yeah,
like this,
it'd help. But yeah, so David Todd taking because he really benefited from basically being on his own in the semifinal B, and was just able to do a time trial and run out there on his lonesome, while Ionesta, Ibanez, and Telleth, I believe, were all 3 together basically for the semifinal A. So I think it was I checked earlier. I think it was Ibanez that has the fastest single lap time, but they were basically so quick and running together, they were kind of slowing each other down, and ended up all having a slightly slower overall semifinal run than David Todd did. So that's why the very long story of why David Todd is the pole position driver.
That's fantastic. I feel like we're all caught up. I feel like the first lap is going to be absolutely critical here.
Oh my gosh,
Mark,
it's going to be crazy.
The Eagle Stetson is going to be all over these guys. Tell them to drive carefully and
keep it clean. Keep it clean.
And you know what? It's important. It's going to make the difference between a really boring 45 minutes and another 45 minutes where they're all actually there's lots of contenders still in the race.
Yeah.
If we have chaotic opening laps and we lose people, or they just end up falling back, or they have technical issues, it will be such a shame. And what we want is a good, clean, hard-fought battle that lasts at least 44 and a half minutes.
Yes. Yeah, we can see some clouds there. We had a little bit of cloud cover that kind of softened the sunlight for a bit, but went away pretty quick. We did have some rain yesterday that came after the live broadcast, so it was after about 7-8 o'clock local time, and but no such threat today. We had actual thunderstorm warnings yesterday, so that's but nothing like that today. can hear engines going. We're going to have about, I think it's going to be a 5-minute warm-up, and then get pulled into the pits.
Who's your pick, Keenan? Todd, start to finish, or is it going to be? Are you going to unmute yourself and then tell us?
My pick is whoever wins.
Ah, that's fantastic.
Yeah,
that's
Todd
great.
Look very good. So look, all these guys are showing speed, but the one person that's showing consistency is Todd. So we shall see. But like, this is racing. This is Nitro racing. 45 minutes, anything can happen. You got to finish. In order to finish first, you must first finish. And every day is a racing day, and not every day is a winning day. So we shall see.
Guys in the comments, who's your pick? I think Iniesta could take it, to be honest. But tell us who your pick is in the comments. We'll shout them out before the race starts.
We can't do it once the race starts because that influences the racers.
Does it? Like fan boost?
Yeah. I would probably go with, I think David Todd is going to be a safe bet. However, those 2 qualifying runs when he was on a really solid TQ and then he made one critical mistake that lost him the TQ for that round, that's the only thing that puts me in a little bit of doubt. When he's under pressure. When he was in that semifinal run, he made no mistakes because there was no one ahead of him, no one behind him, no one around him. It was great. That's the ideal sort of run. You don't want any distractions in your peripheral view, your cone of vision. But when you've got when you're chasing someone and then you make a mistake, or you got someone all over the back of you, hanging out 1 or 2 meters just behind, that's the time you really don't want to make a mistake, and that's what we saw in the qualifying. So it's tricky. I would. It's hard for me to not choose David Todd though.
Okay, well, Joey Seacup is picking Lewis Jones, who'll have his work cut out from P10, but it's entirely possible. JW Smart RC, whoever drives a Techno, lol. Yeah, could be, entirely possible. I hope, says Fabrizio Tagessi, I hope it's Astorino, but I think it'll be Telev or Iniesta. And a little shout for Telev there. But I pick, lefty. Hang on. But just like, no, hang on.
No.
But just for lefty.
For lefty, I pick Bento.
There you go. Thank you for helping me read. Hugo or Eric would be nice, says Jonathan Wall.
Yeah. You know what I want? I want one of the juniors to win. That's what I want.
Well, that's...
there's a very good chance of that.
That's a very good chance of that.
Of the top 5, 4 are juniors.
Yeah, there's a lot of juniors in there, which is how it should be. This is the future. This is the Euro B. And what a fantastic... I can't even wait now. I was already excited for Sir Chile, and now...
It has been exciting. It has been exciting. We had good qualifying yesterday. We've had some good racing. We had dramatic passes. I don't want Todd to run away with it. I want him to battle.
We don't want anyone to run away with it. We want it to be, a bit close. But it's it's a bit like me watching the Euros football or World Cup. It's if I'm gonna pick anyone, I can't, because I just want it to be a good race, basically.
Simon Miller, S-Works for the win. Yep, of course. Thank you to S-Works.
We don't know which guys are on S-Works, though. That's the issue.
We have a spreadsheet.
We have a list.
We have a spreadsheet of
you do have a spreadsheet.
How? Oh, we need to do some proper spreadsheet voodoo to make this work.
Yeah.
But we want to thank all the chat for joining us. It's been the thing is, I love the interaction with the chat, right? The arguing, the banter, But guess what? I just uploaded the video, so go over to the No Name RC Podcast socials, check it out, leave your thoughts on the past. It's in slow motion for you guys. I already sent it off to my RD specialist, and he says racing incident. He says exactly what I said, that the guy turned into him coming up the jump.
We already
And he
decided,
said,
haven't we? So, you know.
He said,
Next
I can
question.
see why. No, we have to stretch this up because this is the dramatic point of the race.
You go for it. Go, you stretch, Keenan. You stretch. Keep going. Keep it going.
Stretch it. Put your leg up on the bar, on the whatever it is, you know, the dance
Don't get me wrong.
studios have.
Beto should have been upset. He should have been upset. I get it why he was upset, but in reality, he should have been upset with himself for leaving the door open.
There you go.
But he didn't. He actually tried to take him out twice after that. If you saw it, he tried to take him out at the end straight.
Yes. I mean, we definitely saw that. Yeah. So running S-Works are we've got let's see, Bento is running S-Works.
It's not in this race.
It's true. Darren Hayden Ball also not in this race, but running S-Works. I don't think anyone in the top is running S-Works, unless we're comparing two different sets of data here. So it's I don't see any names that are running S-Works in the
I don't think there's any S-Works in this final. Hugo Ibanez is X-Ray. David Todd is Mugen. Iker is Techno. Maybe maybe VJ, if they stick around. He says the juniors are the ones we will see in the world finals in the next 3 or 4 worlds. That is not necessarily true. They have to stick around and they have to make it. So we always get this. So this is a big debate I always hear is why don't we promote these younger guys good? And we should, but these younger guys still have to beat the guys that are out there are still winning.
Of course.
Right? It's so like we got Mayfield and Dakota Fens and these guys winning. I'm using America for an example because JC3 and Ongaro are still young, like they're 23, 24, you know. So, but when you got guys like Mayfield, he's out 35 years old. Cavallari finishing 5th at the Nationals. These young guys have to reach up. They got the pace. They have to reach up there and take it from them. And it's not just. A lot of people get confused. They think it's just one win that propels you to a stardom. It's not just one win. Anybody can get lucky once and win once. It's constantly beating these guys or constantly battling it out for that top 3 position. There's 2 top positions that needs to come. So, you know, Tyler Jones is a great example. He won PMB back in 2019. There was a lot of hype around about him. He tried to pro life for a while, and now he's just like a part-time racer at the moment. So, you know, just because you have talent and you're working good doesn't necessarily mean you're going to be a world finalist or a pro driver in this very small niche sport. You still have to. You can be 14 years old and be fast. You still have to go through puberty, girls, cars, and all that type of stuff, and sports. And still like RC and be dedicated to it. I think people honestly don't realize the amount of time, sacrifice, and effort that goes on to be a level at this. I told guys once, I said, you take Ronaldo, you take Messi, Con Aguero, all these top football players in the world. The mentality of those players is no different from the mentality of top drivers like Ronafalk and Coelho and all those type of guys. The only difference is it's not a physical sport. It's a mental sport that they have to play, and they're very talented. So don't get it twisted. It's no different from being a top driver, top athlete in any other sport besides it not being a physical thing. The attitude is what matters. As we get ready to start, there is Lewis Jones' beautiful WIRC. I always like this paint job. Oh boy, I think we're. All right, and they are off. Let's get ready to go, 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 go. And Anesta not wasting any time as he is trying to take that pass on David Todd, doing what he has to do, pressure him from the very beginning. And right behind him is Hugo Ibanez. So clean start for our top 3. Looks like top 4 is right there. So slightly breaking away from the rest of the pack of these 3. With Iker I don't know if that's not Iker. That is not Iker in 4th. So Iker's backed on in. Iker had a bad start. Very bad
I
start.
want to say
for
that's
young
Likey
Iker.
in fourth. Possibly?
I think it might be. Or Hugo Taveron. That's who it
Oh,
might
yeah,
be.
yeah, it's Taveron. It's Taveron.
So I bet you it's going to be David Todd in Iniesta. Come on, scoring. Yep, Taveron. Astoriano from 8th all the way up to 5th. So good news by Astorino. Not surprised by that. He's been fast. Todd getting a little bit of breathing room as he goes on the back section. Over that triple he goes. Also race management, right? You got to make sure you don't use up your tires and your dips in this 45 minutes. So you got to be very smart about how you race. That's where racecraft comes into play as we get ready.
Matisse Paire, one of the big losers on that first lap, from 5th down to 11th.
And the man behind all the drama, Axel Constantine, is currently running in 13th. But lots of racing to go as we have just gone almost 2 minutes down as David Todd has pulled a slight gap of 1.6 seconds over a second. But it's a lot closer on the field. I think we're with second now, who looks like to be Iniesta's car. There's Todd just going on the Dragon's back. So first, second, third have spaced themselves out, and behind them, 4th, 5th, and 6th are challenging for the lead. Iniesta went for the early surge, trying to get out there in front of Todd, but Todd held him off. And there is our leader. I really like that section of the track, that chicane. And Todd with a 47.4, 2.1 seconds up on Iniesta. Hugo Taveron
back to back in the 47s.
Excellent. But he has to drive smart. Don't use up those tires. 15 years old. On the cusp of winning and in position to do well and actually win this Euro Bs. But 42 minutes left to go in this race. It's going to be a lot. This is the battle. I think that's Astorino right there, who's in 4th. No, he might have got Taveron
in the white.
Yeah, so Taveron is back in 3rd. I think Astorino has gotten in front of him, and he has.
Yes.
So Astorino's in 3rd, and Iniesta's in 2nd. Astorino is going to set his sights. There's Iniesta pulling away from these guys. But we have the 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th place cars all together battling it out. They are currently 4 seconds back of Iniesta. Iniesta making some inroads on David Todd, too. No, they're getting close. Our leaders are getting very close. So hopefully we get switched over to that. As Gabriel makes his way through the chicane into the 180 double onto the straightaway. That was a 58.5 for Gabriel. And we have some moving and shaking as Hugo Ibanez is now in 4th. Our leaders, David Todd, is 1.1 seconds up on Manuel Iniesta. We have a battle brewing between those two. And just as I say that, we switch over to our leader, David Todd, on that moving, making his way down that Dragon's back with Iniesta right behind him now. Iniesta finding a second win early with 40 minutes and 29 seconds left to go. We're about 2 minutes away from some pit stops here. And they have been pivotal in this race. And we even saw, unfortunate, one of our drivers who was in the lead flaming out, running out of fuel or flaming out before his first pit stop. So that has to be in the back of the minds of some of these racers. As Gabriel goes across the line, he's still currently in 3rd with Ibanez right behind him, who was told to look out for Ibanez. He was in that white and pink car. I think he runs, I'm not sure what car he runs. Someone said he might be an X-Ray. I could be wrong.
Who's that? Sorry?
Ibanez. Oh, no. Looks like, that's right. Bryn Hall says, looks like Jones is not going. He is 3 laps down. So Jones having some technical difficulties. Let's see if he can get back on the track and get some laps. Always sad when a car goes out in the first 5 minutes of a race. So much time left. Would have, should have. And Gabriel makes a mistake, tips that pipe, and that is going to allow the faster Hugo Ibanez, who was told to watch out for by Robert Badier. It is very fast. So can Hugo put his head down? He was a little bit faster than Gabriel and catch up. Ooh, there we go. There's Gabriel just clipping that pipe and allowing that pass. So now Ibanez is going to shake off Gabriel and chase down Iniesta and David Todd. He has 7.3 seconds to make up. Lots of time to make it up as we are now on the 38.55 mark.
Ibanez runs an X-Ray with FX engine.
There you go.
So we have a Mugen Associated and X-Ray. And I think Associated for Astorino. I'll just check that.
And I think we are on board with David Todd at the moment, our leader.
Astorino runs a WIRC, so 4 different makes in the top 4 cars.
Yes. David Todd just threw down a 46.9. Fastest lap of the race so far. 6 minutes and 20 seconds down for him, roughly.
Yeah, I've been looking at the lap times between David and Manuel. They were trading fastest lap times, but on that last lap, David was able to stretch out an extra 1.5 seconds by doing that 46.9, and Manuel doing a 48.2.
So I think this might be the battle for second. Let's see. Nope, I was wrong. That is Hugo Ibanez.
I think Manuel just pitted. He had a 53-second lap.
That would make sense. So pit stop coming in. And that is Ibanez, I do believe.
Yeah, it's a 3.
Wow, Frank, you have got those numbers down. Astorino is WIRC.
Yes. I'm going to guess Todd is going to come in now on this lap.
I hope they follow him so we can see what that. He had some really fast pits. So I think that's Iniesta, right?
No, he's not pitting. Oh, he must have just pitted though, but he had a 54-second lap.
He just pitted.
So he must have
that
pitted
was
on the
his
last
pit out
lap.
lap. So Iniesta is now 0.7 of a second back. Matisse Perez is up front, who probably hasn't pitted yet, but he is now he's 7.1 seconds back. I think he still has to pit. So we have a battle as Iniesta is back on the rear end of the number 1 car of David Todd. We have a Mugen and Associated going at it right now. 2 Pillowbowl cars. Actually, probably all Pillowbowl cars besides the Techno is C-Hub for Iker. All right, so Todd stretching it out a little bit now. That gap back up to 0.8 of a second. We got some lap traffic here, and I've seen lap traffic play havoc with leaders at many races this year.
Oh, what happened to Todd there? Oh, no, there was that.
No, that wasn't.
Jeez.
That was lap traffic.
Wow.
He was getting out of the way, Frank. Todd does make a mistake. He just hit the curb now. So, David Todd driving a good race. Manuel driving a good line too, not really applying pressure. So just
top 3 drivers doing
have
47 flats in that last lap.
Yes, that is true. Todd just threw down a 46.9, and Iniesta was 0.4 of a second faster for 46.9. So we got a good race on our hands right here for first and second. Third is 7.6 back, but lots of time. 35 minutes down. 35 minutes left to go. So we're almost at the 15-minute mark. Yeah, but I was talking about in the top 5, John. There's no Igama. I was really talking about the top 5. We have Mugen, AE, X-Ray, and then now we have a Techno. I don't know what Matisse drives. Nicholas says, I want to know what brand the cars they have. Kyosho. There is a Kyosho in her. I did see some yellow inserts, so somebody has a Kyosho in this class. It's probably one of the French guys.
Matisse is running an X-Ray with an FX engine and hot race tires.
Any Kyoshos in there, Frank?
I am just going to check that just now.
All right. Todd stretching that lead out to 1.2 seconds. So Todd able to pick up the pace and pull away from Iniesta when needed. I think he really needs to manage this race. We can take a page out of Robert Battier's playbook. We all knew that Robert Battier was a late race challenger. You knew that as the race went on longer, Robert would get faster because he used to set his car up for that. So he used to have the heavier diff, the heavier shocks, the harder tires. He knew that he would need that in the last 15 minutes of the race. And that was one of his specialties.
Lefty, I'm not seeing any... Sorry, I'm not seeing any Kyoshos in this, in the final, in the main final.
Okay. 0 Kyoshos. I thought there was a Kyosho earlier. I saw some fluorescent yellow inserts, and it's only a couple cars that have that, and it's a Mayako or a Kyosho. I could be wrong. I'm sure I'll be corrected.
Inserts where? Not in the tires.
Well, no, in the rear inserts in the rear toe plate.
Ah.
So they have different colors. You can have fluorescent. You know, they have the various.
You're saying I have good eyes? Oh my goodness! How you can see the rear toe?
Well,
plate
that was
these
guys. They were while they were in the pit.
Oh right.
While they were in the pits. But David Todd is. I mean, David Todd must have made a. Oh man, Iniesta just turned on some fast 46. He just turned on his fastest lap of the race. He's now 0.5 of a second behind Todd.
Yeah, Todd must have made a mistake there. It's down to half a second lead.
I think this is.
Nope, now it's back to a 1.7 second.
Yeah, it looks like Emmanuel had a long lap of 48.1 that time by. Trying to see who we're following now. I believe this is Ibanez and Tellez. So this is the battle for third at the moment. Well, was the battle?
Todd was that our leader?
Todd makes him.
Oh my goodness! I think that's our leader. Ooh. What?
I am highly confused.
Oh, maybe that was where the half-second lead came from. It dropped to a half a second. Now we're back. That was a replay, I believe.
Okay. All right. There you go. Agama uses yellow inserts as well. So that maybe that was likely one of the Agama that I saw on.
Oh, man.
All right. So there's David Todd still out front. Actually, he has 8 seconds up on Manuel. So maybe Manuel came in. No, I think that was Manuel that made that mistake.
It was a 54-second outlap.
Or he made that mistake, I think. I think it was the one that made that mistake. Not, well, he might have pitted because we are 14 minutes in, so.
Yeah, that's, I was just looking at the time. You might be able to see Todd come in for a pit. His dad and mechanic, I'm not sure who his mechanic is, but his dad is certainly pretty quick with the fuel gun. And yes, we got a pit. There's his dad.
There's his father. Well, that was a good pit. Good pit. Good pit, good out. Let's see what type of pit out lap he's going to have. David Todd firmly in control right now. Let's see it all shakes out after his pit. I think that's
Iniesta just behind him again.
So,
you know, after
like
David's
Todd
pit,
go one lap more than Iniesta.
Yeah.
So.
Oh, and he's made a mistake.
Oh no problem. He's got 30 minutes to make it up, but maybe this is what Iniesta needs to put on the afterburners and pull away.
Yep. Stetson calling. We have had a change in the lead, and that'll be confirmed as they come over the finish line just there.
2.4 seconds separates them, but they still have 11.7 seconds up on third. That is now, 6.9. So That was a 57.6 lap
And there's a
for
replay.
David, as you see. Oh, yeah. So, but he has plenty of time. He can take his time, catch back up to Iniesta. He doesn't need to go crazy. He doesn't need to burn up his tires. He just needs to be very smooth, very calm. Save that car for that last 15 minutes.
We do know
And
it's
there you
very
have
difficult to
Iniesta.
pass, though.
Yes, but
So we'll see
Iniesta,
what happens.
you just hang in the back and let them make the mistakes.
Or you steam
they
in
are
on the last corner.
Yeah, which now seems to be yes, which was epic.
So 1.9. No, I think it's
That was
closer to
1.9
1.9 now. I think.
I think that's Todd right behind them. They have very similar paint jobs too, but
They do.
Todd's car is considerably much lower in the rear end, and it looks like Ibanez is running that Razor wing. So, and Todd is running a regular wing. Okay. That's going to be close to this when they come by 1.1. So
Yeah.
Todd chipping away 9/10 of a second, 8/10 of a second.
Chipping away,
On
he's
Ibanez.
hacking away.
He is definitely hacking away with a big axe.
I mean, the last lap for Iniesta was 47.37 and 46.63. So that's a lot.
Our current running order in first, Manuel Iniesta, David Todd in second, Hugo Ibanez third, Matisse Pere in fourth, Hugo Taveron in five, Gabriel Astarino in sixth, Nacho Sanchez in seventh, Ivan Navarro eighth, Eric Likey in ninth, Axel Constantine in 10th, Mark Zawart in 11th, Iker Tellez dropped all the way down to 11th, and Lewis Jones out. Oh, but he's back. Lewis Jones back on the track. So,
Yeah, unfortunately, we didn't really see what happened to Tella there.
no, he might have had a flame out in pits or something like that to be that far back.
27 minutes left.
These two are about to be nose to tail. Coming through the big infield section. It'll be considerably less than 1 second as they're coming into lap traffic as well.
With Dodge right behind him, man. He put the afterburners on that straightaway, man. He nitrous oxide that car on the straightaway. That was impressive.
Get ready with that replay button.
So continue for now, car 9, but the next two cars coming up behind will have the race leader, okay?
And you can hear Stetson, the EFRA referee, telling car 9, who's just that middle car there, that the next two cars behind him are faster and the leaders.
Yeah.
Like I said, they're
doing a great job of managing this race.
Yeah.
Jan, there are no Mayako cars in this final that I know of.
Ooh, and Iniesta going in for the pits. Avoiding
Iniesta running very short.
Yeah. Avoiding
25.
the what you call it, the lap traffic. So maybe that was a tactical thing. You know, it's a we see F1 teams doing this.
Mm-hmm. So we expect Todd should, if Iniesta's coming in, that was a little earlier though. Very interesting.
That's what I mean. I mean, yes, it seems early, and we know he's pitting a little bit. Ooh, and he's gone over. Or was that Iniesta? That was someone else. Yeah, Taveron.
That was Taveron.
It could have been a thing too, because then that might allow Todd to get tangled up with the lap traffic.
Todd's right behind him. I don't think that's Taveron. That might be Hall. I don't know. If it is, Taveron's being lapped at the. I mean, they got 18 seconds. Like, wow. Fifth is 18 seconds behind. I mean, fourth is 18 seconds behind third. Wow. Yeah, I think they should just stay on the leaders for a while because we have a great battle. Ooh, look at that. Look at that. That person needs to get out of the way because they're in the way of these guys making progress. I
hear the
cannot find
referees
David.
calling traffic. I think I heard the word penalty.
Okay, so neither one of
Ooh.
these is David Todd. He's actually out front by 6.6 seconds.
Yeah.
Which is probably going to be gone when his next pit stop. That was... Okay, so those were...
There's Todd there.
Right. Okay, so they were following a battle way back in 8th.
And Todd now, his lead is 7.4, so it's gone up by a second and a half, even working through the traffic.
Somebody's hooping and hollering in the pit lane.
Yes, there's an upset somebody down there.
There's Iniesta. There's David Todd on those Pro Circuit tires. He's running the full ultimate package. That's like Robert's old package right there. Mugen Pro
off
Circuit.
the track just a bit.
That's Todd. No harm, no foul. No harm, no
Is it
foul.
Iniesta coming in for a pit again?
No, we was confused who that was. Had to be.
Maybe it was a back marker that he was coming up on?
I think they were following a whole different race. But lots of cars looking very similar here.
Well, regardless of anything, Todd's now got a 9-second lead on Iniesta.
He's flying, dude.
And that's before the pit stop for Iniesta.
Yeah.
And Todd coming in now for fuel.
Good pit stop. Good pit stop by his crew. So can Todd come out in front of Iniesta? That might be Iniesta right behind him.
I think he did, yeah.
So back to back. It's going to go tit for tat for this to the end because they're just like one lap apart on pit stops.
Yeah,
well, one lap is 47 seconds on this track. So interesting. 21 minutes 50 seconds left to go. We have gone past the halfway mark now.
Yeah, Todd's out
separated
a
by
bit slow. That's why they're so close together.
Mm-hmm. But Todd's able to find that pace and able to push his car to pull away from Iniesta. So let's see how well this works for him. It's just slightly like Iniesta gets up behind him, but Todd's able to just pull away. This where Todd seems to be very fast on this section coming through the chicane. Watch how he comes through the chicane if he does it. Ooh, that was an Iniesta that went off track. Actually,
yeah, and waited.
Yeah, but oh man.
Well, he waited and lost a lot of time. So it was a 0.4. Now it's a full second. So, fair enough. Just notice Astorino down in 12th hasn't is down 3 laps.
No,
and who was that? Is that Iniesta?
It could be. Looks like his car.
Jay Dissy in the chat asking, are there any Mallorca cars in the final? There are not.
No, Iniesta is not Iniesta.
No,
that
we're Todd again, aren't we?
Ibanez.
Oh, okay. Iniesta now down 1.5 seconds.
There's Todd. Todd's running the traditional Mugen wing, and the rear of his car is a lot lower. Might just be the low wing, too. The first place package is Mugen Pro Circuit and Ultimate. Mr. Chili, what you're watching right now. Pro Circuit tires, Ultimate engines, Mugen chassis. And it makes sense that the Pro Circuit tires are really good here in Spain because that's where they're based. Todd now 3.1 seconds up, 19. Man, you know what, Frank? This is like one of the fastest. I don't know what it is, but the race's time seems to be going so fast for us. We are now on 18 minutes and 55 seconds. Like, it's crazy.
Yeah. Todd still doing 46-second laps, 46.8 last time. His best lap is a 46.5. Iniesta's best lap is a 46.7. Fastest lap overall is a 46.3 from Teleth, but he's way down in 11th place in that number 4 car.
Our overall TQ not faring well. Unfortunate for him. But now the lead, Iniesta must have come in for fuel because the lead's back up to 10.7. So
yeah, 54.8 second lap for Iniesta.
Yeah. So I assume Todd might be coming in for fuel this lap for the next one. We shall see. And that should put them right up against each other.
Yeah, if you add about 7 or 8 seconds, yeah, it'll put them a lot closer together. It's about how long it takes for the fuel. Looks like, nope, he's not coming in.
Well, maybe he's going to stretch it out a bit. 10.7 is the gap.
He was able to in the first stint, so I was wondering why he's just coming in 1 lap later, but maybe this is where he starts to really stretch out the stints and just run just an extra lap.
Well, we're starting to see that with fuel mileage becoming so important. We're seeing this. I've seen it quite a few times in the American race that I've been to where Mayfield and Fend have been switching up their strategies mid-race. Mayfield I really started first seeing him do it back in 2021 when he won his second Buggy Nationals. He was like, yeah, they call it an audible now. That's the thing. Audible is a word in RC now. And, we call it fuel audible. He might have come in, Frank. He might have come in. But it seems like that would have been too early for him.
Yeah.
And we'll see on this lap. If he doesn't come in on this lap, he's already been in. Wow. That jump actually is really big out the back there. I'm surprised more cars haven't flown off the side of the track. It looks fairly simple. Been a great weekend of racing at the RC Sachs facility. Beautiful facility. One of the many beautiful facilities you can find in Spain. Joseph was telling about he went on a motocross tour here in Spain, and he says, you know how the tracks, it's a lot of RC tracks in Spain for RC? He goes, motocross is exactly the same. It's full of motocross tracks. So I think Todd has, I don't know. I'm highly confused. We can't, when you can't see him, you can't.
It's kind
really
of hard
tell.
to say that he came in already. It's because
That's
very weird.
Unfortunate. Yeah, when you're, that's just kind of the, you don't have any boots on the ground to let us know what's going on. So you're kind of just at the mercy of the screen. So there's Iniesta. Gap is still 10.7. Todd has to have come in for fuel because
it's crazy. I'm trying to see if there's a lap time list for the finals, but I can't find one for the live results.
Well, we're in the last 15 minutes of this race. Should be 2 more fuel stops for everybody. No, one. It should be a fuel stop around now, actually. But this might be his schedule. His scheduled fuel stop. But either way, Todd is absolutely dialed in right now. That was his. Oh, there we go. So he's got one more stop. So Iniesta Iniesta looks like he has one more stop than Todd. Because Iniesta is going to have to come in here soon, and then he's going to have to come in again for fuel. So Todd has a fuel stop in hand.
Yeah.
If my calculations are right. So he's got a big lead plus a fuel stop in hand. And he came out well in front of Iniesta this time around. So before, when he was coming out, Iniesta was right behind him and he would come out for fuel. But now he has a bigger lead. So you'll see what the gap is when they come by. I think Iniesta is one of those two cars behind him. But that's not Iniesta. That's Iniesta, right? The Iniesta. Sorry. So there's David Todd coming across the loop. Iniesta. That was a 54.7 for him, and Iniesta is now 3.3 seconds. But Iniesta is going to let that all go. What? This has got to be a replay.
It must be because we didn't see that view.
Yeah.
When he came in just a lap ago.
But Iniesta should peel off of fuel anytime soon now, if he hasn't already. And that gap will go back up to 10 seconds, barring any problems for our leader here, Todd. But you called it, Frank. You liked him from the get-go, and he's doing very well. He was one of the favorites coming into this race.
Yeah, and it's oh, is that Iniesta?
That is I think, I don't know. I think Wolf says
I think it was because at the bottom of the live time you can see who crossed most recently, and he's the fourth most recent car to have crossed the timing loop. So that was definitely Iniesta.
I think Todd is running 9 minute stints. I think Iniesta is running short because he came in first in the first pit stop. He came in first before Todd, and I think Todd's adjusted his. Todd came in a lap after. I think Todd's adjusted his fuel. So I think Todd was one less than him.
I was wondering, maybe is there such a thing as sandbagging for fuel stints, or throwing a little fake out?
Yeah. So that was Iniesta. 10.5 is the gap. So Iniesta has to come in one more time. So does Todd, but no. Let's see. No, Iniesta's coming one more time.
No, they'll have to.
So
you're
right.
There's no way they can run 12 minutes.
No. Todd will come in at. Man, I'm all confused.
It'll be short pit stop as well, so it'll be even half the amount of time that he stood still.
Mm-hmm. You could be right, Wolf. You could be right. You probably are. And there's Todd.
And we saw, we saw Todd make that one mistake, and then have to gain the place back. And what do we see when we see drivers like Ongaro and Canas and Boots, dominate a 45 or 60 minute race? They make no mistakes, or maybe one mistake when they're way out ahead, like JCC did last year. But if that's the one mistake that Todd does for a whole 45-minute final, whew.
Yeah, he's driving a very smart race, but we're following Iniesta right now. He's trying to chase him down. And both of these guys have to come in one more time.
Which is part of the joys and the dramas of Nitro racing. You never know what can happen in the pits. It's never guaranteed anything.
Not at all. Not at all. But we're currently following our second. Running order is David Todd in first, Iniesta, who are following now in second, Hugo Ibanez third, Matisse Paris in fourth, Hugo Tavaron fifth, Nacho Sanchez sixth, Ivan Navarro seventh, Eric Likey eighth, Mark Duzuart in ninth, Axel Constantine in 10th, Iker Tellez in 11th, Lewis Jones in 12th, and unfortunately Gabriel Asturiano having a DNF. He's going to have a DNF. He's not got back on the track, and he's 18 laps back. So But with 9 minutes and 33 seconds left to go in this race, it's all in David Todd's hands. Let's hope the race gods are kind to him and give him this victory and nothing happens to him. He has one more pit stop to go. But if it stays like this, he should win convincingly over David Todd. Over Iniesta. Ooh.
Yeah, someone clearing out their engine there.
2 times. All right.
You know who's coming under pressure now, actually, is Ibanez is only 0.4 of a second behind Iniesta, which I think is what we're following right now.
Yes.
Didn't
that is the race we're following.
Realize
the race
that.
Second.
Battle for second.
We have two pink and white cars with black rims and white wheels, identical wheels too. Identical
so very
wings,
confusingly.
So
yeah. Suddenly we have a very extremely tight battle for second. Oh,
Ooh.
And who was that went over? I think that was Ibanez.
I think it was Ibanez too. He dived in, he dove in there to make a pass, it looked like, and he couldn't make it stick.
Yep, that was Ibanez. Here's the replay. Oh, and just smacks in the back. Just takes off the brakes, I guess, and
unfortunate.
Iniesta's car didn't go anywhere, but Ibanez's car did.
All right, so 7:40 left to go. Todd's going to come in for his final pit. This man's going to have to pit again as well. Todd got a very good cushion, 9.4 up on second place. Ibanez drops 4 seconds back.
There's Todd coming in for his last.
So these guys are going to be clumped together here.
In and out, very easy.
And there's Iniesta, I think, right behind him now. Todd's still looking as rapid as he was earlier on. Is that Iniesta? I cannot tell.
I think it is. It's a pink and white.
He's going to have to peel off for some fuel here shortly as well.
Todd's in-lap was a 48.8, but I think we can maybe put that down to having to go wide in the very last corner.
So, yeah, they are very close, but Iniesta is going to have to peel off for some fuel, and that's going to be it for both of them.
There he goes.
There we go. Iniesta's short pitting. He's on 6 minutes. He's on 6.5 because he came in. Yeah. But it's done. They're both good to go to the end. But that's going to put that lead back up to 8.79 seconds again for Todd. And he is in cruise control right now where Iniesta has to push it to catch him up. So 6 minutes left to go. Todd is in great position to join a list of very fast people, very fast races that have won the Euro Bs. And this will be good. This will be a great confidence booster for him. He's probably going to do the Euro A's here and at the end of the month. He'll probably definitely be at the World Championships as well. So, good run for David Todd. Yep.
5.5 minutes left in this one. Yeah, 7.7 seconds is the lead now. But, yeah, if the flag drops now, Todd would be joining a very long list of very influential names, such as Canos, Berton, Barufalo, Monteiro, Ronafalt, Lee Martin. Some big names there.
Yep. He's driving very calm and collective. The time we've seen him, he's only made that one mistake. It was a big mistake, but he was able to get back and that's the sign of a champion. Like these guys, like they make mistakes, but the ability to recoup is what. Also, when they do make a mistake, it's very minimum. So they're able to recoup and get that speed back or turn it up to 110% and make up for it. So it's pretty impressive.
1, 2, 3, 5, 6. That's 1,
Lewis Jones is not scoring, so he's going back off the track. So unfortunate for Iker Tellez. Don't know what happened to him. I'm assuming a flame out or of some sort, because he was in the mix in the top 5, and he has been in that lower third of the scoring for the rest of the race. And Todd is just out there on cruise control, 47.2, backing it down a little bit. And that gap is going to stretch out even more. There's Iniesta. As scoring catches up her 7 seconds. 5.8 seconds over Ibanez. We have 3 minutes and 46 seconds left to go in this Euro B's. This young man who has been fast all weekend, who took the TQ, a much-deserved TQ in Q4, and made the whole qualifying session go to a tie break, is about to be rewarded with a big win. Daniel says, I'm fully responsible for jinxing Iker. We don't know what happened to him, man. We need to know what happened to him. He was very fast. But I think David Todd was just showing more racecraft throughout the weekend. So 6.8 is the gap. But we have 2 minutes and 55 seconds left. Anything can happen. I'm sure David Todd's dad will be thoroughly chuffed about this when it happens.
Yeah.
If it happens.
I'll tell you what needs to happen is that David, no matter what happens, really needs to be put in the registration list for the Euro A finals, because he's not on the list.
Oh, really?
No. At least not for Spain.
I mean, it's a lot of racing, dude. Euro A, so he was in the Euro E-Buggy Euros. He has this race. He goes to Euro A's, and then a month later, you got the Worlds. So it's like a lot of race. I mean, mind you, all of these races are close by, France and Spain, but still. Thanks for the great coverage, guys. A best overtakes video would be awesome. Well, Peter Harder and Constantine's epic over Bento would be on the top 2.
Yeah. Those would be the last 2 to show for sure.
One minute, just 95 seconds left to go. Todd, 6.9 seconds up on Iniesta. Iniesta third on a 47.3 that time by. He's got a 5.2 second lead on Ibanez, and Matisse is 23 seconds back of him. So Iniesta probably settling in for second, or hoping for Todd to make a mistake, and Hugo Ibanez would want Iniesta to make a mistake. But Iniesta's driving he's driving a good race. So
he is, yeah. I mean, there's absolutely zero faults really from Iniesta, but just Todd just faster.
Yep. Todd just says, okay, I'm going to pick it up a little bit. We have 45 seconds left to go. Here's a 47 flat. Let's put that gap back up to 7 points. And he does that. Well done to David Todd. This will be a big feather in his cap. A big feather in his cap going into 2025 and the rest of this season. And his goal is to be a top driver. So this will be a very big step towards that. He's definitely probably shown to be one of the top Mugen drivers in Europe or in the world to be. I would say,
for sure, because I can't really name any. Well, no, the Kiliches. Yeah. Who else?
And that's about it. But I mean, Adam Drake runs Mugen, but I mean, he's not there for results. He's more of a team manager, and he still races, and I'm sure he wants to do well. But he's getting up in age. He's got a lot on his plate. He's got his business going, so his job isn't to get results anymore. His job is to go out there and be a good Mugen representative and
help other people get good results.
Yeah. So David Todd, barring any disaster with
In this, last 5 seconds. Here we go. Here we go.
On,
David Todd.
Woohoo!
Taking the Euro B's win.
Oh man, he stopped right there. Weird place to stop. Well done, David Todd. Probably been the most consistent, fastest driver all weekend. Takes the win. Etches his name amongst legends as a winner of the Euro A. And this was awesome. Great driving, great action. Well done to David Todd. There you go, Frank. Your guy. Your horse. You won it all.
Fabulous. And there he is. He's his dad getting hugs from other pro circuit and teammates in the I hope that's not fuel that's been poured all over his head. And David about to get interviewed in Spanish by the A car team.
That's a good
fabulous.
15 years old. He doesn't look, he looks like absolutely. Look at him. Yeah. Because at the E-Buggy World Cup, I didn't see him smile once.
Yeah.
He was fast.
He won the junior final for the E-Buggy European Championship as well. And here he is winning the Euro Bs. So ranking right up there with, like I said, like Canas, Ronafalk, Barufalo, and Montero. So many big names. Big future ahead of him.
Big future ahead of him. And do you know what? It's funny. On Friday, we're going to be releasing RCGP's Inside Track, where he features. We picked him, not from obscurity, but you picked him trackside to spend some time. So we're going to get to know David Todd even more this week on RC Racing TV.
Make sure and check that out on Friday.
Yeah.
Subscribe to the channel so you get a notification. Subscribe, hit the bell, do all that stuff. Subscribe to the YouTube channel so you get told exactly when that goes live.
Lefty, any final thoughts? Thank you so much for being with us.
Thank you. It was good. We haven't done this since last year, so it was good to hang out with you. It's been fun. I've thoroughly enjoyed the Euro Bs this year. Thoroughly enjoyed it. So great coverage by the A car guys. Hey, Kimo, how you doing? Great job. I still miss the boots on the ground for us being there to get that information that we need. But it was good. I think the first time that we've done this was a good weekend. And congratulations to that young man. He went out there. He did what he had to do. And he's been very impressive this year. And it just bodes to say what I've been saying, that Europe is producing all types of young, fast racers. And these Euro Bs is an excellent stepping stone for these young racers. And it's doing exactly what it's supposed to do.
Definitely, yeah. It's a great program, and it's one of these that builds on the future, or builds for the future. And my hat is super crooked. I don't know why.
It's because you've been getting so excited during the final. It's been
crooked the entire 3 days, Frank.
It's been an emotional 3 days. It's been fantastic. Thank you so much to all of you guys at home watching and commenting along. Jonathan Wolf, thanks guys for the coverage and the megaphone. Well, we'll be back with this kind of coverage for the large-scale touring car Euros from Switzerland, so really looking forward to that. We will be back. Well, this has been a precursor, a perfect warm-up to the Euro A in Chile, which in turn will be an amazing warm-up to a Worlds in Redvan in September. We're being spoiled this summer with amazing racing. And thank you so much for you all watching along. Thank you to EFRA, of course, it's been an EFRA event. X-Ray, Hot Race Tyres, Mebo Sport, S-Works, T-Works, Techno RC. Frank, thank you. Keenan, thank you. But finally, RCTV hero Profix asked for a best overtakes video. And you know what? When our RCTV heroes ask, our RCTV heroes get. We'll see you next time.
He didn't get a megaphone, though. He didn't get a megaphone announcement.
Oh, no. Why?
When our RCTV heroes ask, our RCTV heroes get.
Fernando Cabrera is just trying.
And still, again, she's still doing. Oh, no, big mistake, hitting the pipe. Finish line there. So now it's 2.9 seconds. Oh, and he flipped.
2.1 seconds back is Alejandro Gual. So any type of mistakes like that for the final bump up spot to the next set of mains. So car number 3 just getting it up on the curbing. Ilian is looking for a spot to go around this guy. He's going to have to force him to make a mistake, but try to set it on. Car number 1 got up to a beautiful start. I think that's number 1.
That's a nasty pileup. That's a bad pileup.
Following somebody in for fuel. Spot car trying to get up into.
That is terrible.
Let's see how it all shakes out for Lewis Messi. He's right on the beginning. That was so close. Hey, dude, like a little
that was almost a pass there. You see how tight the racing line is. The norm. That is almost a super clean. Now we got the Minkwinka on. Now it's a four-way battle. This one chasing hard on Gil. That's it. That's it.
They got independent.
Wow.
Oh no, he ran out of fuel.
He's run out. He's run out.
Oh my goodness. It's not gonna count.
Oh no.
Oh. He extended that thing into
is it? Oh my gosh! He did it! Whoa! Another one!